All right. So, okay. Can I get a review? Is it better now? I'm not really sure what I should do if it's not. Keon Leahy better? Anybody else? Clearer, better, much better. Okay, thank God. Okay. All right. Augustine, we're back. Phew. All right. You have
Yeah.
to clip like the first 20 minutes of the show. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you were saying, sorry.
So yeah, it seemed to me that basically that at the end of the last game, you see VanVleet, you made that comment. He said, I feel good. I'm gonna play, this kind of like meaning. I'm gonna, kind of because he's been dominating quite a bit, especially last game. And I thought not in a good way. Yeah, he got his stats, but this game he kind of took a step back and trying to facilitate more. But then fourth quarter, he was off the first few minutes, and then when he came in, I think it was around between the 6 and 7 minute mark. Left in the game, it was like 6:40 left in the game. He came in, and it's not like I think Mini was on a run already, and it
Mm-hmm.
was a 6 point game at that time. It was like 122, 116 when Van Vliet came in, and uh, Pascal basically kept ISOing, and he didn't play well, and the team as a whole, there were a lot of not much movement, not much cutting. Like Scottie tried to create, but nobody was cutting around him. Like everybody was watching the ball, standing around corners, doing
That's
nothing.
it's such an important thing when someone gets into the middle of the floor, whether it's Scotty, whether it's Pascal, the other players do have to move. They do have
They're
to.
not moving. They're just sitting there. It's like almost like the players are like
Yeah,
screw
this
this.
comment by Michael really hits it. I don't understand why the ball just stops moving whenever it's 2 minutes left, like they do. Like why do they always ISO ball so stupid? You know what? The origins of this theory go back to early 2000s basketball, and you know what it is? It's an old habit. It's an old habit that none of these players really should have been in the NBA to even see, where you clear out. It's not really spread pick and roll, really. It's just you clear out one guy, kind of goes into his bag. He tries to create something. I mean, we've seen it. Like if you watched Carmelo Anthony, Denver Nuggets, you saw Kobe a little bit, with especially the non Phil Jackson Lakers. Like you saw a lot more of that type of basketball. Tracy McGrady in Orlando. It doesn't work, guys. This stuff used to work because NBA offenses used to produce a certain efficiency of offense. It doesn't work anymore because offenses are just so dominant, so great. If you're not checking, the current offensive rating in the NBA for this month is 116.3. 116.3 average. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. You cannot beat teams in the NBA right now playing this way. So I completely agree with both the comment and I obviously agree with you that, ball movement and player movement is definitely a thing that could really help. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
So, are we doing the trade talk or
Okay, let me just check in.
sure?
Just hang tight, and I'll come right back to you. You and Philosophical Agent are both in trade mode. Amir, are you here for trades or are you here for game talk?
I'm here kind of for both.
Okay,
But I'm not sure.
give me your quick synopsis of the game first, like what you thought. Give me a minute, and
Just quick points. I feel like this team, everybody's just trying to do something on their own. They're not playing as a team. Everyone's playing for something. Like
mhm,
Siakam started the year saying, "I want to be top five." OG started the year saying, "I want to be defensive player of the year."
mhm.
Fred's trying to get a contract. Trent is trying to get a contract. Barnes is trying to prove that he wasn't a fluke. So everybody has their own agenda and it's not working. And it's like you wonder, you're like, okay, this is the exact same team, same coaching staff. What changed? That's the only thing I think that changed. Everybody's on their own. They're not playing as a team like they did last year, and it's affecting them. That's what I think.
Well, I mean, I think OG, despite petitioning for a larger role, Barnes, obviously setting some very lofty individual goals for himself for this season, including All Star. Right? He wanted to
Yeah.
be All Star. He wanted to be first team All Defense. I don't think either one of those guys have necessarily like ever hijacked the offense. I mean, they have in spurts. They have for sure.
Yeah,
I can't say they've never done it, but we're talking
I
like 98% they've been team players.
I don't think it's about like okay, I want to get a shot. That guy wants to get a shot. I think it's just like the morale and the chemistry is not there because everybody
Gotcha.
knows the other guy is trying for something. That's just an individual award. You know what I mean? Like they're
Gotcha.
not hijacking the offense or defense. It's just like
Right.
the morale is just low because everybody's on their own.
I understand that. Okay, perfect. I'll come back to you for the trade talk. Okay,
All right.
hang tight. And Jace, are you here for trade talk? Or you here for game stuff?
I'm here for trade talk.
Okay, perfect. Hang tight. All right, and we've got Marco. So right now we got Marco, Augustine, philosophical agent, Jace, and Amir for the trade talk. So if there is no more game people, if you want to talk game, I give you like 1 or 2 more minutes to call in. If not, we're moving right on to the trade stuff. To be honest, even going into this game, I was like, I don't really know what you're going to be able to ascertain from this game with the way this season has gone. The Raptors have a very tough schedule coming up, right? I think it was 8 or 10 on the road, including tonight, right? I mean, it's tough. It's a tough schedule. Obviously, yeah, the Minnesota Timberwolves were on a back-to-back and they're undermanned, but the Raptors have a really heavy schedule this week, and this was the easiest game, in my opinion. I mean, next up, you've got Boston and New York. And the New York team, yes, you have matched up well with them, but we have MSJ. MSJ, you're back. Did you want to talk trades or do you want to talk basketball? Raptors tonight. Hello? MSJ, I think your mic might not be working, man. Okay, just let me know in the private chat if your mic starts working again. All right, let's go to the trade talk. I believe our first trade is going to be from a guy, Marco. Just a little backstory, just in case anyone doesn't understand the tone or the conversations. Marco and I have had a couple of back and forths on this thing. He's had insistence on Kyle Kuzma and an insistence that Brook Lopez would kill us. And, it's interesting. I've had a lot of time to reflect about why I've been so frustrated by these conversations. And I think I'm going to handle whatever happens today a lot better just because I've thought about it a lot. And someone says, "Oh no, Marco." Look, some people love Marco, and I think it's always a lively discussion. This is no shade. Yesterday there was a comment. It was yesterday or the day before there was a comment where someone had said, all this Fred VanVleet negativity, you've lost me as a subscriber. I've unsubscribed. And instead of doing the normal thing, which is probably to try to hide that comment, delete it, block the person, whatever, I pinned that comment. For anyone who feels a familiar way, look, content creation is not an exact science, right? Pensari basketball is not it's not trying to, I'm not trying to be objective. I'm not trying to cover all the Raptors completely the same way, right? I'm not trying to do, okay, I got to do a player profile on Delano Banton for every player profile I do on Scottie Barnes. No, I'm just chasing whatever interests me. And if Delano Banton or Joe Wieskamp or Justin Champagnie really start to be very interesting to me, trust me, I will do as many player profiles on them as my heart desires. But Marco came to the defense in that comment section and said, "Hey, I don't agree with Robert all the time, but like it's cool to disagree and stuff." So I really appreciate him doing that. So let's get to Marco. All right. John says Marco never disappoints. All right, I'm bigging you up, Marco. All right, Marco, you better have a good trade for me.
Okay, you can hear me okay, eh?
I can hear you fine.
All
Yep.
right. Instead of focusing on the tactical trees kind of thing, I'm going to take a step back and I want to propose a strategic objective. So I want to talk to Forrest. You guys can finalize the details of the trees if you want. So just take it for granted. Just allow me a moment to sort of outline this.
Sure.
And then, like I said, from there, you guys can flush out details. I'm not as interested exactly in the details of it, but I've got a strategic objective. First, I take for granted that what I'm about to say has player fillers to round out the money and roster spots. Once again, it's the devil in the details. Secondly, I'm assuming that the community has seen the leaked expected trade value of the Raptors players. I'm assuming people have seen that by now.
Okay.
People know what I'm talking about. If you don't, it's all over the media there. Okay, so the strategic objective, is to acquire 2023 picks to maximize lottery odds and young talent to fit Scottie Barnes' timeline.
Okay.
And basically, I'm looking at two areas, and then I'll explain the leverage after to achieve the objective. Orlando Magic has Chicago Bulls 2023 first round pick, possible lottery. They've got their own 2023 first round pick, possible lottery, and they have young talent to match Scottie Barnes.
Possible lottery. It's a definite lottery pick.
Well,
yeah.
I want to.
Orlando?
It's a half. No, but it's half the season, so I want to.
That's fair. That's very it's very legalese of you, but the Orlando Magic will be in the lottery.
Yeah, no, I mean I don't disagree with you, but I just want just in case there's a Orlando fan here who still has high hopes. Anyway, so we know that that's likely going to be a lottery. Even the Chicago Bulls one is people are projecting as lottery. If you see the pre-draft stuff they've been doing, they're calling that one a possible lottery. The other guys I got my eyes set on, of course, and kind of touched on in the past, is New Orleans Pelicans have the Lakers 2023 first round pick, possible lottery. Once again, I'm being kind of liberal with that. New Orleans Pelicans have what will be a later 2023 first pick, but they're already, and then they also have young talent to match Scottie Barnes' timeline. Of course, I got my eye, like everybody else, on Dyson Daniels. Some people have their eyes on some other ones. I mean, that's a nice talent base. Both these teams have nice talent.
So you're looking at Orlando, you're looking at New Orleans. Just to clarify,
those are my trading partners. Now,
there's
going to be more than one trade involved, I would assume. But you never know. Funnier things have happened. So those are what I'm eyeballing. I want to.
Okay, do me a favor, just so we can keep this somewhat fair. If you've got more than one trade, what I would like you to do is pitch me one trade. We'll deal with that trade.
I don't have a trade. I've got a strategic objective, and now I'm going to talk about the leverage and how to achieve that objective.
I noticed that Washington has not been involved yet. I'm already applauding. Thank God.
Hey, listen, I don't want to go down the Kyle Kuzma path, but if you look, I've been watching the Washington. I've also been watching the Pelicans, but Kyle's been playing lights out. He's been doing clutch shots. I mean, he's the offensive threat. He's been making improvements on defense, but he really is an offensive threat. But I don't want to walk down that path. It just distracts me from what I want to do.
Okay.
So you guys know my strategic objective. I want to acquire the picks and some of the talent from both Orlando and New Orleans. I'm willing to leverage trading Fred VanVleet, Pascal Siakam, Gary Trent Jr., and maybe a pick or two or what have you in a future year. So I have that objective. I don't care. I'll do it with Pascal for one, and maybe Fred, and because I know Orlando had that sent out scout. You heard about that, eh, Robert?
Yep.
Okay. So I don't care how you detail it as far as tactically, but I'm laying out a strategic objective, and that we achieve that objective using those resources. And I am willing to even dabble into. Just going to turn that off. I'm willing to dabble into future picks if I have to, a pick or two. As far as the last point, OG stays as part of Scotty's timeline. So everything I want to do now, I want to take advantage of what seems to be a good top 10 deep. The Thompson brothers. Everybody knows about Scoot and Victor. So OG stays as part of Scotty's timeline. I think he could still fit that timeline. And I'm going to actually turn off my cell phone. I hate being interrupted. And there you go, guys. So that's what I wanted to lay out. Now, what I'd love to hear is how you guys think that we can tactically achieve these objectives. That's what I'd love from you, Robert. How do I achieve that objective if I'm willing to part with Fred, Pascal, Gary in future years?
Okay, so basically what I'm getting is you want to part with Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., that's about $40 million. Pascal Siakam, so that's now total 73-ish, $74 million of salary, plus future picks. That's 2024, 2025, 2026, potentially, right? In order to get yourself in the door into the top 10 2023 picks, of which potentially, if the Raptors trade those guys, they'll have one of those picks anyway. So is your objective here the forest and the tree stuff? Is it lottery balls? You're trying to give yourself maximum odds at one or two or three, or
I want to acquire as many 2023 picks with these guys. So there's 3 that are in the lottery, plus we'll be in the lottery. So we'd have 4 lottery.
oh, you want all those picks?
Yes, sir. I want to deal with Orlando and New Orleans. I want to throw Fred, Pascal, Gary, and future picks to make it happen. So I definitely want to engage Orlando and New Orleans heavily, acquire those assets. And, like I said, the devil in details in terms of the players to round out the money. I don't care what
Okay.
what talent
Gotcha.
they want to. There are going to be some fillers. There's going to be some guys there that are just money people.
I understand. So you basically wanted to sell the farm as one ZXXY said, basically sell the farm. And you wanna bank on lottery picks. Okay, cool.
And some of the talent. They have some young talent
Cool.
that can fit in there.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I want to ante up for 2023. Plus, like I said, they do have young talent.
Okay,
Like I said,
got it. Okay,
Dan.
perfect. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to meditate on this and we'll deal with this after and we'll see if we can create some sort of trade for this, okay?
Yeah, no, fair,
All right.
fair enough.
All right, thanks a lot, Marco.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay. Okay, just to make this a little bit easier, guys, what I would like from you, if you can, is to give me a trade, and I'm gonna be the rival general manager. Don't like if and I understand Marco, had a really great point about trying to load up picks in the lottery, but if you can, please treat me as the rival general manager, and give me a clear objective. I want Myles Turner. I'm giving you Gary Trent and 3 picks. Okay, something like that. Okay. But don't offer me that trade, but something like that. And also don't be crazy either. Somebody messaged me on Instagram saying, I will give you a Fred VanVleet for a 2nd round pick. Come on, man. Come on. Be better than that. At least 2 2nd round picks. All right. Philosophical agent, man. Talk to me. What's the trade you got?
All right, man. So I technically do have 2 trades. I don't know if you just want me to spell them out for you, or just.
How about you go with one? We're gonna go with one so that we can move through these pretty quickly. If I start giving people like 2 trades, 3 trades, and if you want to stick around, I'll go around the clock and I can come back to you for your 2nd trade. How about that?
All right, that sounds good to me. So
okay.
I say, OG to the Pelicans for Dyson Daniels, Herbert Jones, and Jackson Hayes. So if you're the Pelicans GM or president, David Griffin, Masai, I would say we're struggling right now. We want to rebuild our team.
You say Dyson, Herb Jones, and
Jackson Hayes for
and
OG Anunoby. Plus, if possible, I would also try to get their 2023 pick swap with the Lakers for OG Anunoby.
Okay. Pick swap. All right. So I'm David Griffin right now, and you're Bobby Webster, and we're having this conversation. My first question is, I heard you were a very, very well-respected general manager, Bobby. How are you coming at me with this kind of package? Are you kidding me? This much for OG Anunoby. This is how much you think I value him.
Well, I think as a 2nd round, as being one of the better teams in the Western Conference, being wide open at this point, you having OG Anunoby, a plug-and-play defensive player of the year, caliber player who can hit the 3 alongside Brandon Ingram, CJ Jones.
Look, I like your thought process, but you're not getting both Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels. First of all, I'll tell you why. Per my analytics, I think Herb Jones is as good a defender as OG Anunoby, and he's younger and way cheaper. Okay? I think Dyson Daniels is pretty much on par as well. So I'm basically giving you 2 Anunoby level defenders who are 2 of my best defenders. If you want to look at the analytics, I'll prove it to you. Dyson Daniels may not be a hell of an offensive player right now, and Herb Jones is maybe never going to be much of an offensive player, but I'll tell you, they're both 90th percentile plus defenders on rookie contracts. Jackson Hayes, don't tell Jackson Hayes I don't care that much about Jackson Hayes right now. So you can have him, for a late first if you really wanted. And I understand that he would probably fit your system pretty well. The 1st round pick, you can forget about it. The Lakers look absolutely dog shit. That pick swap is worth a lot to me. So we're going to take that pick swap off the table We're going to take one of Dyson and Herb off the table. I'll give you Herb Jones. I'll give you Herb Jones and Jackson Hayes and maybe a filler. And I'll give you a future pick. And maybe a second.
Well, that's not enough for me, David. I'll be honest with you. And I'm a little surprised you fall into that same category of not knowing how old Herb Jones is compared to OG. There's only a year difference. So
yeah, but the difference here is I don't have to pay Herb Jones a max contract in a year.
He's also not nearly the offensive player OG Anunoby is. He's actually regressed.
I just watched the game tonight. I think OG Anunoby just dribbled the ball off his foot in a fast break. I mean, I think, look, I understand that there's been a lot of hype now drummed up by Clutch Sports probably about OG Anunoby's trade value to boost his next contract. But I'm telling you, for people talking about 3 firsts for OG, yeah, maybe. If that's all. But you're asking me to give up my 8th overall pick, probably the 4th best player or the 5th best player so far of the 2021 draft in Herb Jones, plus Jackson Hayes, another former lottery pick. You're asking me to give up 3 basically lottery talents. I know that you won't consider Herb Jones a lottery talent. You'll say he's older, but man, like would you agree that he's been one of the top 10 producers of the 2021 draft so far? He's been great. These are cheap, rotation offense. I can give you one of them. I can give you Herb or I can give you Dyson. I think Dyson, if you want my honest opinion, I think Dyson will be probably just as good, if not better than OG.
Yeah, but David, that money wouldn't work. So, I've tried this trade, and this trade does work. Jackson Hayes is honestly just a throw-in. Plus, with his off-the-court issues, we probably won't even suit him up as a Raptor.
Okay, so what if I make you my final? I'll make you my final compromise. I'll take a big gamble here. I'll give you Dyson Daniels, Jackson Hayes, plus the Lakers pick swap.
Okay, and you don't want Herb Jones?
What do you mean want Herb Jones? You're the one who wants Herb Jones, and I'm not putting him on the table. No, I can't lose both Herb and Dyson. So I'm taking Herb Jones out of your package and basically giving you Dyson, Jackson Hayes, and the Lakers pick swap for OG Anunoby.
No, I'd have to decline that.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, hang tight for your second trade, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me know in the comments if you agree with, with my decision or, someone saying walk away, deal. I think that's a hell of a value, man. I think Dyson Daniels is a hell of a player. He's already, 90th percentile defender, and if his offense ever catches up to where OG's is, he's gotten to that level much sooner than OG. So I love OG. You guys know he's one of my top 5 favorite players, but this is where I would hope the Raptor fans don't get totally blinded by their own players. Dyson Daniels is a hell of a player. Next up, we got Jace. Jace, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Give me your deal. What's your deal, man?
So, mine's kind of like the same thing with the Pelicans, and
it's another Pelicans trade.
Yeah, another Pelicans trade. But
is this another Dyson Daniels trade?
It's going to be a lot more reasonable, I seem. So,
okay,
that's overall. So, just overall, I feel like the Pelicans, I'm going to be giving you guys Fred VanVleet, our floor general, all-star NBA champion.
Okay.
And I feel like before I get in with the trade, I feel like he's going to fit in really well with this Pelican squad, because you could have a starting lineup of Fred VanVleet at the guard, CJ McCollum as the shooting guard. Then you have Zion, Brandon Ingram, and Jonas. That's literally a championship contender kind of team. To me, honestly, that seems a really, really good team to have.
I feel like you're trying to slowly walk me into trading Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels.
Yeah,
you're
but
not.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
so
boy.
About that, so I'm gonna want Dyson Daniels and also Herb Jones and then salary filler. But this is the catch. I'll give you our top 4 protected pick for this year. I'll give you top 4 protected for 2023, and we'll give you Fred VanVleet for Herb Jones, Dyson Daniels, and salary filler. How's that sound?
No, not even close. Sorry. I like the inclusion of the pick, but I have a lot of picks. I'm trying to win a championship here. And I got to be honest, Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels for Fred VanVleet is basically the trade for this year.
Okay, if you think about it, Fred VanVleet, like during your championship run, how often are you going to be using Dyson Daniels and Herb Jones?
That's a fair point, but guys do get injured, including your boy Fred VanVleet, who's had back injuries for the entire year so far. And, he's been shooting like dog shit. He's in a contract year. You're talking about two very young assets on rookie deals, both Dyson, like consider the value. You're talking about me giving up those guys for a rental. I cannot do that. In good consciousness, I cannot do that. No.
What if we just give it fully unprotected first 2023?
I understand that may swing it, but I actually think that Fred VanVleet's a really big part of why you guys are as bad as you are. I think having the, look, it's not a secret. You guys are trying to play 6'9" everything. I'm giving you two guys who fit into your model so well. I know for a fact that you met up with Dyson Daniels, that Masai and Bobby were both very, very interested in Dyson Daniels before, during the draft process. I know that you guys possibly dangled O.G Anunoby to get into the top 7 to look at guys like Ben Mathurin and Dyson Daniels. So ultimately, if you want me to make this trade, you're going to have to swap Fred VanVleet for O.G Anunoby. And then I'll think about it. I don't value Fred VanVleet that much.
Honestly, I feel like for us, we only want to deal with our our front court. We don't want to our back court. We want to deal with our front court. So another option we could give, because I know you guys are interested in Gary Trent Jr. So what we can do with that is we'll just give you Gary Trent Jr. He'll play alongside with CJ McCollum. That's his buddy, right? And then you guys can re-sign him in the next year if you guys want to. But you guys can go win now with the Gary Trent Jr. And we could for Gary Trent Jr. we just take Dyson Daniels and salary filler.
No, not even close. I think you are drastically overvaluing the value of Gary Trent Jr. I will tell you right now, the market value for Gary Trent Jr. is a late first and filler right now and expiring. That's what you guys have been looking for. That's what you guys have been floating around the league, because everybody knows that he is going to be potentially an unrestricted free agent and can walk for nothing. That means I'm paying 40 days or 40 games of Gary Trent Jr. and he could walk. And if he doesn't walk, I have to pay him a really huge salary to a 24-year-old player. And you want me to give up a 20-year-old player who, in my estimation, is a better player right now than him on a rookie contract for the next 4 years. And I have him as an unrestricted free agent. I could have 7 years of one of the best defensive wings in the league in Dyson Daniels. Or I could have a really poor defender in Gary Trent Jr. Yeah, I'm sorry. I definitely know that the numbers will not tell you this right now, but I think Dyson Daniels is a better player right now than Gary Trent Jr.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, is I feel like we're both, as organizations, we're in a dilemma where
consider we're not the Toronto Raptors. We have a superstar, right? We have a superstar in Zion, and we have a superstar, like a borderline star, in Brandon Ingram, and we have a high volume scorer in CJ McCollum. The value of Gary Trent Jr. to me is way lower than a guy like O.G Anunoby. O.G Anunoby actually makes a lot of sense to me, and I would give you what you want for O.G Anunoby, but not for Gary Trent and Fred VanVleet. And the reason for that is O.G Anunoby actually fits what I'm trying to do, because he's a very portable player. Gary Trent Jr. and Fred VanVleet are very useless when they don't have the ball. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So basically, if I just want a guy who just to stand around, well, why don't I just have a guy like Dyson Daniels, who's like one of the best young defenders in the NBA?
Feel like your team needs, if you guys are serious about a championship run.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we are serious. That's why we want O.G Anunoby. We want OG.
Fred VanVleet is a proven champion, and he's a proven clutch player.
I'm sorry, I watched the playoffs. I watched that guy shoot 12% from the field for an entire series, nearly cost you that Philadelphia series. Unless you're sending me Kawhi Leonard to bail him out of a 12% series with him, like I'm not interested.
So you're saying in a hypothetical championship run, you would rather have Dyson Daniels playing than Gary Trent Jr. or Fred VanVleet, and he would help you more than those two players?
No, I am, however, saying that Fred VanVleet without the ball, off the ball, on a team that already includes Jose Alvarado, that already includes CJ McCollum. I'm already small in the backcourt, man. I'm trying to get bigger here, right? I need to have really plus defenders here. I have Jonas Valanciunas at center, and you guys should know better than anyone that there's some serious point of attack defense that needs to be in place to protect that guy from fouling out of every game. So I need serious plus side defenders. I realize that Dyson Daniels may not be a huge part of my championship core this year in terms of playing time, but I also know that if I need to plug him in for 10 minutes, I'm not going to leak oil for those 10 minutes. So I reject this trade unless you're giving me O.G Anunoby. Okay.
Okay.
Any further trades, or
I
we're
mean,
good?
OG with OG, like, I would only honestly do OG if it was, like Dyson Daniels and one of Herb Jones or Murphy and picks.
I already rejected that deal in the previous one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's no
All right.
deal.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot, man. All right. Next up, we got Amir. If you want to call in, I'm going to post the link in the description below here. And chat, let me know if you think that deal was fair. If, you know, like maybe how can we put this? Okay, let's just do a break here. Rob can't call in, but I would love your thoughts on the Timberwolves trade. Fred VanVleet plus Gary Trent Jr. for D'Angelo Russell, Kyle Anderson, and a 2003 first-round pick. That's interesting. That's a really good thing to think about, man, because, you know, you need some defenders on that team. I just think Kyle Anderson and a 2023 first round pick, which I don't even think they have a 23 first round pick. Do they? Can someone clarify for me? Do they have a 2023 first round pick? Did they trade it to they traded it to Utah? I mean, that's a really interesting thing. For sure. Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the description, or I'm gonna put the link in the comments for anyone to call in. Let's check in here. MSJ, are you back?
I think so.
Okay, great. Your mic works.
Okay,
You have a trade?
I got a trade for you.
Okay.
You're
Shoot.
gonna love this one.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, who am I? Who am I?
Oh, you're gonna be. I don't know who the Orlando Magic's GM is, but
Jeff Waltman. Okay.
okay. So I'm gonna give you Fred VanVleet, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would like Cole Anthony and Wendell Carter Jr. back.
Okay.
I know you love Fred VanVleet, so
We did send a scout to go and check him out. Yeah.
yeah, you did.
Oh man. I mean, Wendell is 23, man.
Yeah, but he's a big body though, and as a Raptor GM, I need that. I need a big body center, and I kind of got to start over with somebody at point guard, and I want an athletic guard.
All right. And I mean,
It's a winning trade for you, really. It really is.
I mean, it kind of isn't, because if you really think about it, I could just wait for half a season and I'll sign him to more money than you're willing to offer. And I have the cap space to sign him and you don't. And quite frankly, that just means for 40 games in a tanking season, I have to give up Wendell Carter Jr. as a guy who I really like. I'll give you Jonathan Isaac instead.
Jonathan Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
He's a shooting guard, isn't he?
Nope. He's a small ball 5 or a 4.
Oh,
He hasn't played in a while.
Wendell Carter Jr. though.
He hasn't played in a while. Full disclosure,
Yeah.
little bit of a Vax controversy, a little bit of, you know, not kneeling controversy, but I assure you he's a really, really great guy. And, you know, he just hasn't played basketball since the bubble.
So you give me Jonathan. I think I know. He's a power forward.
Mm-hmm.
So Jonathan.
He shut down Pascal Siakam. You're gonna have like a lot of fun in practice.
So you're gonna give me Jonathan Isaac and who else? Just straight up for Fred VanVleet.
Jonathan Isaac, straight up for Fred VanVleet. Yeah, I can give you that swap.
Okay, but I just need. I'm kind of looking for a point guard if I lose one. So how about maybe like.
How about this? Okay, I'll make you a counter deal. I'll make you a really good deal. I think you're gonna like this. Okay.
Yeah.
Jonathan Isaac plus Jalen Suggs. Okay. That's a former 5th overall pick who just has had a bit of a rough start with injuries, but you guys have Alex McKechnie, okay? And
Yeah.
I want Fred VanVleet and top 5 protected 2023 pick.
Jonathan Isaacs. Honestly, I don't know too much about him. What is his size? I don't know.
6'11". He's
6'11".
6'11" with about a 7'5", 7'6" wingspan. Really fits into the way you guys play defensively. Again, the only issue here is you guys really, really, really need I mean, I just think he's. If you want this is me putting off my Jeff Weltman voice and just giving you sort of like a perspective as Rob. Every single time I've played 2K, I've always made a trade for Jonathan Isaac. However, this is real life and this is not 2K. And there are some real life ramifications to trading for a guy who hasn't played competitive basketball in 2.5 years. He's been doing some G League runs. If you want me to come back to you,
no, it's okay.
Why don't you take like 2 minutes to research Jonathan Isaac? And
no,
you can,
it's fine.
Yeah?
It's fine. I would take the trade for Suggs and Isaac, but I don't know about the pick. And that's kind of how I would leave it. I just really, as a Raptor fan, kind of like taking the hat off of Masai.
Well, I would love to compromise and give you an out and say 2024 pick, but I have no idea what your roster is going to look like next year. And I know that you're a competent front office, that Scottie Barnes is ascending, that O.G Anunoby is ascending, and you guys might be like a really good team in 2024, and I might get a really crappy pick.
Well, you know what? Fair trade.
Okay.
It could work.
Top 5 protected.
Top 5 protected, maybe, yeah. If we're a good team, then that doesn't matter, yeah. Okay,
Top
so
5
that's
protected.
a trade I would make.
Okay, so
I'll have your
I'm
people.
just gonna. Okay, I mean, this is, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first completed trade on the show. Yay!
Okay.
Congratulations. Okay, so I'm gonna put it to the chat. Who won, Orlando or Toronto? And my goal here, by the way, is just to win every trade. That's all I want to do. So let's.
Well, you won this trade. It's just I'm thinking, I don't want to sign. I don't want to sign Fred to what he wants. You can do it.
Okay, so we're getting some Orlando by far.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Okay, well,
I mean, you guys got Suggs. Okay, I mean, like, look, there was a very legitimate debate not too long ago of Jalen Suggs or Scottie Barnes. I know that debate is like
he's a great defender. And he's a great attacker.
Yeah,
I'd like Suggs on the team for sure. No problem at all.
Okay.
Anyway,
all right, MSJ, thanks a lot. Thanks
for sticking with this. I don't live in Canada, so like the internet is like a little bit tricky sometimes.
Oh, no worries, man. Thanks a lot for calling in. Always
guys.
a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks so much.
Yeah, same.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. This show didn't get off to the best start. It was a little bit not smooth because I was trying to figure out the mic and everything, but I think we're getting rolling now. Okay. Someone says Isaac gets a Jesus in the locker room. Well, he is a religious dude, but don't believe the slander about people, man. Like, I know people have like different opinions about vaccination this and kneeling that and political stuff, but it just, from what I've heard from everybody who's actually dealt with him, that Jonathan Isaac is just a really good dude. So maybe just give people a chance. People have different ideas about things. All right, we got a lot of callers here. Okay, let's go. Augustine,
Okay, so,
give me a trade.
Yeah, I got a trade for you. So I think the context works in this one. Fred and Juancho Hernan Gomez to Michael Winger.
Okay.
Of the Clippers.
Okay. Fred and Juancho for who? You're gonna ask for Terrance Mann, aren't you?
Terrance Mann.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to do Covington and Reggie Jackson on lightly protected first round. And you're Michael Winger, so you're really Steve Ballmer. So you want to be Steve Ballmer or you want to be Robert Pensare?
I'll be the gentleman. I'll be
Because if you're gonna
Lawrence.
be Robert Prince-Thad, we're done. Because
No,
there's no trade.
I'll be them. Don't worry. Also, my last
You're
name isn't.
desperate, right? Listen,
Ironically, my last name is not Pensari. This is
I
just
know
Pensari.
it's not. I'm
Okay,
just using.
but I'm surprised how many people call
You're
me Robert.
Serbian.
Yes, I am. Okay, so let's see. Clippers first round picks. Hold on. Let me just check this out quickly. Believe it or
The
not,
numbers
I
work.
don't have everyone's first round picks memorized, so I just want to
2028, or I think it's 2026 or 2028.
Okay, let's see.
You can give me the earlier one in case.
So I have 2023 second, 2024 second,
I know it's 2020. You
2025.
don't need to research
So
it.
I don't have a first
It's a
round pick until
2020.
27.
Yeah, sorry, 20. It might be 28 actually, or 20.
No, I have 2027, 2028, and 2029. I have all those picks.
Okay, so 2027 or 2028. And you get a Fred, you get a win now guy. You're not playing Covington because you're playing Batum. Reggie Jackson is.
I like
Reggie
Terrance Mann
Jackson.
though, man. I got to tell you, I
Yeah,
like Terrance Mann a
but
lot.
I mean, he's how good is he? I mean, he's okay. He's good, but he's
He's
not
on
that
he's
young,
on a very
man.
good contract.
Yeah, but he's almost 27.
That's fair.
We're not talking about a spring chicken. He's older than O.G.
Yes.
I think it's a fair trade.
Okay,
It's a trade that gets done.
you're asking for Terrance Mann, Robert Covington, and Reggie Jackson.
Well, you have to make the salaries work. You're not going to give me Luke Kennard
No, I
or
wouldn't.
Nick Batum. I don't know. I'm just taking the least the guys who don't play on your roster, right?
No, that's fair. Okay. I want 2 minutes to just consider this.
Mull
I
it over.
apologize if this is going to be a little bit boring for people out there. In the meanwhile, people can contemplate this trade. Thank you so much for the super chat, Ranked Scrub. I really appreciate it.
I have a Pascal trade for you for the summer, but it can't take place now.
Because
Well, it would be Pascal to OKC for Lou Dort plus a bunch of picks. Because they're
when
gonna
you
be
when you
ready
say
to
that
contend.
you're taking players off my team who are not playing a lot, you realize Reggie Jackson's been a permanent starter in my starting lineup.
I know,
right?
yeah, but he's been struggling, and I mean, you gotta.
Okay,
You're not gonna play
let me ask
Reggie
you
and
let me
Fred,
ask
right?
you an honest question. Who do you think's shooting better from the field, Reggie Jackson or Fred VanVleet?
Reggie, but
Who do you think's better? Who do you think's better? Who do you
But
think's
there's
shooting
a
better from
context.
three? Who do you think's shooting better from three?
It's Reggie, but there's
Okay.
context. There's the
So
context.
context B. You're telling me
Yeah,
that
there's
the guy you're
you got-
giving me is like some sort of godsend that's going
You got a
to catapult.
center, yeah.
Okay, I gotta tell you something, and I'm sorry to tell you, but there's a
Listen,
player on my team. Now this is hot take stuff. There's a player on my team that has vetoed this trade.
It's Kawhi Leonard.
I'm not saying it's Kawhi Leonard. I'm just letting you know
Kawhi, he took
that
away
there's a player on my team
Yeah.
that will
I
choke
heard
me to
about the
death.
beef.
That will choke me to death if I make this trade. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to decline.
That was my only worry. That was actually my only worry when I.
Let me expand this out for you. Replace Fred VanVleet with O.G Anunoby, and you have a deal.
No. But so my plan was trade Fred, trade Gary, trade Pascal in the summer.
Okay.
But trade these two like over the deadline. And my Gary trade would be to Grizzlies because Grizzlies need a shooter. They need somebody who shoot, and it would be for a 2024 first round pick from the Warriors and Danny Green, who's injured, and another filler, which would be a really fair trade. And the Warriors 2024 pick is not going to be that great.
What do you think of this trade here, the Golden State trade? Fred VanVleet plus Pascal to Golden State Warriors for Clay, Moody, Kuminga, and 1 to 2 first round picks. Honestly, Rank Scrub, I think Golden State does that. I would say Golden State would do that, but I don't know if they're willing to just emotionally let go of Clay. But that's such a that's highway robbery.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam for just 1 to 2 first round picks and Klay Thompson, Kuminga and Moody are not. I get I get where you're coming from with this one. I do, but Clay is not worth his contract right now. I think the Warriors would be crazy not to do this, to be honest. Like,
those picks are going to be in the late. They're not. That's not going to be a good trade for the Raptors. I mean, the goal is to rebuild.
Yeah, it's like immediately I had this idea of like, oh, there's no way you can give up Pascal for that. But I get it. Moody, Kuminga, Clay, there is some value there. And believe it or not, like that's kind of like the Rudy Gay thing. Like you get those three guys, like Moody, movement shooter, Clay, movement shooter, Kuminga, possibly a long switchable, guy who fits into your 6'9" vision. Like this is one of those trades that could very easily backfire for the Raptors. You just go on a big winning run with these players because these players around Scottie Barnes are exactly what you need. That's a very interesting trade. I mean, I think Pascal's worth more than that, to be honest. I think Pascal should, at this point, I might be wrong. I might be overvaluing the guy, but I think he should command at least 3 to 4 first-round picks on his current contract and at least one young player. Like, I'm not saying Rudy Gobert is the mark, but like you should be able to get a lot for him, I think. I reject the Clippers pick. So anything else, I'm gonna have to come back to you on it. Okay. All right. Next up, we got Con Kim. Con Kim, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. How are
you?
you?
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, I don't have a camera.
No
so
problem.
my trade is FEV for Bol and Jonathan Isaac and this year's first.
No, not even close. Not even a million years. Nope. Like you don't even have Fred VanVleet for Bol, if you want my honest opinion. I like Bol enough that like if that was all I was giving up in the salaries match, maybe. But Fred VanVleet for Bol plus my first round pick plus Jonathan Isaac, I mean, I'm sorry, no. I like this guy as a guy that I can bring into my team in the offseason. I'm probably going to have to pay him, but I can sign him outright. I already have a relationship with Fred VanVleet.
So you think Bol is going to be an all-star player? Or you think
No.
Jonathan Isaac's going to be an all-star player?
You think Fred VanVleet's an all-star player? He's possibly like one of the worst. Yeah, come on, man. I remember the 54 he put up on us. I remember that.
Last year, he was a starter on a championship team.
He wasn't a starter on the championship team. He came off the
Yeah, he
bench.
was.
Don't lie. Don't cap.
Come
Danny Green, Kyle Lowry. Come on. You're going to lie?
He was getting 30 minutes on a championship team.
That's a lie, too. He was not getting 30 minutes.
No, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Not in Philadelphia, but the other games, the other series, he was.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. Like high 20s. All right, maybe not 30 exactly.
Okay, so we've gone from basically he carried us to a championship to he was a starter on the championship to he played
us.
Okay, so
He's
I
very
mean like
important. Bobo had
you understand.
had
My name is buddy. My name is Jeff Weltman. I was part of your organization that won the championship. I was there. I remember the guy. You're talking to someone who knows your organization pretty well.
Isaac hasn't played basketball in 2 years, so he's nothing. Like he might be a guy.
Look.
Right?
I
So
think
it's
I think
basically FEV.
you have a point there, but you're talking a first round pick this year, which is a loaded draft, and I'm currently tanking for a top 5 pick. You want me to give up that pick, and you want me to? No, I'm sorry. You're so far off. Let me put this in perspective for you. If you offered me Fred VanVleet for my 2023 pick, I would not go for it. So you can forget about Bol, Jonathan Isaac, and anything else. Like, I wouldn't do it straight up for that pick.
Well, if I was Orlando, I wouldn't do it either. But
there you go. So why are you making this offer?
Orlando, like, when are they going to turn it around? When are they going to start winning?
What makes you think I want to turn it around right now?
Maybe they get late lottery pick.
Buddy, you have a better team than we do, and this guy has led you to a bottom 10 record in the NBA. What's he going to do for me? Like, I understand adding him to what I already have because I have a lot of long defenders that can really, really look. He can basically replace Cole Anthony, Markelle Fultz in my lineup. He can give me a lot of desired shooting, steady veteran leadership. He's exactly what I need next offseason, and I can get him in the offseason. But you're talking about giving up Bol, like, and a first round pick. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, these are 2 assets, like real assets, tangible assets that have value around the NBA. If I want to wait until the draft, I can get a player that's as good, if not way better than Fred VanVleet,
All
and
right,
slightly younger.
you got Paolo. Look, you got Paolo. You got Bobo. You got what? Five power forward starter type, power forward center types.
We're too far apart on this
Who
trade.
are you gonna pick? You got to pick a couple.
You're not going to be able to, buddy. You're not going to be able to bully me into accepting a deal where we're so far apart. We're not like half a pick off or a second rounder off. We're like poles apart here.
Look,
I understand.
If you got 5 guys that you think are good at the power forward center / position, right? You got to build value. Like which guys are you going to build value with?
Once again,
you're not to trade them now.
Con Kim, you're not hearing me, or Masai Ujiri or Bobby Webster. You're not hearing me. I'm telling you, we are poles apart on this trade. There is no trade. There's no trade that involves me giving you a 2023 pick with, like, let me give you a counter. Jonathan Isaac plus 2026 first round pick, lottery protected. That's what you're getting for Fred VanVleet right now. I will be able to sign this guy in the offseason.
Who's on your pecking order here? Like for your center and your power forward? You got Paolo, you got Bobo.
Paolo is a center for me now.
You got Jonathan Isaac. Like who are you?
I got Wendell Carter
Jr.
Jr.
These guys.
Excuse me, hold on one second. You want to know something? Here are the players on my crap ass roster that would be starting for you right now. Franz would start for you. Paolo would start for you. Jonathan Isaac would start for you. Mo Bamba would start for you. Wendell Carter Jr. would start for you. You want me to keep going? Jonathan Isaac would probably start for you,
dude.
It doesn't matter.
How are they all gonna start? How are you gonna get all those guys minutes and build up their value? You're not. You have to pick.
We already have.
Guys.
Do you remember getting smacked by the Orlando Magic 2 times in a row? Do you remember that? Your entire fan base had lost their minds. Anyway, man, I'm gonna have to call this a no deal. Sorry. Thank you. All right. Okay. Next up we got K Money. K Money, what's up? Sean Stevenson, thank you so much for this super sticker, man. All right. K Money, what's up?
Yo, Rob, you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
So I got a good trade. I don't know if you're gonna like this though.
I haven't liked a lot so far, but let's talk it out. Let's talk it out.
You're gonna be Joe Tsai from the Brooklyn Nets.
Joe Tsai from the Brooklyn Nets. Okay.
My trade proposal for you is Scottie Barnes, O.G Anunoby, 2 first-round picks, and some fillers if you need it, just to make up the money, for Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving.
Hold on one second. Wait, what? Joe Tsai. Okay, we're gonna have to extend this over to Bobby.
This is a trade that makes me a win now team, and helps reset your future for you.
So you want Scottie, O.G, and who else?
Whatever you need really to make up the money, any filler, and 2 first-round picks.
You want Scottie, O.G plus 2 first-round picks for KD
and Kyrie. Okay,
so you are about, I want to say $40 million short. So there's nothing in this.
I don't know, bro. Take Chris Boucher, take Thad Young. If you want, I'll even give you Gary Trent. I don't really care.
I say no.
But I gotta keep Pascal and Fred VanVleet. That's the only way I can make this deal.
I say no. The reason I say no is because I legitimately feel like I'm a title contender with KD.
But
right
you're not,
now.
though. Every time KD gets injured.
I mean, KD's injured for a month right now. I understand where you're coming from. I do, and I understand this. And trust me, in the offseason, I probably would have made this deal. Hands down. In fact, I believe in the offseason, Scottie, O.G, Gary probably would have gotten you KD. And maybe
come on
some
now.
extra.
Rob, we know you were willing to do it for just Scottie and a couple of filler, bro.
There was no couple of fillers. No. The deal was Scottie plus OG.
Oh my God.
It was. You think it was Scottie for Kevin Durant?
Scottie coming off the Roy, bro. He was the most wanted, most valuable.
Kevin Durant's a top 12 player all time, man. In his prime. You understand the gap between Kevin Durant and the guy that you guys call an MVP candidate and Pascal Siakam? You understand that gap is pretty big, right? Kevin Durant's
You
like
understand the
still one of the top
potential.
5 players in the NBA.
Do you
Oh, I
understand
understand the potential of Scottie
Barnes?
Barnes, but you know this guy is not having like the greatest year in the second year. His value is not where it was this summer. Let's be honest. I mean, I still believe in the upside. Don't get me wrong. And if my season was going disastrously and I wasn't sitting atop the East right now, yeah, maybe I would look at Scottie Barnes and OG as a great reset. I don't need to reset right now. So you are unfortunately, even if I think you're close on the value side with OG and Scottie, I mean, Kyrie has played himself
Of course.
firmly into a good position. There's a reason you want him. And KD, you know, you're telling me he's always injured, but I really, I cannot move KD. KD is untouchable for me right now.
I have something to say to that, though. Remember when you traded most of your assets for James Harden? Most of your young assets?
Yep.
Picks?
Mm-hmm.
You can regain all of that with what I'm giving you right now. And
Yeah,
have
but
a
I'm
future to look
losing
forward
but
to.
I'm losing everything that I got in the summer of 2019.
How do you know
2004.
Kyrie isn't going to walk? Let me ask you that.
I don't.
So you're hanging on to Kyrie as KD as the lifeline?
How do I know that Scottie Barnes is going to turn into, you know, an all-star? How do I know that he's going to do that? Like I have to project. I know what I have in Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving right now. And honestly, yeah, I'm sorry.
giving you something you can have for the next 20 years.
I'm telling you the same thing I told the last caller. You're not going to bully me into a conversation. I'm telling you right now, Kevin Durant is off the table.
Okay.
There's
that's
nothing
fine.
on
But
your
we can
roster that I
We can
want.
rediscuss this in the offseason when your season goes to shit. Correct?
Bro, I really appreciate you. It's funny. All right, thanks a lot, man. Thanks for calling.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. All right, next up we got Noah. Noah, what's up, man? Make me a deal. Noah?
Yeah. Okay, the deal. I've been can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you. Yeah, what's up?
I'm looking at I look at the comment. I was thinking about the Portland, but I don't think Anthony Simmons would work in Toronto for defense reasons, but I could be wrong. I'm going to tell you about my trade. My trade is the FVV and Chris Boucher for THT and Mike Conley.
Okay, wait 1 second before you continue with this. Sheridan Forbes says, how do you call in? So basically, it's very simple, guy. What you have to do is you go to the description. I'm actually going to put it in the comments right here for you. You click on that. It'll take you to a screen. It says turn on your mic, turn on your camera if you want to turn on your camera. I love when people are face to face. It makes these conversations much more engaging and exciting for the people. And you just wait backstage. It'll tell you yes, click yes. You can dial in from your phone. You can dial in from your phone or laptop or desktop. It's really simple. So just feel free to dial in. Also, there was a person, Pagal. I know that you're from Real GM, man. If you want to call back, like I know that you were waiting for a second, then you disappeared. I would love to hear what you have to say. All right, please continue, Noah. My apologies.
Yeah. So the idea is THT, Mike Conley to Toronto, and from Toronto, FVV and Chris Boucher. I've been thinking about Chris Boucher at 6'9", can be a pretty good talent to give you more height, and he can shoot. He hasn't been very good, but he can work on that. And he can go to the paint and get in. He's working on how do you say it in English? He can put some 2-pointers. He can go and get you a bucket, not from the 3-point these days, but he has been historically pretty useful for the 3-point shot. Then there's the fact that Mike Conley is getting into his age, and Jordan Clarkson has been very useful for passing and for shooting as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been thinking maybe Mike Conley's time is this time, right? So it would be useful for us in Toronto to have Mike Conley because I heard he was able to really do well to orchestrate an offense, and so maybe that could be useful in Toronto as well. Any thoughts?
Okay. I will give you my thought on this. So I like this framework. This is probably one of the more fair trades so far that I've come across. I understand that probably the most valuable player coming back in this deal is Fred VanVleet. Mike Conley's pretty close, but he's older. So I'm fair and I understand this. However, I don't know if you gathered, I'm trying to lose. So, I mean, after starting out pretty hot, I'm not trying to get better. I'm trying to get a little bit worse so that I can give myself a bit more advantage. I realize I have a bunch of picks. So here's what I can do for you. I can do this deal for you if you'll give me a 2024 pick swap. No, wait, not a pick swap. I want a 2024 lottery protected first. And I will give you, yes. And I will give you a 2024 and 2025 second round pick. So
I don't really know how the
seconds.
draft of those 2 years are going to look like. And I know you have a
It's lottery protected. It's lottery protected. So you're not giving up. If you finish in the lottery, you keep your pick. But I would want, like, if you have a late first rounder or something, kind of like what you guys did with Thaddeus Young last year, right? You traded a lottery protected first to the San Antonio Spurs. You hedged your bet. You want Mike Conley. I think Mike Conley has tremendous intangible value for your franchise. I think you're right. He can stabilize your offense. He'll probably be way more willing to defer to Scottie Barnes. Yeah. So I think, I mean, look, I'm giving
but
you
those picks, man, like
you guys do well in the
it's
second round,
2
man.
times.
Norman
How about
Powell,
just 1 year? How about 2024 only?
2024 only. What does that mean?
So I heard you say like it was gonna be 2024 first round pick protected and 2025 first round pick protected. Maybe I'm wrong.
No. I just want 2024 lottery protected first
That's it?
rounder, and I will give you 2024 second rounder pick, like in a swap for that.
Okay, that works. I'll
Okay,
do that.
great. Okay, so that deal is done. So I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm happy when these trades work out, man. When you guys are reasonable, I'll be reasonable. Okay, Fred VanVleet plus Chris Boucher for Taylor Horton Tucker plus.
For some reason.
Pardon?
You didn't do a Danny Ainge for some reason. Yo, he has a reputation of being. I mean, like what he did with the Rudy Gobert thing. I think Rudy Gobert is a scapegoat, but that's personal opinion, anyways.
Yep.
Okay.
2025
I think I'm good.
second.
Can we talk about the Pascal Anthony Simmons, or I might let you off and let the other person go? Because I really think this is very interesting for me. But like, I really like the shooting, but the defense, I know Nick Nurse might have a problem. But anyways.
Hold on
go
one
ahead.
second here. I'm just gonna put the trade in the chat. I apologize, guys. It's kind of hard to multitask a little bit.
Yeah.
Multitasking is a farce. Nobody in the world can multitask. I promise. It's just task switching really quickly. So here's the trade, guys. Fred VanVleet plus Chris Boucher and a 2024 first round pick, lottery protected, for Taylor Horton Tucker plus Mike Conley plus a 2025 second. Everyone can let us know in the chat who won. To anyone who's trying to enter the chat right now, I apologize. We're full. Like we are absolutely full. So just hang tight and we're gonna get to you, okay? All right. let's try to move through these. Okay, no, anything else? We're good.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna let you off with one last one. I think it's a good one though.
Okay, quickly.
James Wiseman for Thaddeus Young. No pick swaps, just straight up.
No.
Okay. A second round pick of 2024.
No.
Oh my god. Why?
Trust me, I'm
He's not
not huge on James Wiseman. Trust me, I'm not. I understand we probably fucked that pick up, but
I know, right? Like
you're telling me Thaddeus Young? No. Like I get it. Like he's a valuable vet, but we have valuable vets, and I don't see him playing in my offense that much. Anyway, appreciate it, man.
Okay,
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Okay. Amir, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
Okay,
what's up, man?
I have an interesting one for you.
Okay,
So-
go for it. What's the trade? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm gonna be giving you Siakam, Boucher, and Trent. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
And I
Siakam,
want-
Boucher, Trent.
And Trent.
Uh-huh.
And I want Brandon Ingram with all his injury issues. I want him. I want Trey Murphy. I want Dyson Daniels. And I want Graham, Devontae Graham for salary filler purposes. And I also want your Lakers pick.
Plus 2023 LAL pick swap.
And I'm giving you Trent, Siakam, Boucher.
No. Not even close. Not in a million years. I gotta tell you, quite frankly, let me give you an idea of where I am on this thing. Siakam for Brandon Ingram straight up, I'm very, very, very close to saying no to that alone. Okay? So that's where I'm at. Like, I don't wanna blow smoke up your ass and waste your time, waste my time. I'll just let you know right now, I think Brandon Ingram is about as good a player as Pascal Siakam, given the fact that he's 3 years younger. I understand Siakam's a little bit ahead, but he's also paid like it, and he's going to be paid like it very soon. And I think Brandon Ingram just fits in better with Zion.
Okay.
Con Kim says, I had no idea Pensari was insane. I'm not insane, dude. I think you just very much undervaluing other players on other teams. Yeah, and I mean, like, you're talking Trey Murphy. Let me give you context of how good Trey Murphy is. Guess how? Okay, so are you familiar with the metric value of a replacement?
Not really, but
I know so it's we in the general manager world call VORP the MVP predictor. Almost every single year going back in history, the leader in VORP has been the MVP, or at least we consider the rightful MVP. That's where all those controversial Steve Nash MVPs come in. Guess where Trey Murphy III, probably a guy that you like, but maybe you don't know how good he is. Guess where he ranks in terms of value of replacement in the 2021 draft?
What is it?
5th. He is the 5th most valuable player in terms of value of replacement in the 2021 draft, and you want me to just throw him into this trade. Dyson Daniels, 91st percentile defender in the NBA per analytics right now, and he's 19 years old.
I'm giving you Siakam, and
I don't care. You're asking for Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, and Devontae Graham plus a pick swap. Man, come on.
Okay,
no, we're very far apart here.
Wait. What about I take away Trent? I put OG in. OG, Siakam, Boucher for that same package that I just asked you for. I think that's pretty fair for both sides. You guys are trying to...
You're getting much closer. Yeah, okay. Now we have something to think about, because there is a very big chasm between how good... Okay, all right, okay.
Brandon has been injured all year. You have to understand that. He's been injury-prone throughout his career.
Siakam, how many games has Siakam played over the last 4 years?
Yeah, but they're like
3 years.
And he has a motor, he has a championship, he has experience. Brandon Ingram hasn't played any meaningful basketball other than like a first round, series last year.
Okay, Siakam, Boucher, OG. Okay, chat, let me know what you think about this. I'm curious what people think. Siakam, Boucher, and OG for Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy, Dyson, Graham plus the pick.
And I can even give you a future draft pick if you want, but a protected one. So like a 2024 or 2025 lottery protected first rounder. That makes it fair, because I'm giving you 2 proven players in OG who's very well sought after, Siakam having a career year, and I'm giving you a future draft pick, and I'm also giving you Boucher, who can offset the loss of Trey Murphy or whoever.
How is Boucher replacing Trey Murphy? You checked out their three point percentages? Come on, man.
But I'm giving you Siakam and OG. You have to understand that too. Like, I'm giving you 2 valuable players. Yeah, you're giving me valuable players, but I'm also giving you very valuable players as well who are locked into
Look,
good
I,
contracts.
I like Siakam. I like OG. You're giving me two very valuable players. I'm giving you
So what's your
four
counter then?
extremely valuable assets that are younger than your players.
So
I'm giving you the. I mean, look, Brandon Ingram and OG are the same age, right? Siakam and Boucher are 28. Trey, Dyson, like I mean, you. Okay, I'll do this trade with you if you take out the pick swap. So I'll do straight up OG, Boucher, Siakam for Brandon Ingram, Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, and Devontae Graham.
I don't think that's fair for me though. I'm giving you OG.
I don't have to make a trade. I'm one of the best teams.
You don't have to make a trade.
I don't. I mean, and in all honesty, look, the picks thing is funny to me because straight up, like you're asking me to give up my second best player and Brandon Ingram. You're asking me to give up two of my three best young assets beyond Zion, which is Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, which are very valuable to me. I'm not going to also potentially give you I'm not potentially also going to give you Victor Wembanyama because the Lakers could finish like bottom 5, right?
Okay,
I can't give you that pick. That pick is worth more to me than O.G Anunoby.
I want the same, but I need a pick from you. Like I can't. Okay, if you want to take away the LA pick swap, you have to give me a pick. I can't give you Siakam, Boucher, and OG.
I can give you my own.
Players
I can give you my own pick in 2026 lottery protected.
Then it has to be 2 picks.
No. I look. I like what you're saying here, but you got to understand. I have Jonas Valanciunas. He needs to play. OG Anunoby is not a shooting guard. Siakam and Zion do a lot of the same stuff on the court, and they are a very awkward fit together. I understand that having just the two of those guys is great. You're adding OG to that. It complicates a lot of things for me. The ball handling that I'm losing with Brandon Ingram in this trade, I'm getting back a little bit with Siakam. But unless you're telling me Siakam's a shooting guard for me, I have a lot of complicated big lineups now. I basically become the Toronto Raptors with this trade. So I'm basically giving you 4 guards. You gotta understand, I'm giving you 4 guards for 3 bigs. You understand how weird this is for my roster?
You're not. Trey Murphy is not a guard.
I mean, he can play guard. Yeah,
and Dyson
he can
Daniels
play 2-3.
Like, yeah, he's good,
Dyson's a 1-2. Dyson's a 1-2. Brandon's a 1-2-3. Look, man, like these are guards. These are all guys that are considered backcourt wing players, and you're giving me all front court players. None of the players you're giving me back are wing players. They're all front court players.
I feel like you're overrating a guy like Dyson Daniels. Like
I'm not. I'm not. Trust me. I've projected young players my whole life, man. Trust me, I'm not.
We're talking about like team wise. I'm not talking about your actual opinion. I'm talking about like.
No, we drafted him over some very good players. We picked him about 20 picks higher than he was initially mocked about a month prior to the draft. We're a big reason. We in Portland are a really big reason why he was picked top 8. I mean, you realize Dyson Daniels played for the G League and he didn't play that well, but seeing his progress up close in person, seeing the player he'd become, his growth is off the charts. I guarantee you at some point it will be very debatable whether Dyson Daniels is a better player than O.G Anunoby in the next 3 years. So you're asking me to give up a very good young asset here. I draft well, okay? You draft well too. You want to add Scottie Barnes to this pick? I'll give you a couple picks for that.
What would you give me the LA pick swap
for Scottie Barnes? Yes,
but I'm taking out OG and Boucher. Same package.
Okay. All right.
Right.
Wow. Okay. Now this gets funny. Okay, so you're talking Siakam plus Barnes plus what else?
Plus a salary filler like I don't know.
Thad
Young. No draft picks, but I want that same package of BI, Trey Murphy, Dyson, Graham, and the LA pick.
Dyson, Graham, and 2023 pick swap. Okay, so Siakam, Barnes, Thad for Brandon Ingram, Trey, Dyson, Graham. Sorry about the misspelling on the Dyson. Yeah, I accept this trade. Shake on it? Deal? Done deal?
Yeah, deal.
Okay, cool. Let us know in the chat who won that trade. Yeah, okay. So wow. Okay.
Because I have a chance of getting that number one. I have a chance of getting Wembanyama. I'm banking on the Lakers not doing well, you know. So it's a win. I think it's a win-win because I'm
Mhm.
taking a chance and you're taking a chance as well because Barnes could end up being that superstar, but he could also not end up being that superstar and end up with that Wembanyama with all those young players.
Yep.
We're both taking a chance here.
I think I get number one, I get the best player in this deal. I get the best asset in this deal because Scottie Barnes is the best asset in this deal from a trade value perspective. So to anyone, okay, this deal is done, shaken, done. Okay, so to anyone out there, 538 did a value ranking of players and what they're actually worth, right? Scottie Barnes on the open market right now, I believe is worth $207 million over 5 years. He's basically a max player on a rookie contract, just in terms of value impact added, right? Relative to age. So that's his value. So for me to get that guy, not only on a rookie contract, $8 million, $7 million, but to also get him under team control with Zion, I get Zion, Scottie, and Pascal. And I have picks, by the way, beyond this Lakers deal, which I'm obviously going to just funnel to fill out my backcourt. I think I fleeced this trade. I think you got some good pieces. Don't get me wrong. Trey Murphy, Dyson Daniels, and that 2023 first round pick, and I think you got a great package for this. But I think you gave up on a top 15 player and a future top 10 player. So I think, and I don't see any top 15 players in your entire heap. Even if you get a top 6 pick, it's a crapshoot. So I think you lose this trade personally, but thank you for playing.
Bro.
All right, thanks, Amir. I gotta tell you, I'm just gonna be straight up with you guys. If that trade actually happened, I would probably stop following this team. Straight up. Like, I like Dyson Daniels a lot, but when it comes to value in the NBA, top 20 players or players who are ever going to be projected as top 20 players have just a considerable premium on. You have to add like 30, 40, 50% as a premium price tag. I cannot imagine the Raptors getting rid of Siakam and Barnes in the same trade for anybody. Like, those two players going out in the same trade, like, you would have to get back Giannis for that, and you did not get back Giannis in that deal. Okay. It seems like we're just going to have a lot of calls here tonight. We got Free Keon, Mateo, KW Raptors fan, Yoru, SGE, Zabi, and Your Goat. Okay. Okay, let's go with Free Keon. Free Keon, what's up?
Yeah, hi there. So I got a trade that involves Atlanta here for you.
Atlanta?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was thinking Pascal Siakam for DeJounte Murray, John Collins, as well as a pick, preferably 23 first-round pick.
DeJounte.
And if you snap call and say yes to the trade right away, I just reserve the right to add maybe 1 or 2 picks on top of that.
John Collins. DeJounte, John Collins, plus which picks are you talking about here? I think you have some Sacramento picks, right?
I think so, yeah. I haven't gone too much into detail with this.
Okay, I like the framework of this deal. Let me just look it up here. Okay, let's see. So Atlanta future picks.
And hopefully on the back end you can get rid of Gary Trent Jr. for another team too, and get back some sort of depth option.
I'm sorry, you're doing something with your mic?
Yeah, hello?
Yeah. Okay, so you have your own 2023 first round pick. You have Pelicans 2023 first round pick. Charlotte or Brooklyn, the better of the two, 2023 second round pick. You have your own 2023 second round pick. You have Sacramento's 2024, your own 2024, You have a bunch of second round picks from there on out, and then you have your own in 2028. So we're gonna forget about 2028. Okay, I'm giving you by far the best player in this deal, and I'm aware of that. John Collins does not appeal to me. I got to be honest with you. He doesn't. Maybe it's a rehabilitation project, but I know you have to add him for. I'll give you two variations of this that could work for me.
Supposed to be on the Atlanta side?
I am on the Atlanta side. Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, your mic's messing up, and I'm having trouble hearing you.
Yep. I just thought you said that you were the one that's going to be receiving John Collins on this trade.
Sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you. You keep fading in and out. Is there something wrong with, like, it feels like you're putting your hand over whatever mic? Are you calling from your phone?
Yeah, this is on a cellular phone. Yep.
Okay, so just make sure that you keep the phone kind of close to your head there. Gotcha. Otherwise, I can't really hear you. Okay, so Pascal for DeJounte plus John Collins. Like, DeJounte Murray is a free agent. Really soon. John Collins, I'm going to need massive picks back for this. I'll be honest. I'm going to need at least 3 first-rounders back for this. So I'll need your 2023, Sacramento's 2024, and then you don't...
I think, again, you're flipping the script. You're making it seem that I'm Atlanta. I thought I'm supposed to be the Raptors.
You are the Raptors. That's what I'm saying. So I'm telling you,
because I don't have the 23 pick for Sacramento.
You know, you have 2024 Sacramento.
Okay, gotcha.
So you have your own 2023 pick, which I want in this trade, unprotected, and I want Sacramento's 2024 pick, and I want a couple of seconds. I'm giving you by far the best player. You've been trying to dangle John Collins to anybody. It's an albatross of a contract. If you don't like that, then I would like Onyeka Okongwu. And Bogdanovich in place of John Collins, and you can take one of those picks off.
Yeah, I can't give you either of those players because I'm the Toronto Raptors. I'm only giving you Pascal Siakam.
What is happening here? Sorry. I'm right.
You keep
I'm the
flipping
Atlanta.
script and, yeah.
My bad. I'm losing my mind here.
Yeah, you kept doing this like 5 times and making it seem like it was me. But I'm giving you Pascal Siakam is what I'm telling you. But if you want to give me additional picks, I'm perfectly fine with that.
My bad.
No worries.
No. Okay. Start over. We have to cut this part out.
How about we just start exactly where you left off? And I'll go with the trade that you just gave me.
Okay.
Give me an additional
I'm the Hawks.
Sacramento pick. Yep.
I'm the Hawks.
Exactly.
You're offering me Pascal for DeJounte Murray and John Collins.
Yep, and a 2023 pick for Sacramento, as well as a future second. I don't care from.
You don't have the 2023 pick for Sacramento. You have the 2024 pick for Sacramento, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh yeah, you're correct. So I mean the 2023 pick of Atlanta, and then just any future second.
Deal.
All right, let's do it. I think it'll be a dynamic duo on the backcourt with.
So just to firm this up,
yep.
You're giving me Pascal Siakam. I'm giving you DeJounte Murray, John Collins, 2023 Atlanta, 2024 Sac.
Let's do it. Yep, I'm on board for that. And then hopefully I can get rid of Gary Trent Jr. and get some sort of small forward person for my bench.
Okay.
And put John Collins in the center spot next to Scottie Barnes at the 4.
I don't know. You know, like I've been playing rival GM the whole time, but for some reason with this trade, I just can't bring my head around it. I still feel like I'm the Raptors here. It's just messing with my brain. I don't know what it is. Because literally I've been doing it for an hour and a half now. I've just been playing rival GM and no problem. I've never had any issues with this.
It's because the trade's so good for the Raptors, and
you know what it is?
Want to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that might be it. No, I think what it is that I'm so used to in most of the other trades, like the player that I know the most or know the most about is the familiar player, which is the Raptor. In this case, DeJounte is the player that I know the most about. I know more about DeJounte than Pascal, so it's really weird to me. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, you've offered me Pascal Siakam for DeJounte Murray, John Collins.
Yeah, he would look nice
Yeah,
next to
like
Clint Capella.
this is a. Oh no. Okay, I decline. I'm gonna take the 2023 Atlanta pick off. I will give you 2 future seconds and the 2024 sack pick. Sorry, my brain has finally activated again. So I will do Pascal for DeJounte Murray, who's an all-star and younger. John Collins, who's a big man that you can rehabilitate. I'll give you 2024 sack, and I'll give you 2 future seconds. But I will not give you my 2023 Atlanta pick.
I think I would still accept that deal. Because
Okay,
there's
cool.
no way Atlanta's getting Wembanyama anyways. Or
Cool. All right. Okay, that deal is done. DeJounte and Trey have been a really awkward fit anyways. I've been trying to move off of John Collins for a while. I think this is like a steal and a half for me. I think it works for you as well. I think DeJounte Murray fits in really well with your backcourt. So great. Good deal. Good deal for us. Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for Keon.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened to my brain there. Like, I couldn't figure out which side of the trade I was on. Like, let's hope that doesn't happen again. Sorry for that. That was probably very frustrating to listen to. My bad. Okay, Mateo. What's up? Hey, someone turn their camera on. It's so nice to see somebody. Okay, what's up?
So yeah, I'm gonna be the Raptors and you'll be the Pacers.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
That was pretty funny.
Oh my god, I couldn't figure out who the hell I was. Okay, I'm the Pacers. All right, this is easy for me. Okay. Yep.
So last time I checked, Myles Turner declined, if I'm not mistaken, the contract. Like you're still negotiating. It's still. I think Pacers offered. It's still negotiating.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Gary Trent Jr. is actually has a player option. We, as the Raptors, prefer to keep our money and give it to Fred because he's the leader of our team.
Okay.
So my trade would be Gary Trent for Turner straight up. And because Turner right now his value right now is skyrocketing, we're going to throw in a 2024 lottery protected first round pick.
Okay. So you're offering me Gary Trent Jr. plus a lotto protected first round pick.
In 2024, not this year.
2024 lottery protected. And I'm giving you Myles Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Who is a way better player. Just to put that out there. Okay.
One's a lot, yeah. I wouldn't say way better player.
No, I don't like this deal. Sorry. I think it is way better. He is way better. Like I promise you. Myles Turner
you did draft that. You just drafted Isaiah Jackson though, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Irrelevant. I think Myles Turner is like, for all the bigs on my team, he's by far the only one that projects as a definitive starter on every single team in the NBA. He would start on every team. And I don't think Gary Trent Jr. would start on half the teams in the NBA right now.
All right.
So there is a sizable gap between these two. And the age gap is not that big. And this lotto protected 2024 is not. So someone saying Gary is better. Are you kidding me? Jeez. What is the cost for Halliburton? Your life. Your life. And the life of everyone in your family. Okay, Gary Trent Jr. No, I reject this deal. I'll come back to you with a counter. I won't play super hardball here. I want 2023 top 7 protected. Top 5 protected.
No,
I want Gary Trent Jr. plus 20. Look, if you're getting Myles Turner, there's no way in hell you're going to be getting a top 5 pick anyway. You have really nothing to lose here.
I'm at the Raptors. I'm basing this as a 1 step back, 2 steps forward type of move.
How is this 1 step back? Myles Turner fixes so many of your issues. He's a shooting big who plays incredible defense. He's a 95th percentile defender.
Right now, Scottie Barnes is playing great at the 5 at the moment.
You're losing. You're a lottery team. This move allows you to move Scottie back into the backcourt. And by the way, Turner operates in a lot of the same places on the court as Gary Trent Jr. He's just more efficient, and he's like, we're talking about. Okay, let me just put this in perspective.
Injury riddled though, very injury riddled. Check how many games he's played in the last 3 seasons.
No, that's fair. But he has a very exciting Lego collection.
hold on. You're gonna extend Myles Turner after he's had a crazy injury history?
I wouldn't say crazy injury. I wouldn't say crazy injury history. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. But yes, he's been injured quite a bit. But you know what? O.G Anunoby's been injured quite a bit. Hold on. O.G Anunoby's been injured quite a bit. Fred VanVleet's been injured quite a bit. Pascal Siakam's been injured quite a bit. Right?
Turner missed all of last season. I don't think one Raptor missed all of last season last year.
I mean, we kind of held him out, right? We weren't really playing to win.
But again, your ceiling is a lot lower than ours when it comes to contention. Like, you're trying to rebuild now, and I'm offering a first-round pick.
I mean, unlike you guys, we actually have a definitive franchise cornerstone. You guys have a hypothetical franchise cornerstone in Scottie Barnes and a fringe.
Barnes is literally in his second year.
Yeah, and Tyrese is in his third year, and Tyrese is way ahead of Scottie right now. Like,
I agree.
Comparables. Okay, I'm glad you agree. So, I mean, in terms of Myles Turner, I mean, you're talking about a 26-year-old, and by the way, he did not miss all of last season.
Who, Myles?
Yeah, he played 42 games last season. He played 47 games the year before. He played 62 games per year before that, 74 games the year before that. And if you want to check the bill of health, and so far this year, he's played 37 games. So he's been really healthy this year. I don't know what you're talking about. He's missed 5 or 6 games this year. Okay, and he's having the best season of his life.
Bad injury.
Can I just be honest? Myles Turner is having a career year. He's shooting 66.5% true shooting. Gary's in the 50s, early 50s. He's a 20% usage. Gary's higher, and despite that, to put this into perspective, Myles Turner would be the second or third best player on your team right now.
That's ridiculous.
He would be better than.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Third best player. I'll grant you that.
I mean, beyond Siakam, and the only potential who's better than Myles Turner this year, it's close. It's very close. If not, it's in favor of Turner right now. You are underrating Myles Turner a lot. Trust me, I was shocked too. When I looked up his analytics, I was like, there's no way in hell. Because look, in years past, I'm speaking to you now as Rob, not as the general manager of the Indiana Pacers. Yeah. In years past, when I looked at Myles Turner, I saw an imperfect equation. I saw a guy who blocked a lot of shots, but also kind of gave up a lot of shots around the rim, chasing blocks. This year, that has changed. It has changed a lot. He's a 95th, 96th percentile defender across defensive LeBron. His PR is skyrocketing, true shooting percentage is skyrocketing. He's been efficient. He's been healthy. Fair market rate for this guy might be close to a max contract. You're not talking about a different tier of player than O.G Anunoby. I'm telling you, his shooting skill. What is every team looking for? Every team is looking for a switchable, mobile big who shoots threes. That's exactly him, and he's 26 years old.
He's more of a drop coverage type of big.
We use him. We use him in drop a lot. I agree with you, and I'm not saying he's switchable like O.G Anunoby. Of course, you're gonna have to play more drop with him, but why wouldn't you play drop with him? He completely shuts down the paint for you. He's one of the top 5 shot blockers in the NBA. He's right there with Jaren Jackson Jr. He's right there with Jared Allen. He's a big reason why we're so good this year.
From the Raptors' perspective, just for a second, we're comparing him to the other big on the market right now, which is Jakob Poeltl. Now, Jakob Poeltl is on another rebuilding team.
He's way better than Jakob Poeltl.
He's asking for
2 first-round picks is the asking price for Jakob Poeltl right now.
Exactly. 2 first.
And you're offering me Gary Trent Jr., which is a rental. And on a team, by the way, where I already have a better version of Gary Trent Jr.
To give Gary Trent Jr. away for just 1 first-round pick, just to give you an idea. We're valuing.
I guarantee you will give Gary Trent Jr. away for a first-round pick, and if you continue to wait, your front office will show you that you will actually trade Gary Trent Jr. for a first-round pick and filler.
There's no way we would do that. It would be either a young player with a first-round pick.
All right. So to quickly expedite this, to give you an idea of how far apart we are right now, I value Myles Turner as 2 first-round picks plus a prospect. That's where I'm seeing him. That's what I see his value as. He's having a career year. Maybe in the summer, you might have gotten away with Gary plus a first, but not a lottery-protected first. You're giving me unprotected first this year. You don't want to do that? Then I guess we have no deal.
Here's the last counter I would give. And then, if anything, if I'm the Raptors GM, I would just call San Antonio because I think Jakob Poeltl defensively is just as good, if not better, than especially with rebounding numbers. If you look at the rebound,
You really want to play Jakob Poeltl and Scottie Barnes in the same starting lineup and see how much spacing issues you have. You have spacing issues right now. You will have the most congested paint in the history of the world, and you want Pascal Siakam, a straight line driver with long strides, and O.G Anunoby to space in a lineup with Jakob Poeltl and Scottie Barnes. Like you will be eligible for the worst offense in NBA history with that lineup.
not true.
Come
But
on.
I'll give you a counter, and I'll say that we're gonna give you, instead of a protected 2024, it will just be unprotected.
No, not even close. All right, thanks, Mateo. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Am I overvaluing Myles Turner? I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. I think, I don't think so, guys. KW Raptors fan, what's up?
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. What's the trade?
This isn't the juiciest one, so I apologize in advance, but you're going to be the Thunder, and I'll be the Raptors. I want to give you Gary Trent Jr.
Okay.
and Kem Birch.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. For
I'm sorry. Lou Dort. You're going to ask for Lou Dort, aren't you?
Excuse me, Lugens Dort and Kendrick Williams.
Okay.
If you don't want Kem Birch, I'm willing to move off Malachi Flynn.
That's not sweetening that deal for me. I like Lou Dort more than I like any of those players. I'm sorry. And I just signed him to a very team-friendly, long-term deal. I think he's one of the best defenders in the NBA. I don't feel that way about Gary Trent Jr. at all.
Okay.
Yeah. And your draft picks mean a little less to me, given my asset base of draft picks. But now that I've got you on the phone, let's see if we can make a deal anyway. Okay. You want Lou Dort, right? Mm-hmm. You're offering me Gary and Kem for Lou Dort.
Yeah.
Let's consider that the framework of this.
Okay.
And did you say you wanted picks from me as well?
No, I'm not really into picks.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not too knowledgeable about the picks each team has. Okay. And I know Thunder probably want to keep a lot of theirs.
I mean, at some point we have like a lot of picks. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do for you. Hold on. I'm gonna open up. Let's see if we can make something work. You seem like a really nice guy. Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Thunder future picks. Okay. Vanspo. All right. So we have Lakers 2023. Are you like Marco? Do you believe in maximizing your odds in the 2023 draft?
I listen to that, and I can get behind it if we chose to do it, but it's not my first choice. If they got a few draft picks via Fred and Gary, I wouldn't be opposed to it, but that's not my number one priority.
Here's what I'm going to give you. I will give you Lou Dort. I don't want Gary Trent Jr. though.
Okay.
Okay. I will give you Lou Dort plus.
I was asking for Kendrick Williams because I know Otto Porter's out for the year, and they're not similar. Mm-hmm. Like Otto Porter's way better, but he will fill some sort of role for us.
I'm going to give you Lou Dort plus a 2025 pick swap with me. Okay? Which means you have a right to swap picks with me.
Yeah.
And I will give you a 2027 second round pick from the Thunder, which could very well be like the 32nd pick in 2027. And I'll give you Lou Dort. I want O.G Anunoby. You get a younger version of O.G Anunoby who's on a way more team-friendly deal. One of the biggest issues that your front office is facing right now is there's no way that you can sign back Fred VanVleet plus Gary Trent Jr. plus OG plus Scottie plus Precious plus Pascal. This solves that problem. You get a first round pick in 2025. It's a pick swap from us. Lou Dort is like a very aggressive point of attack defender. I think you replace a lot of the defense, but you know what? One of the other biggest problems in your offense is nobody wants to not take shots. Everybody wants shots. Well, Lou Dort doesn't need shots. Lou Dort is a very capable fifth option, doesn't need shots. Yeah. What do you think?
Which is, if I'm being honest, because if I'm the Raptors and I wanted to make a deadline trade, I would want to get off Gary, and because they're very similar contracts. I think they're only $1 million apart. Lou against Dort is till 2027. We're likely not going to re-sign Gary, and we're probably going to get rid of him. So I would probably want Lou Dort for Gary Trent, and then I would probably want.
I don't have any use for Gary Trent. He doesn't fit into my timeline. He doesn't fit with Shea. He's not the type of player I want to play with Shea. Like, I understand the value of him, but I have Shea and Josh Giddey in my backcourt, and that's my backcourt of the future. I don't see Gary Trent Jr. as a front court player. I see him as a smallish backcourt player who sometimes struggles on defense. So if you're going to sell me on this vision, let me tell you what my core is right now. My core is Shea. It's Josh Giddey. It's Jalen Williams, again, who's a guard forward. It's Chet Holmgren coming back, and it's whatever I get in this draft. That's kind of the core that I'm building with. I think OG fits into that, so I'm willing to give you Lou Dort because I think OG is slightly better than Lou Dort. But, you know, you get a contract-friendly, non-high usage OG Anunoby on defense. How well is he doing for you on offense anyway? I mean, he's spacing your offense. Your offense is dog shit right now. So I think you get a very, it's a very I mean, I'm gonna flash it for everyone on the screen. Just Lou's contract. I think it's criminal how underpaid this guy is relative to the value he provides. So I'm just gonna put it on the screen for everybody. This is Lou Dort's contract right now. You know, $16 million a year. I mean, with the cap spike, that's going to be the deal of a century for a starting small forward who plays lockdown defense. So I think I'm giving you an asset for a slight upgrade. Yeah.
I agree to some degree with what you're saying. I just think that it would be very hard to sell to a fan base like this. Gary Trent for Lou Dort would be super easy. You say you don't have a use for him. I can kind of see that. It was, I guess, a swing and a miss on this one.
Yep.
I like Vision 6'8". I like defense first, and I don't mind Lou Dort because he is 6'3", and he would likely play a shooting guard here for playing OG. And I still think that works.
That perfectly allows you to play Scottie at small forward as a point forward.
Or even point guard if you want to throw another forward.
I mean, like, imagine a backcourt of Scottie Barnes and Lou Dort.
Exactly. And
there's point of attack defense, full court defense. You'd be dogs, man. That'd be great.
Especially, because a lot of teams are lucky to get one guy they can throw on a star player for, nothing. But we would have 3, 4. So,
yeah,
it'd be pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Well, it was.
So no deal.
A miss. Yeah, okay. I don't think we could sell that. One last thing I just wanted to point out, because I heard a ridiculous take from some random YouTuber saying like Scottie's a forward center, blah blah blah. He's not a guard.
Okay.
And I just think it's ridiculous. Like, I don't think he's going to be great as a 2 guard, but as a facilitator, point guard, ball in his hands, running offense, I really think he has a lot of potential down the line.
I agree with you. I think
serious facilitator.
Yeah,
especially in transition. But
yeah, he can be. His only deficiency right now as a guard is screen navigation on spread pick and roll, and how many times he's a little too upright on the guards. Like, there's just it's hard in the NBA to guard point guards, and there's this old adage from Larry Brown: you are the position you guard. He does guard point guards a lot. He also guards centers. I think he could eventually transition to point guard. I think he's going to have to improve his mobility on screen navigation to do it. I think he's going to have to get a better handle of and honestly, I think his handle is going to have to expand a lot for him to do that as well too. I get that his handle has gotten better, It needs to get like if right now his handle is like a 60 out of 100, it needs to get to like 80 for him
Needs to
to do
get
this
to
full time
yeah.
point guard. We're not talking splitting point guard duties as backup guard to Siakam and VanVleet. I'm talking full time point guard. 65 possessions in a game. He's running point like Chris Paul. For him to do that, he's going to have to become a lot more dynamic with the ball, and he's going to have to get some reps as the handler and ball handler in pick and rolls. Because right now he's been roller a lot more than he's been the handler. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And thanks.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
Have a great night.
Cheers.
Eh?
Yeah, you too. Okay, next up we got Yoru. Yoru, what's up? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, you're saying that correctly.
Perfect.
All right, can you hear me well? Or?
Yeah, I can hear you all right. What's the trade, man?
All right, so my trade is we'll give you Pascal Siakam. You're the Pelicans.
Okay, we're back to the Pelicans. All right, great. Pascal, okay, go on.
Pascal, and we'll just ask for salary filler and picks. But we want Dyson, Trey Murphy, and Herb Jones as the salary filler. Everything else is up to you. You can give us your worst players. We don't care. And we just want picks.
Trey Murphy and who else?
Dyson Daniels, Trey Murphy, and Herb Jones.
I feel like okay. So here's the funny thing. So we did a trade show. I think it was Leo and I. We did a 7 trades. We've done 2 trade shows so far, and we introduced this idea of Dyson Daniels coming to Toronto. And I believe that every freaking trade article about the Raptors now has Dyson Daniels coming to the Raptors, and I just want some due credit, goddammit, for as the first person to bring that up, because I definitely was. I'm positive.
I think a lot of people, when they heard you say Dyson Daniels, a lot of people started researching the Dyson Daniels.
We made a video about him, Leo and I made that video about him on Basketball Zone, which got like 1,500 views. And it feels like ever since I presented it and I started talking about him as potentially being a future All-Star, I think people just were like, okay, Dyson Daniels has to be a future Raptor. It's a very strange thing, but I'm happy to see it, man. Like let's get the fan base rolling on smart players who play defense. Okay, so you want to give me Pascal Siakam, you want Dyson, Trey Murphy, Herb Jones. Wow. I'm giving you 3 wings for a forward. This feels like a very unbalanced trade.
We're giving you a champion. We're giving you an NBA champion and a chance to compete for an NBA championship.
It's not about the value. The value is fine. No. Don't get me wrong. The value is fine. 3 very good young assets and contract fillers for a top 15, 20 player. I get it. Like it makes sense for a win now move. It makes sense. The problem is here that now I am depleting a backcourt. Granted, I mean, I do have picks, so I could probably fill out my backcourt. Oh, I don't know, man.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I mean, it's not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have picks galore. I could probably make a trade.
Yeah, but as your championship window now, like your players are going to start aging, like you could go.
I have to very legitimately think about how well a core of Siakam, Brandon Ingram, and Zion fit together. Now, I have a theory that they could probably work really well. I agree. There's a part of me that believes that it could be great.
And you also have CJ as well as a backup for shooter as a in your starting lineup. That's insane. And you also have Jose Alvarado for steals, bro. That's literally insane. You might as well just win the championship this year, as long as everyone's healthy.
Yeah, I think the only thing that this trade it makes me very lopsided, but I like your thought process here. How about I take if you allow me to keep Trey Murphy and add Jackson Hayes, you have a deal. So I'll give you Dyson and Herb.
No. Okay, we'll give you Malachi Flynn.
We don't care about Malachi Flynn. We're not stupid. We know he's like the third or
Okay.
fourth best point guard on a lottery team right now. So
No, we don't
trust
want
me,
Jackson Hayes because of his felony assault stuff, and that's not what we like to keep our organization with. So we don't want Jackson Hayes as well. Like, you fill us the salary.
Okay,
right?
well, you're not getting all three of my up and coming wings. I value that a lot. I know that I'm supposed to swing for a championship. I'm telling you right now that like I'm not sure that with Brandon Ingram's health, with Zion's potential health, and with Pascal's potential health, and the potential of meshing all these guys together, that I win a championship with these guys next year. Then on top of that, I have three players who literally demand my entire salary cap.
So you're
Three
saying
players.
that if CJ and all the other guys, Zion and Brandon Ingram, hear this and say you don't accept it, you think that's gonna fit well with you guys? You guys just not gonna go for Siakam instead of Wendell? Like, those guys, if they hear about this, right, that you just didn't trade for a top 15 player in the NBA.
I don't think those guys feel as strongly about Siakam as you think they do. Just honestly. Like, I get that he's a top 20 player under like most analytics circles, but
we won't even ask. How about this? We won't even ask for many picks. We'll literally ask for one pick, one first round pick with it.
Oh, you're asking for picks with this as well.
Yeah, obviously, that's what the NBA trade analysts were saying for Pascal Siakam packages. They would say give up to almost 4 picks, first round picks. But we'd only
There's no chance we're giving 4 first round picks for this.
Okay,
I'll give you Dyson, Herb. That's like, it's quite a bit for me, right? Dyson and Herb, 2 players that I really believe in, 2 players who've started for me at points this season, 2 players I really believe in, 2 players on rookie contracts. Okay, these are value contracts in the NBA, and these are not like those rookies that you have to wait 5 years for. These are NBA ready rookies that are giving you 10 times what their value is right now in terms of contract. So I give you those 2 assets for Pascal Siakam. I'll add.
How would you add the salaries then? That like you'd
Yeah,
have
that's exactly it. I have to look at.
give in Trey Murphy.
And Trey Murphy makes next to no money, so I don't have to give you Trey Murphy.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I think you'd have to.
No. Hold on. Let me just figure this out. Who can I give you? So I can't give you CJ. Can't give you Brandon. Honestly, I would have, in order to make the Pascal Siakam trade work for young players, I would have to give you so much to make the salaries match. I'd have to give you Jonas Valanciunas and Devontae Graham and Larry Nance Jr. to make this work. You understand that?
Yeah.
Basically. I mean, at least 2 of them. But how am I winning now? I mean, Jonas Valanciunas is giving me a lot. I don't have a center now. Who's playing center for me? Pascal Siakam or Jackson Hayes?
You don't have to give us. You don't give us any of your starting lineups. You don't give us any of your starters. You get Pascal Siakam, a top 15 player, and we're literally just taking bench players.
You can't just take bench players. I have to make the salaries work.
Yeah, you just give us like all the players, like the worst players.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if you've like looked at my cap sheet, but I can't just give you players who are making $2 million to match up to a salary of a guy making $34 million. At some point, like, I have to give you a player who's making over $10 million. And the only players making over $10 million on my team are starters, with the exception of Devontae Graham. So I'd have to give you Devontae Graham. You don't want Jackson Hayes. You can't have a deal. You can't have a deal.
We'll take Jackson Hayes. We'll just waive him.
Wow. Okay. You should start him, to be honest, but okay. So you take Jackson Hayes, Devontae Graham. You're still nowhere near the salary. I have to add Jonas Valanciunas. Jackson Hayes only makes $6.8 million, man. I mean, Dyson makes 5. That's 11. That's 12. Trey Murphy makes 3. That's 15 million. I mean, Siakam makes what? 35? I believe Siakam makes 35.
30, right? 35,
nope, he makes more than 30. Let me just someone in the chat.
Sense, because how would like, there's a lot of reports coming.
Can someone in the chat let me know how much does Pascal Siakam make yearly? So it's Pascal Siakam salary. Just to make this work here. So Pascal Siakam salary is Siakam is making $35.4 million. So to match, as both teams are over the cap, Yeah, this trade just cannot work. I'm giving you too many young assets, and I have to add too many valuable players. You cannot make a trade around
How
this.
about we give you a 2023 unprotected?
Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so you want Pascal Siakam plus Herb Jones. I have to throw in C.J. McCollum, unfortunately.
Okay.
Okay, and you want Dyson, Herb, C.J. plus what?
Dyson, Herb, Murphy, and then everything else, whatever fills.
Okay.
And we give you a 2023 unprotected, and you already have your Lakers. That's literally next year. You can literally get like insane players and just go for a
run. Okay. Okay. So here's
you have two top picks, right, from the Lakers and from us, and we're gonna be tanking because we're giving you the best player.
McCollum cannot be traded. Till when can McCollum not be traded? Let's see here. When can CJ McCollum be traded? Be traded. February 8th.
On the trade deadline?
Hold on. Wait a second here.
No way.
No. That doesn't make sense. Okay.
No, this is the 9th for the deadline, right?
And trade machine. Hang on. I'm going to just put this in the trade machine. That'll be the easiest thing to do here. Sorry, guys. Hang tight for a second because this New Orleans stuff is coming up way too often. So I just want to make sure I understand that there's trade restrictions on the Pelicans roster right now. CJ McCollum cannot be traded until March 23rd, 2023. So, yeah.
Okay, what if you throw in Jonas then? Throw in your center.
I don't have a center then. I don't have a center that
you
can
play Zion as a center, and he'd be insane with Pascal Siakam and Brandon Ingram as your front court. That would dominate the NBA.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but Zion's 6'5", 6'6" max. So he's not center.
Come on, like he's got insane muscle mass. He can body anybody in the entire league. Every time he drives.
I'm just letting you know that there's no framework for this deal that works with the young players you want. It just doesn't work. You want all these young assets, and you want me to add my starting center. I mean, it completely negates everything because now I have to gut my team.
We're giving you a pick. We're giving you a 2023 unprotected, and you already have a Lakers swap. You literally pick up any players you want.
Just hear me out before you talk. Just hear me out on this, okay? You're asking me to gut my future for the present, right?
Yeah.
That's the hold on. Just hear me out. You want me to gut my future for a present shot at a title. And I'm trying to tell you that a core of Siakam, Zion, CJ, Brandon Ingram with depleted bench and no center is not winning me a championship this year, which means that I gutted the future for a present that no longer makes sense.
Okay, we'll give you Koloko as well.
What's that doing for me, man? You think I'm going to start Christian Koloko? He is literally the worst starting center in the NBA. Jackson Hayes is a better player right now than Christian Koloko.
No, because it said you're gutting your future. You could develop him, and you have 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I have a boatload of draft picks coming up where I can probably pick up players better than Christian Koloko. Sorry,
think about it like this. Just think about it like this.
No, there's no framework of this deal that makes me a contender this year. I have to give up Jonas Valanciunas. I don't believe that I'm getting better in that situation. I can't trade CJ. I don't want to trade Brandon Ingram in this trade. You're giving me a front court player. I'm gutting my back court. This doesn't make sense. Yes, in theory, I'm getting the best player back by far. Yes, in theory, if Pascal Siakam wasn't Pascal Siakam, let's say you didn't have Pascal Siakam. Let's say instead of Pascal Siakam, you had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Then this deal makes a million times more sense because now I'm getting a backcourt player, right? And he makes a little less money, so I don't have to gut as much of my team. I don't, sorry. It doesn't make sense. Let's move on. Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry, guys. Like, I have to think of this from a team building perspective. I think some of you at home probably are thinking, how can you turn down Pascal Siakam for a whole bunch of young players, et cetera, et cetera? I get that. But if I'm the Pelicans and I'm trading for a 28-year-old player who's seeking a supermax contract next year, I have to think that this is my win now window. Every team that's competent, and I assure you that David Griffin is a very competent general manager, thinks in terms of windows. With Zion, Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum, and Pascal Siakam, my window is now. So even when I factor in that, now that I've traded Jonas Valanciunas, I really don't have any salary that I can trade out other than my core players to take back impact players, right? So even if I start parting out picks for assets, I just don't have contracts to match it, right? It makes you extremely top heavy with a big four that doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense. You have basically two power forwards, a often injured small forward. You don't really have like a dominant point guard there, unless you're counting, Jose Alvarado. I don't necessarily see Pascal Siakam as a center. I see a version of this that makes sense for some people, but I am gutting a lot of my future. To be honest, I don't know if the Pelicans would do this, but I wouldn't do this as the Pelicans. So, yeah. SGE, how's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect, man. Yo, that trade was absolute horseshit. Like,
which one?
The Pelicans are not giving up Trey Murphy and Herb Jones and Dyson Daniels. That can't happen in season as well. So some of these
I feel like they might for Shea. Like,
yeah, like that works.
Maybe for like a guard, because you're replacing like 3 guards on the depth, right? 3 guard wings. You have to get some sort of balance back. You can't just imbalance your entire roster and put all of your salary in the front court. It just makes no sense.
100%.
Yeah.
And on top of that, people need to remember in season, okay, if you're going to do a lopsided trade, then the other team has to waive players. So some of these trades are just like in season are impossible. That cannot happen. So here's my trade. Do you want to be the Rockets or do you want to be the Raptors? I'll give you an option.
That's a good question. Were you on the line when I got confused with the Atlanta trade?
Yeah, and I feel like you've been like the opposing GM forever, so you can be the Raptors this time. I feel like people need to see like.
Okay, all right. I'll be the Raptors. You be the Rockets.
So I got a buddy who's like not a high level exec in the league, but like I ask him questions all the time. He works for a team, so I know some of the young players that get calls for the Raptors.
Okay.
So this is the trade.
All right.
Right now in the Rockets, they don't really have a veteran that they want to go forward with, and they don't have to pay anybody till 2025. So Fred going to the Rockets works out for Eric Gordon baseline. Okay. Then the Raptors are gonna get Garrison Matthews and Kenyon Martin Jr., and the Rockets are gonna get back Delano Banton. So 2 teams that like are interested in Flynn and Banton are Indiana and Houston. So I think we can kind of get them on a VanVleet plus Flynn or a VanVleet plus Banton.
Okay, so say that trade for me.
I got you. Okay, I'll do it one more time quickly. It is Kenyon Martin Jr., Eric Gordon, and Garrison Matthews for Fred VanVleet and Delano Banton or Malachi Flynn. You can pick, but I'm pretty sure Rockets prefer Banton.
Garrison Matthews.
And Garrison's going to be the Gary Trent replacement, so you can go out, chop Gary Trent, and on top of that, you can go chop Eric Gordon right away on a 3-team trade pretty easily.
Okay, sorry. I'm just writing this down. Here again, Kenyon Martin Jr., Garrison Matthews, and say the last player. Is it Eric Gordon?
Eric Gordon, yes, because the salaries have to match.
Yep. For Fred VanVleet.
And then you can pick between one of the young Raptor guards, between Flynn and Banton.
I want Banton.
Okay, yeah, fuck.
Okay.
But here's my idea. Let me give you the vision for the trade as well. Like, let me give you my vision. Okay. So here's what's going to happen.
Okay.
We need a Gary Trent replacement. I don't know if Raptor fans watch the league, but if you were watching the league last year, you know Garrison Matthews is underperforming a bit, and he's on a cheap contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to give you Gary Trent value, nowhere close, but he can give you 65, 60, 50% of Gary Trent. What you can also do with Eric Gordon is you can go out and actually do a third team trade with him pretty easily because He has a guarantee for next year,
Mhm.
and on top of that, you can go out and trade Gary Trent easier because you're getting back Garrison Matthews, and you're getting a lot of teams call for Kenyon Martin Jr. because you made a trade
Okay,
request at the beginning of the
here's
year.
I have a question for you. How are you feeling right now about Alperen Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr.?
Jabari, we can talk. Şengün, I can't talk. I'm sorry.
Okay, we can talk about Jabari Smith. What are
You
you
can talk
looking
about. You
for?
can't talk about Şengün.
Okay, fine. We're not talking Şengün. Let's leave Şengün out of this because you've obviously bought into the future Jokic stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure, right? And how do you feel about Tari Eason?
Very high on Tari Eason, but we can talk. But here's the thing: I know I'm giving you Kenyon Martin Jr., and I know there's value there.
Oh, there's value. He's 22 years old. There's definitely value. I don't know how much extreme upside there is there. I mean, the problem here is I don't see the extreme upside sell here, and I'm a bad team right now. Right now, regardless of how I project, let me give you an idea of how I feel about your roster. Right, Ty and Dacian Nix, I'm like kind of just wash on. I was a big Dacian Nix fan. Just I don't know why I have such a affinity for players from Alaska, but I liked him. Josh
Me too,
Christopher.
me too.
I mean, Josh Christopher has been so bad.
I don't know
On
why though.
so many levels for you.
I liked his rookie year so much.
Right? But players that I like on your team include obviously Alperen Şengün, Usman Garuba. I still see the upside with Jalen Green, although I don't see any defense there. But with Garrison Matthews,
what a nice
it's a
player
sniper.
for the Raptors, though.
He's a sniper, right?
Yeah.
And he's a competent-ish defender. But
I feel like I got you a little here, Rob. I feel like I got you a little. You're thinking.
I'm thinking about how to expand this trade so I can actually get back someone that I'm really excited about. And the guy that I'm really excited about potentially rehabbing a little bit of what has been his value is Jabari Smith Jr.
Okay.
So I want to add Jabari into this. Okay. So I'm going to add Jabari, and that's about 9 million in salary. So I need to send you 9 million back, maybe. Eric Gordon. Fred VanVleet plus Banton.
Eric
Okay,
Gordon
let's
value though too.
Huh?
Because you can he has so Eric Gordon next year. I'm pretty sure not much of his contract's guaranteed. I can tell you right now how much of it's guaranteed. 1 sec. So next year, it's not guaranteed
Okay.
next year. So.
How about this? I tell you right now, I want Kenyon Martin, Garrison Matthews, and Jabari Smith Jr. and Eric Gordon. What do you want back? Fred VanVleet plus what? And don't say Scottie Barnes. I will hang up.
Okay. Well, I need Fred VanVleet because right now the Rockets are in shambles without a
Direction
veteran
and leadership.
and we're not paying anyone until 2025, so it works out.
Okay.
Come over here.
Okay, so here's what I'll do for you. You want veteran leadership? We're going to give you Thad Young as well.
Now we're
And
at
we'll give
29
you
million.
2025 unprotected first. How do you like that?
Okay, can you run it back to me, Rob?
Sure.
Just run it all back.
I want Kenyon Martin, Garrison Matthews, Jabari Smith Jr., Eric Gordon for Fred VanVleet, Thaddeus Young, and a 2025 unprotected first.
Because Jabari, okay, first of all, this is actually I'm liking the deal. But I understand you're getting a little bit more because I'm getting Jabari Smith. I'm giving up a top 3 pick very early, but a lot of people are cold on this guy. He's looking like a Lowry Markkanen kind of ineffective 7-footer, but you never know with these guys. They
He's
can
not
get
7
traded and
feet.
become something.
He's not 7 feet, and he's looked pretty lost. And a lot of the offensive issues, decision making, attitude a little bit, fighting with your franchise player Jalen Green on the bench. He fits my vision for Vision 6'9". feels like a nice rehabilitation project. Try to get him before the Rockets ruin him kind of situation. There isn't enough ball for him to go around. You get a 2025 first round pick. I'll toss in a second if you need a sweetener on it, and I'll toss in Malachi if you need like another young guard or something. But
Okay,
I'm not adding
now you're
anything.
talking. Now you're
Oh,
talking.
you want
now you're
Malachi?
talking. Oh, well, like, okay. So if I can get back Malachi, Banton, and VanVleet,
No,
and
you're not
giving
getting
me
Banton plus Malachi. You get Malachi.
what? I thought I was getting Banton, Malachi, VanVleet.
No, no,
and
no.
I'm
You
getting,
get Fred VanVleet, Thaddeus Young, 2025 unprotected, and a 2025 unprotected first, and Malachi.
Okay. This is it. Raptor second, or whose second is this?
It's your. Oh yes, plus a second. Let's give you a 2026 second round. Yes, Raptors. So I'm putting the trade on the screen here for you to see.
Okay, wait.
Kenyon Martin, Garrison Matthews,
I see.
Jabari, Eric Gordon for Fred VanVleet, Thad Young, 2025 unprotected first, plus Malachi, plus 2020.
It works if we can it works if the money might be a little weird here, but it would be sorted. It would work if we can take out Thad for Precious. I can't do
No. For me,
because I'm giving you
Precious.
Kenyon Martin, and I'm giving you Garrison Matthews, and I'm giving you Jabari. So I'm giving you a young talent, and you can trade Eric Gordon. I can't take back only Fred.
You can take Garrison Matthews out of this if you desperately need to. Like I am doing this mainly to ignite a youth movement. Kenyon Martin and Jabari Smith fit into my youth movement. Eric Gordon, Garrison Matthews. I mean, Garrison Matthews is valuable to me. I like him. You're probably going to lose that first if you take Garrison out of this, or it's gonna get heavily protected. It's gonna get protected if you take Garrison Matthews out of this. But I'm giving you back the best player in this deal by a country mile in Fred VanVleet. I'm giving you a solid vet on a very reasonable deal in Thaddeus Young. You need some adults in that locker room, man. You're going to have to do something with it. And 2025 first, look, man, you don't know if Pascal Siakam walks. I'm giving you an unprotected 2025 first. That could be very easily a lottery pick.
You can go flip Gordon. I can go flip Gordon for a first round pick right now.
Doubt it. It would be a very late first rounder.
Yeah, of course. It's not
Yeah,
an early
but I'm giving you an unprotected first rounder, and I'm giving you Malachi Flynn.
Okay, 2025 unprotected.
Yep.
Thad Young, Fred VanVleet, and Malachi. I need Banton back. We're gonna sub that out. This second in 2026. Is
If you're asking for Banton, then I want to protect that 2025 first round pick, top 5 protected. That's the only way you're getting Banton, and I'm taking the second out.
There's just like I don't think Banton has that much value on Flynn though to make a pick protected if we switch him. Okay, can we not switch Thad Young for Boucher? Can we go Boucher and make the money work some other way?
They make the same. The Boucher makes a little bit more money.
Yeah, does it work? If it works with Boucher, I'll take the deal. I will take the deal. But I want it to be Banton stays the same. I want it to be Banton though.
Okay, deal. So let me just write out the new deal here. Kenyon, do you have a trade checker open?
Yeah, I do. So
just run the deal. Just make sure it makes sense.
Okay, it is Eric Gordon, Jabari Smith Jr., Garrison Matthews, Kenyon Martin Jr. Let me just add what's it called, Thad here or Boucher, right?
Yeah, Boucher. Okay. So take out Thad, add Boucher.
You know what? I don't really like this trade for me. Heads up, it's successful. Hey, hold on. It's not the best trade for me, but Raptors are in such a mess situation. I would do this if I'm the Raptors. So yeah.
Okay. So what's the verdict here?
We're gonna let chat settle this. I'm gonna go back to me talking shit in chat. And yeah.
Jabari, Gordon. For Fred, Thad, 2025 first unprotected, Malachi.
No, Banton. It was Banton.
Banton?
Yeah, it was Banton. Don't switch up on me now.
Okay, and then no second.
Huh?
Well, that was the deal. I said if you're adding, so you took Malachi out.
No, we're both scamming each other. Yo, chill.
You took Malachi out, right? Or you added Malachi and Banton? Hello? Yo, SG, I can't hear you.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Yeah.
We're keeping Malachi. We're switching Malachi to Banton, and we're keeping the second.
Okay. But I'd initially told you that I value Banton over Malachi way more. So for me, this is like, I just feel like I just got hoodwinked here.
No way, because Rob, okay. No, okay. If you didn't agree to it, you didn't agree to it. But what I'm saying is Eric Gordon legitimately has value because
yeah, but that value is not going to be for me because I'm not going to be able to trade him. You're trading it to me on the deadline, right?
But do you know? Okay, wow. I mean, I think Raptors can stack assets if they get Gordon and then they also trade Gary Trent. If they trade both, kind of.
Someone said to chat, some shady stuff happening here.
Last time we had
I mean, honestly, I think this goes down as the top 2 funniest trades so far. Like the first one was when I couldn't figure out which side I was trading for. And I think this is, yeah, like, okay, fine. I will settle. Can we please, can we please wipe this second out so I can redeem some amount of, okay. Thank you. Okay.
But
Martin,
last time we
Matthews,
did
Jabari,
this
Gordon. For Fred, I wrote that here. It's Boucher now, right? Boucher, 2025, unprotected first, and Banton.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's pretty. I straight this year. Before I go, I'm gonna head out right now.
Mm-hmm.
I really do believe that the Raptors have to sell on Fred VanVleet sooner rather than later. If you're looking at his defense. Everybody's watching Raptor games right now. Everybody and their mother. Mm-hmm. It's not looking pretty for Fred VanVleet. And right now they're trying to do this thing where they feature him in the offense.
Yep.
And right before you chop a guy and you can just smell it and you can see it. And I'm like, if you're watching Fred VanVleet on defense, he's getting hunted.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. I think, but you know what? Like sometimes too much of a good thing is a bad thing. And I think for the Rockets right now, you have some very, very good young talent on that team. And I just like Tari Eason is awesome. Jalen Green has like a ton of potential.
Who are you high on the Rockets?
We're done with the trade now. We're just talking. I really like Şengün. I really love Jabari Smith, by the way, a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I probably would have taken him. I hate to say it. I would have taken him first overall last year.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, would you do it again now or back then?
Back then, I think I would take Paolo first now, but I would still take him top 3. I think he's incredible. I think he's a really hard worker. I think he's just having a really, really rough start. And I think, like, honestly, I think in 5 years, you're going to look back on this as the worst trade in franchise history.
Like if Jabari Smith pops off?
He will pop off. He works entirely too hard. Like, okay, like I could be wrong. It's not like I've been wrong before, but I have a sense for prospects, and I think that he's just in a really bad system for him. And he's a switchable, really good player. Like I could see crazy defensive upside for him. Granted, I have to watch more games. It's really hard to judge anyone in that system right now. I've been high on so many players picked in that. Like and players that I really like on the Rockets really are Jabari Smith Jr., Usman Garuba, and Alperen Şengün. I really like those 3 players, and I like Tari Eason a lot. Believe it or not, also like Daishen Nix a lot. So.
Alperen, yeah, me too. I like the fact that you said Daishen Nix. I was shocked. I'm like, this guy knows Daishen Nix. No way. But
are you a Rockets fan?
No, I'm just a Raptors guy. But I've been watching the league for 15 years, so like I watch every team.
That's great.
And then on top of that, Şengün projects. I'll get out of here right now. I gotta get out. But
yeah,
Şengün projects to be like an All NBA player. So, like 13,
he could be. He very well could be. He is projectably, arguably their best player right now.
100%. All right, bro.
Right, he's really good. All right,
keep doing you, man. Like, cause Raptor media has shit the bed this year, and I'm loving your stuff. Keep going, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right, bye, man.
See ya. All right. We are gonna take a 3-minute break, 3 to 5 minute break. 'Cause I need water. I need to breathe a little bit. Hang tight to everybody else. I know in previous comment sections we've talked about cutting these chats to 2 hours. Well, we're at 2 hours and 45 minutes and we have 7 callers remaining. So this is just going to be fun. And, you know, in a dog shit season, hopefully this is just a fun late night therapy and fun for everybody. I hope these have been entertaining. Sean Stevenson saying, Pensar, this has been the best part of this trade. Okay, so here's a task that I have for everybody on the chat. Hang tight for 4 or 5 minutes. Let me just grab some water. And, you know, if you have some trades, call in. But if you could do me a hugest favor, there's 237 of you in here. If you could just smash the like button, it might get some more people interested in this chat. Maybe we can fill it up to 300 at 2 a.m. I don't know. Okay, give me 4 or 5 minutes. I will be back, I promise. Okay, so I'm just going to play my little chat thing. Hold on. Oh, okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just to keep this entertaining for anyone who hasn't watched that interview that I did with Brian Macon, Scottie Barnes. I'm just going to on Scottie Barnes, the Scottie Barnes trainer, who was there through a lot of Scottie's offseason workouts. Not all, but a lot of it. There's been a lot of recent talk about
I'll be back.
Maybe he needs to work a little bit harder this offseason, this coming offseason, because maybe he didn't put in the work in the previous offseason. Now, I'm sure that most smart people know that work doesn't always translate to on-court results right away, especially when you're trying to do as many complicated things as Scottie's doing. So I guess I feel like he would be a very credible source, probably a much better source than someone who was never there to begin with Scottie, to talk about what did his offseason actually look like? Like what's the work that you guys did?
I mean, a month after the season, he was already a different player, you know, so he put in like, you know, 2-a-days, some days, but he was in the gym consistently. But yeah, he worked out hard, man. He worked on all parts of his game. He's a better player. I mean, making shots and winning, you know what I mean? If he was having the exact same season and they were winning, and it would be nothing, you know what I mean? So like people question things when things aren't going exactly how they're supposed to be going. I think of course he would want to play better. He would want to have play better in different spots. But I think a lot of it, he's still trying to figure it out. He's still learning, you know, where his space is, where his play space is on the court, as far as like where he fits in and how he can contribute. And you know, he's still finding other ways to contribute that are outside of the box. But I mean, the question of like work ethic is like absurd. You know, like I travel back and forth to Toronto a few times every couple weeks, you know what I mean? So we can continue to put in extra work, but not be too taxing on his body. So, you know, the work is just the duration of the work. The work is going to be the work, and it's continued throughout the summer and into the season. So
one of the biggest reasons that I was such an advocate for Scottie was his work ethic, his passion for the game. It doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, we can talk all day about what type of player he'll become, and you know, I'm sure that you and I probably, you know, have a different expectation of the type of player he'll be 3-4 years from now than maybe a lot of people. But one thing I would never, ever in my wildest dreams ever believe is that Scottie Barnes did not work hard, or that Scottie Barnes was a bad teammate. Like, these two things are unquestionable. So does he hear it? Does he care about it? Does he care about this noise, this chirping, all the Twitter stuff, the you know, all that stuff? Does he?
No, I don't think he does. I think he, like I said it before, he never gets too high, he never gets too low on himself. And it's a consistent, like he has great habits. He doesn't have really bad habits outside of the court. So he's always doing the stretching. He's always at the facility. So over time, like, the work's gonna show, you know what I mean? Like, it could happen.
That too. He said that. All right, and we're back. Gave my dog a hug. Good night. And we've got a pile up of callers. We got Gil, Jared, Noah playing for what? Your goat, Bull Pay. Okay, we're gonna go to Gil first, then we're gonna go to your goat. Gil, what's up? Let's try to speed these up. Make them a little bit quicker. Give me your trade.
Yeah, so you're going to be the Memphis Grizzlies.
Okay.
And yeah, so this trade is going to be a big one.
Big one. Okay. I mean, you
Yeah.
know, I'm pretty much sitting atop the West right now, and I've got a really good championship core and a really good deep team. So
Yeah, but
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
think
right
you
now,
guys.
Ja and Jaren Jackson Jr. are pretty much off the table right now.
Well, that's who I was coming after. I was coming after JJJ.
For who? Pascal?
Yep.
No. I like
Let me
Jaren
say.
Jackson more than I like Pascal.
Let me say why. Because first off, Memphis, their half court offense needs to improve. And before you say, well, how does Siakam help? I think he helps with the mid range. I think he helps with the added playmaking. And as currently constructed, the Memphis Grizzlies can't beat the Denver Nuggets. That's my opinion.
I disagree with your opinion. I think we can absolutely shred them. They have nothing in the perimeter that can stop Ja. I have the best matchup like, there's really 2 or 3 players in the league that I would trust on Jokic, and Jaren Jackson's one of them. Joel Embiid is the other one. I think I have Steven Adams. Like, I have a good, like, JJ hits threes, man. His shot diet is incredible. He fits in really well with Ja. He does all the intangible stuff. He's possibly one of the best shot blockers in NBA history this year. I think you're severely underrating JJ, and
but
he's also like younger, considerably younger. So, like,
yeah, but I know. I mean, look, you may think that you guys can beat Denver, but the thing is, Denver's offense is tailor made for playoffs. Like they move the ball so well.
They've never made the Western Conference Finals, have they?
Yeah, they did in the bubble, but that doesn't really.
Yeah, I mean that was Jamal Murray, like, pre-injury.
I mean, you can't really blame them for that. They had injury issues,
I mean, look, we're a young team. Ja is a proven playoff performer. I like the chemistry with Jaren Jackson Jr. I told you before this trade even started, I'm not moving Jaren Jackson Jr. His ascent defensively is like, he's the de facto leader of Defensive Player of the Year. You think like that? Those guys don't grow on trees, man.
Yeah, but I just think all the things that Siakam would bring you guys.
We have a lot of that. We have Dylan Brooks in the mid range. We have a ton of. No, you say come on, but you think Siakam is some beacon of efficiency, and he's not. And a lot of what Siakam is doing right now really is what Ja is doing for us, just way better.
Yeah, but don't you think he would add so much to that? Like he would
sure.
Reduce
I would love Pascal Siakam on my team if you're not talking about Ja Morant or Jaren Jackson Jr.
Because for me, if I'm moving Pascal,
you're taking picks back. Like you're taking maybe Steven Adams or something, and I'll move Jaren Jackson to the center. That I like. You could take some young players. We have a lot of depth. Well, I mean, it lets you retool, rebuild. It doesn't force you to have to pay 35% of your cap to a guy who's probably going to take a decline in his 30s because of the way his game is built. And we have one of those guys. We have Ja Morant, right? Ja Morant, I mean, for all of his athleticism, is just a way smarter player than Pascal Siakam. Way smarter.
I think the reason why people are down on Siakam is just the way our offense is constructed. I think
he's a big reason why your offense is the way that it is. Very big reason why. Did you watch the game tonight? 13 points against a team without Karl-Anthony Towns and no Rudy Gobert. One of the worst defensive teams in the league. He had 13 points. Do you remember what Dylan Brooks did to him? There's
just
about 15 guys. It's not a one-off. There's 15 to 16 teams that have a guy who can do that to him.
No, I think what's happening here. I think what's happening here, which is fair. I mean, that's your job as the GM, is you are criminally underrating the value that Siakam could bring, and you are slightly overrating the
I have to look. Here's the thing. I have to project how a guy fits into my lineup. I can't just stack superstars with each other if they don't fit. I have to look at Pascal Siakam fitting with Ja Morant, right? I can't see him replacing Ja Morant because Ja Morant is a way better, initiator than Siakam. So he has to become a secondary initiator in my offense, which is kind of what I already have in certain other players. I'm obviously doing pretty fine. You guys are obviously doing pretty shit. No offense. So my thing here is you're asking me to replace possibly a top 3 defender in the NBA with a bigger upgrade on offense. And you might say, okay, well, Siakam, Jaren Jackson Jr., not even comparable on offense. But I disagree with that because look, what Jaren Jackson Jr. is doing is he's playing a lot of off-ball role. He's giving Ja Morant screens. He's creating a lot of gravity at that at the top with his three-point shooting.
Yeah.
And Siakam's really struggled from three this year. So if he's not going to provide spacing in my offense for guys like Dylan Brooks and Ja Morant to attack gaps, which is what they've been doing all year, then he's just getting in the way. I have too much of a thing. You guys have this problem right now. You have 5 guys who all want touches. Well, I like Jaren Jackson Jr. for the exact reason that he fits in with what I'm trying to do. With Siakam, you're basically giving me Ja Morant like insurance. Also, fun fact: are we forgetting that I have a certain player on this team who is probably in minutes without Ja Morant? Guess how many points Desmond Bane is averaging per 75 possessions?
In minutes without Ja Morant, you said? I'm not sure. I haven't seen
almost 30.
Okay.
So I have to be honest here. Desmond Bane is a more efficient scorer than Pascal Siakam. I don't know. I don't think you agree with that, but I'll tell you he is.
By the way,
Desmond Bane.
Desmond, yeah.
I'll look it up for you. 1 sec. I know Desmond Bane is such a pain point for Raptor fans. I know. Don't worry. I know he's a pain point for me as well. Pardon?
Yeah, the wingspan for me, but he's really good. I like him, but for the purposes of this trade, for our team, it makes a lot more sense to add a guy like Jaren Jackson Jr. just because of the age, the timeline, and the style of play. I agree how great he is defensively.
So Desmond Bane's usage this year is 27%. So, and his box plus minus is 3.6. So if I was to just compare him to Siakam, believe it or not, they're pretty close. That might shock you, but they're pretty close. And in terms of efficiency, I'm just going to, to everyone who's kind of like curious about basketball, I'm just going to flash their comparables, just them compared to each other. Again, Desmond Bane, 4 years younger, right? Okay, let's see here. What's relevant? I'm going to put the per 36 minutes, per 100 possessions, and the advanced stats. I'm going to put them on the screen so everyone can see it. Raptors Nation says, let's not do this box plus minus nonsense. He's in a tertiary role next to Ja. Raptors Nation, I got into a lot of trouble in the last live for telling someone they don't understand basketball. But here's my question to you. I'm not going to tell you don't understand basketball. What I'm going to ask you is, how many Memphis Grizzlies games have you watched this year? If you're talking about Desmond Bane that way, I don't think you've watched a lot of Memphis. Sorry, man. Like, watch Desmond. Here's a challenge to anybody who thinks that I'm capping here. Go check out Desmond Bane in minutes without Ja Morant. Look at his numbers. Okay. So here we are. In terms of per 35 minutes, as a scorer, Desmond Bane is 25 points, 25.5. Siakam's 24.5. Let's not look at minutes because we'll talk pace adjusted. Per 100 possessions, they're identical as scorers. They have almost identical usage. Desmond Bane is a way better three-point shooter. Gets to the line less. Rebounds less. Okay. Turns the ball over at about the same rate. I think these are very comparable players, man. We're talking the difference between 4.2 and 3.6 box plus minus, and I have the much younger player. So in all honesty, for me, Ja is my first option. No debate, right? Yeah. I think that Desmond Bane is a better second option next to him because Ja Morant operates a lot in the paint. He's a slasher. He's a mid-range, guy. He takes a lot of threes, sure, but he's a guy who needs that space. Desmond Bane provides that space. So you're basically asking Pascal Siakam to be a third option in my offense. He would be a third option.
What do you say to the fact that like Memphis, after the new year, they're ranked like 22nd in 3-point percentage, and their half court offense is like 22nd or 23rd. Do you not think Siakam would help that? Like not the 3-point part, but
it's not. It's look to anyone saying that I'm trashing Siakam. It's not that I'm trashing Siakam. I just want to understand and look, there are a lot of teams in the league that take a bit of a slump around January, February. There are a lot of teams that follow this pattern because they are trying to gear up for the playoffs. They rest players. They play players in shorter rotations, they play longer rotations on the bench. I'm not necessarily saying that's exactly what's happening with Memphis, but I think this team playoff time, I have to think top outcome. Everyone's healthy.
Last year, sorry to cut you off. Last year, they were ranked 22nd in half-court offense as well. So it's not really like I know what you mean. Like definitely that occurs. That's like a trend that happens. But
where are the Raptors ranked in terms of half-court offense right now?
Yeah, but we're comparing two really good teams. Like one team is
you have an all-star point guard. You have a former rookie of the year.
He's not an all-star point guard.
Okay, well, I mean, he was an all-star point guard, and for the last week, he's played like an all-star point guard. He's been averaging like 35 points per game. So here's the thing. I think that your guy is not as good as his numbers would make him look. I think Desmond Bane, if he didn't play with Ja Morant, would be averaging 30 points per game. I honestly believe that. So
I think that's a bit of a reach, but okay.
It's not a bit of a reach. Those are what his numbers are per 75 possessions without Ja Morant. So that's not a reach. That's what he would be averaging if he
those players though, right?
Without Ja Morant. I'm talking in minutes without Ja Morant, right?
Yeah.
With that, what's on the team that's helping him so much? Jaren Jackson Jr. is not some offensive dynamo. Steven Jackson is not. Steven Adams is not some offensive dynamo. What's helping him? And Dylan Brooks is probably one of the most inefficient players in the league, by far. So what's helping him so much? It's him, man. It's him. He's taken a massive step. I know that people have sometimes a hard time adjusting to a player who's taken such a monumental leap. But I will tell you that Desmond Bane has taken a monumental leap this year. He is a top 25 player in the NBA. Yeah, so I say no deal to this. Sorry.
All right. Well,
all right.
That
Thanks.
was the only
Thanks,
one I
Gil.
wanted. Thanks.
Thanks. Cheers. These calls are so interesting. I think we're seeing so much. So let's keep going here. Okay, next up we got your goats.
Yo,
what's up?
Good.
What's going on?
You're gonna be the Pistons.
And I'm gonna be the Pistons. Okay.
And I'm gonna be the Raptors. So this is my trade offer.
Can we do it inverse? You're a Pistons fan. I'm a Raptors fan. Let's just do it inverse.
Okay then. So so I'm gonna.
So I'm the Raptors here. You're the Pistons because you're a Pistons fan, right? So
yeah. So I'm gonna offer you Alec Burks, Killian Hayes, Jalen Durant, and a 2023 second round pick. Maybe a first if you want to for O.G Anunoby.
No. I don't like Killian Hayes. I don't care about Alec Burke. I like Jalen Durant. I don't give a shit about your second round pick. But I don't like Jalen Durant enough to give up on O.G Anunoby.
Would you trade? Would you do the same package, but instead of O.G. Gary?
Yes, any day. Yep, you can take out the second round pick too.
You would do that?
Yep.
Because for me it's kind of interesting because I like Gary, but I don't know because I like Jaden Ivey too, so it's probably gonna be
okay. So Jalen Durant, Killian Hayes, who else was in it?
Alec Burks, I think. Yeah, Alec Burks.
Okay, for Gary Trent Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Done deal. Thank you for calling.
All right. See you.
No words. Thank you, man. God bless your heart. Okay. Bull Pay, what's up?
Yeah, hi.
Hey,
can you
what's
hear
going
me?
on? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep. So the trade that I got here involves Chicago, and just a little preamble. So it looks like Chicago is pretty much going nowhere with DeRozan and Zach LaVine, and Zach LaVine's contract is pretty much horrendous.
Okay, you're not offering me Zach LaVine, are you?
Yeah, so I'm going to be the Raptors, and what I'm going to be offering you guys is Gary Trent Jr., Precious Achiuwa, our 2023 first-round pick.
Oh, wow.
Unprotected. Next
Okay.
year's second round pick.
Hold on. Gary Trent Jr., Precious Achua, 2021 first, unprotected.
23, yep.
2023
And
unprotected, yep.
yeah, and next year's second round pick. And
2024 second,
Yeah, and to make salaries work, we'll also include either Thaddeus Young or Otto Porter Jr.
Mm-hmm.
And this will all be for Zach LaVine and Kobe White.
Someone said the Raptors don't have their 2024 second, which is true. But he's talking about, okay, so you're gonna have to probably adjust that. Let's call it a 2025.
Yeah, just a very minor adjustment, yeah.
Okay, let's call it a 2025. Do I take this deal? It's Kobe White. Sorry, I wrote C-O-B-E. It's C-O-B-Y. Sorry, guys.
C-O-B-Y, yeah.
Yeah. Gary Trent Jr., Precious Achua. First of all, the contracts don't even come close to working. There's no way. Zach LaVine makes over $40 million.
Well, he's $37 million, I believe, for this current year.
Are you positive?
Pretty sure. Or just looking at it a second ago. Gary Trent Jr. is making 18. Porter Jr. is going to be, Thaddeus Young is going to be making roughly 8.
Yeah, it doesn't work. 18 plus 8 is 26. 26 for...
And then Precious Achua, which is around 3. And I think you only have to be within 25% of the salary cap to make things work. So I think that does.
Yeah, so hang on. Let me just look at Zach's contract 1 second. Because you also have Zach plus Kobe. And Kobe's still on this. Yeah. So Zach LaVine makes $37 million. This trade does not work.
And Kobe's on 7, which brings it to a total of 41.
Nope. 37 plus 7 equals 44.
Oh, sorry, 44, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it doesn't work.
And then,
you have to add a lot more. Like I have to add a lot more to that deal.
And add Chris Boucher then. So Chris Boucher, Precious Achua, Gary Trent Jr., first round pick this year, and 25 second round pick. And that should make it.
So I get back Gary Trent, Precious Achua, Chris Boucher, 2023 first, unprotected, 2024 second, and auto. This trade is very complex and weird. And I mean, look, I'll level with you. I'm not thrilled with Zach right now, but he's still the best player in this deal by far. Your 2023 first round pick appeals to me a lot, but I feel like the minute I give you Zach LaVine, if he's healthy, that's not a lottery pick anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of screwing myself over in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah. Do you think the Raptors can realistically in the Eastern Conference that's so strong right now flip things around within 40 games to make it a non-lottery?
Look, I understand that Zach's like you're not giving me much here, right? I mean, yeah, you're giving me Precious Achua, which I really appreciate in this deal. You're giving me a Gary Trent Jr. rental, which allows me to get off Zach LaVine's contract.
I wouldn't call it a rental because you're going to be getting rid of a lot of contract, and that's probably
well, it's still a rental. It's still a rental. Long term
contract.
for me, this is still a rental. No, I understand what you're saying. Nah.
Or how do we make this work?
How do we make this work? Okay, let's see. So the baseline here is you want Zach plus Kobe, right?
Or just Zach in general. Kobe was.
You just want Zach LaVine. Okay, so let's take Kobe White out of this because I think this makes the deal more complicated. I want Fred VanVleet plus Gary Trent Jr. Plus 2023 first round pick first, plus, and you can keep it top 5 protected just in case things go terribly for you, just to protect yourself against giving me Wembanyama. I'll give you top 5 protection plus Precious Achua, and I'll add back Kobe White.
To be honest, I think I might do that deal, considering that Fred VanVleet's in a very precarious spot with his contract this year, and we might not be getting anything back for him at all. So if we can get Zach LaVine, who seems like a disgruntled star, I think we might actually be able to make a deal on that one.
Okay. Zach LaVine plus Kobe for Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., 2023 first, top 5 protected plus Precious. Done deal. Okay.
All right.
Rate it, chat. Let me know who won that deal. Did the Bulls win? Did the Raptors win? Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. Cheers. Tamberlyn, do you wanna just let me know? Are you being like, you think we're underrating Raptors players? Let me know. You want to call in? Just quickly give me like a 2-minute. What do you think is going wrong so far? If I value your opinion a lot. It seems like you've been pretty critical of this. So if you want to let me know, but for sure, let me know. Okay. Next up. We have Jared again. Noah, what's up? Have we spoken already tonight?
Yeah, I just got some idea that I want to throw out real quick, and that's that.
Okay, what's your idea?
I want to make sure I'm actually like my mic works. My
Your
mic
mic's fine.
works.
Yep.
Cool. Then I want to try. You are the OKC. I'm the Toronto Raptors, and I'm sending you Siakam. I am not taking Chet from you. Take it easy. But I think that you'll be benefit because Siakam is a tall player. He can play defense when he's not really focused on giving you your number one scoring option. So he can really play defense when he's not like the first scoring option. And I think Shea will still remain your first scoring option. You have a lot of young players, Josh Giddey, who can really become an all-star maybe in 2 years or so. I'm going to take Kemba Walker from you. He's still there, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So Siakam for Kemba?
Yeah, Kemba.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask a bunch of picks, like a bunch of picks. So I think there's 3 picks in 2023 from OKC. That'll be good. 3 first-round picks from OKC would be.
So Kemba straight up doesn't work.
Okay. So I should probably
have to
add
add a
one
lot.
more player. I have to add a lot. I'm looking at the salaries. I would take. Okay, there's a lot of good players that I know the OKC fan base really likes. So I would go for Kemba Walker, Luguentz Dart, and 3 first-round picks. Because if I take David Nwaba, I'm gonna have a lot of hate from the OKC fan base. Trey Burke, no, it's not gonna be enough. I'm gonna go for Kemba Walker, JaMychal Green, and 3 first-round picks, 2023.
You know what doesn't work about your deal? Kemba Walker's not on the OKC Thunder.
I'm checking Basketball Reference. Oh yeah, he's not. My bad. So I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to check Luguentz Dort, but you're not gonna give me 3 first-round picks for that, right? So, and Luguentz Dort is really important to your defense
So
as well.
Tamberlyn, I'm the Raptors.
I'm gonna go for
Tamberlyn. I'm the Raptors. So yeah, like I'm
What's
sorry,
up?
I'm not the Raptors. I'm the OKC Thunder. So
Oh,
I can't
OKC
ask
Thunder.
for Isaiah Joe. Yeah. Okay. All right, no. This deal doesn't make sense
I'll
to
do
me.
that.
Yeah. So this deal doesn't make sense to me. I don't think there's any way that Siakam can be absorbed by the OKC Thunder, and I don't think I like the idea of pairing Shea with Chet and Lou Dort and Siakam like for the future and stuff, but we're trying to aggressively lose right now.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would
good
probably
deal.
I'd probably give you picks on the back end, but you'll have to give us a call at the end of the show if you're still around at that point, if you have a clarified offer of the player that you want, and just
Okay.
check it in the trade machine and make sure it works. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Okay. Next up, we have Retro. Retro, what's up?
Hello. So you're gonna be Indiana?
I'm Indiana. Okay.
And I'll be Raptors.
Okay.
And I would ask straight up Fred VanVleet for Turner swap.
No.
How about and Fred VanVleet would pair really good with Halliburton.
You know, I have Andrew Nembhard. I have Ben Mathurin. I have Tyrese Halliburton. Where do you see Fred VanVleet fitting into that lineup? You want me to take the ball out of Tyrese's hands? Or you want me to take minutes away from Andrew Nembhard?
It's a veteran point guard that will help steady your young core.
Okay, here's a funny thing. I know that Tyrese is younger, but I trust Tyrese to lead my team more than I trust Fred VanVleet.
Yeah, he'll be a solid, just a veteran.
So why am I doing this? You give me look, if you're looking at Myles Turner, you're giving me Pascal Siakam or O.G Anunoby, or you're giving me picks plus Gary Trent Jr. Those are the only things. I'm not looking at Fred VanVleet.
Okay, how about we talk about Gary Trent Jr. then?
Okay.
Okay, we'll do.
I feel like we've done this trade already tonight, but sure, let's do it. So I want Gary Trent Jr. plus 2 firsts.
Okay, but then they have to be heavily protected.
Okay. I want 2023 lottery protected. Sorry, top 5 protected. And I want 2025 lottery protected. And I'll do that with you. So you don't give up Wemby in case you get him. You don't give up Scoot.
We'll give you a second in 2025.
No. Dude, I like Turner. I want to sign him back. I have a really exciting young core. I have Ben Mathurin, Tyrese Halliburton. Turner's 26. He fits. He fits with my lineup. He's one of the best defenders in the NBA.
Okay, how about this? We'll unprotect the 2025, and we'll give you 2020, and it'll change the 2023 to top 7 protection.
Deal. Done. Okay. So Gary Trent Jr. for and
okay, and now our
2023 top 7 protected and 2025 unprotected for Turner. Yeah, sure. Done.
Okay, and then our core will be Turner center, and then you put Barnes point guard, and then
cool.
Then you have
play out the season on NBA 2K23. Let me know how it turns out. All right, thanks Retro. Thanks for calling in. Everyone in the chat, let me know who won. Retro, go check it out yourself. Thanks for calling, man. First time caller, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Cheers. Okie doke. We have 2 final callers, and then we're going to call it a night, hopefully before we end up at the 4-hour mark. I realize it's getting late. First up, we got Playing for What. Playing for What? What's up?
Hello, can you hear me properly?
I can. You're getting a little bit of rumbling in your mic, so just try not to crinkle anything. Yeah.
Okay, so this sounds good?
Yep.
Okay, ring ring, Lakers. Ring ring.
Okay. Hello. How are you
Hello.
doing?
You want Fred?
Do we want Fred?
You want Fred?
Sure. What
I'll
do
take
you
a pick. I'll take one of your picks. Either one.
Okay, Fred for 2027 first.
Unprotected.
I want top 3 protection. Just in case we don't want to do a Memphis Darko situation, okay? Just top 3. It's not a big protection. Very unlikely we end up at the top 3, okay?
Okay, top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take the salary filler of Patrick Beverly, Kendrick Nunn, any of the trade. And then just give me a second. I need to get on the line with somebody else. Ring ring, Utah.
Oh, you're adding a second team to this?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on one second. Patrick Beverly, Kendrick Nunn. And okay. And Utah. Yep. Hello. It's Danny Ainge. Go
Hi,
fuck
Danny
yourself.
Ainge. Yes. I have a question for you. Do you like young players and picks?
I don't know. I can't confirm neither. I can neither confirm nor deny.
What if I
I'm
could
that
dangle
stoic.
two? What if I could dangle 2 Lakers picks, one this year and one in 5 years, 4 years?
You can't dangle 2 Lakers picks. You only have 1 Lakers pick.
You don't know that. You're Danny Ainge. I haven't called you yet.
I know everything. I'm Danny Ainge. I'm Danny motherfucking Ainge.
Okay. I'm gonna hang up on you real quick. I need to go call David Griffin real quick.
David Griffin.
Yeah,
Bro,
go.
I can't do this, bro. I got confused on a two-way trade between the Atlanta Hawks and the Raptors. I know that I'm smart, but I'm at 2 a.m. brain right now. I can't manage 4 different. Yo.
Okay, it's all good. Never mind. I'll take
appreciate
whatever the
it.
Pelicans give me for Siakam, and then I just want the.
Are you trying to do a 12-way trade across like the entire league? Like by the end of this, you're gonna be trading like. Oh my God. Okay, I'm hanging up on you. I'm hanging up.
It ends right here. It ends right here because it ends with Lauri Markkanen on the Raptors. I think that's what we all want.
Wow. It's like a 12-way trade all the way to like, you know what you remind me of? You remind me of Dwight Schrute in The Office. You know how he goes like trade. And I got to tell you, you call Danny Ainge, you got Jim Halpert on the line, buddy. You're gonna end up trading for some magic beans.
I mean, the Cavs were able to swap Jared Allen, and it's not impossible.
Yeah. But they got Jared Allen from Brooklyn, not from Danny Ainge.
Well,
when's the last time you saw Danny Ainge get hoodwinked, man?
I
tell you right now, you call when you call me as Utah, I up my every single element of trade value negotiation up by 10% because I'm Danny Ainge.
Well, so, I think I'd be giving him a lot of fair value.
Yeah, look, I can't do 3-4-way trades. So if you want the Fred VanVleet for first top 3 protected 2027 plus Patrick Beverley plus Kendrick Nunn, let's do that deal and be done with it.
Sure, I mean,
yeah.
Sure,
okay,
sure,
cool.
It doesn't matter. I think.
Let me just think about this for a second here. Yeah, I got to do it. Unfortunately, I got to do it. I'm an idiot. I'm the Lakers. I got to do this. I wouldn't do this if I was me running the Lakers. I wouldn't do this because that 2027 first round pick may end up being like a very big trade chip, and I don't think. But you know what? Maybe I would do this. Fred VanVleet fits in really well with Anthony Davis, and I just really like. I like Patrick Beverley a lot, man. I feel like I'm giving up something good here. But all right, here you go. Done. Deal. I think this is the first deal where I'm like, maybe I lost, but yeah. All right. Thanks a lot for calling in, playing for what. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay. Next up, we got Tamberlyn, and then, okay, we got Tamberlyn and we got Marco. Now I'm confused. Where do I go first? Chat. Everyone knows who Marco is. Everybody knows who Tamberlyn is. You decide. Who am I going to first? And who am I closing the show with? Let me know. Who am I going to, chat? I'm going to go to Marco really quickly. Marco, what's up?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I don't want to waste time. I've already done these through the trade machine. One is with the...
I can only take one trade. Only one trade.
Quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to lay out the rule for you that I laid out for everybody else. One trade.
All right. I'll do the Pelicans one.
Okay. Let's do it.
So Graham, Hayes, Daniels, Temple, Murphy, and the Lakers 2024.
Hayes.
Sorry, the Lakers 2023 pick that the Pelicans have.
Okay, Graham, Hayes, Daniels, Murphy, 2023. Oh, sorry, 2024 or 2023?
No, 2023. The
Lakers swap.
Basically, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. And what do you want?
Temple's in there.
And
Temple's in there. Yeah, because the money has to fit. So the money fits. Trade machine.
Okay.
I'm giving you Siakam, Harper Jr., Flynn, and Doughton Jr. because basically not only is the money got to fit, but you got to have the roster spots kind of fit, and that fits it. So the money fits. The Pelicans go up by 4 wins. The Raptors go down by 10 wins, according to Hollinger's analysis. So the Pelicans are a better team.
Okay, so I'm giving you. You're giving me Siakam, Harper Jr., Doughton, and say the last player.
Flynn. Yeah, I have to make the money work, and you need.
And I'm giving you Devontae Graham, Jackson Hayes, Dyson Daniels, Trey Murphy, and my 2023 Lakers pick swap, and Temple.
And Temple for the money. Yeah, Temple's an older guy, and you need the money to work. So this makes the money work.
I don't know if you can trade 2-way contracts. I'm pretty sure you can't.
All right. I mean,
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
I mean, you're basically talking end of roster guys. You know what? I got to tell you, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about it.
Do you respect the Hollinger's analysis, by the way? Just curious, Rob.
Not at all.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that you replace Doughton with Precious, and I'll add a second.
I'll give. What's my other trade? God, because I had that other trade.
We can't change the trade now. That's the trade. We're talking about this trade. We can't change the trade. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it consistent. We're almost at 4 hours here, so
Not Precious. Yeah. I'll give you a second.
No.
I'll give you the first in 2025.
You'll give me a first in 2025 in place of Precious. Is that unprotected?
Yeah, you're giving me an unprotected one, basically. I mean, I have a shot at the lottery. All right, so I'm not gonna mess around. And the other one was a quick one, really, Rob.
Okay, done, deal. No. I can't go to the other one.
It was the one with the Magic, and I had a quick and dirty to get.
I appreciate that, man, but I gotta wrap this.
All right.
I gotta wrap this chat up. I appreciate you hanging out there. Really appreciate it. We're gonna say good deal on this one. So to repeat to everybody, Graham, Hayes, Daniels, Murphy, Temple, 2023 Lakers swap, 2024 second for Siakam, Harper Jr., which was a second round, a two-way contract, which I'm pretty sure I can't trade, but basically it's Siakam, Harper, Flynn, plus a 2025 first round unprotected. Okay.
Yeah, and Doughton's in there. Like I said, the trade machine says they're available, so I need to have roster spots, right? So that's why I'm throwing in some of those other guys, Rob, for the roster spots.
Yeah, so I think, honestly, I think this is, I don't know about a fair swap, but I still maintain so many of my picks, plus I get back your 2025 pick. So with Siakam now on my roster, I would effectively,
You might win.
No, I would actually round out my roster. I would trade fringe pieces to get back pieces that fit a little bit better. But I think I think I upgrade my talent and I make myself the favorite. I realize that I'm giving up Trey Murphy and Dyson Daniels, but to be honest, I'm getting back Pascal Siakam. I have to be real here. Tamberlyn, you just disappeared. So Tamberlyn is gone now. But thanks a lot for calling in, Marco. I really appreciate it.
And what I'll do is I when you publish your thing there, I'll post the two trades. And like I said, I'm still looking for other people to do the tactical stuff to make the strategy work of acquiring, like I said, I think 4 or 5 2023 picks.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
all right. Thanks a lot, man.
All right. You take care.
Appreciate it. Cheers. Okay, just in case Tamberlyn got disconnected and didn't go off to sleep, I would be very sad if that happened, but we have cleared all the callers. We still have Jared here. Jared, do you have more here? What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. What's up?
Yeah, no, I haven't been on before. I don't know why that happened. I'll try to make it quick. I've got a 3-team trade here for you. So
okay.
I've got the Heat getting Siakam, Fred, and Jakob Poeltl. The Raptors getting Bam and Duncan.
Heat get Siakam, Fred and Jakob. Okay, I can't do 3-team trades, man. Sorry.
No.
I can only be one team, unfortunately, on this. I can put it up to the chat, and then that way you'll get your trade across, and the chat can decide. But so Heat get Siakam and Fred and Jakob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raptors get Bam and take on Duncan's contract.
Raps get Bam, Duncan.
And Spurs get Depot and Martin. And then the picks will mostly be coming from Heat side. 2023, 2024 first.
Hold on one second. Martin. Okay, so the Spurs. Okay, so where are the picks going?
2023, 2024 to the Raptors, first round, unprotected.
2023, who's pick?
The Heat's picks.
Okay. Okay.
And then a 2026 Heat pick to the Spurs.
Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat for everybody to sort of vote on if the Raptors should do it or not. If you want my honest opinion, I I think the Heat win this trade, man. I know that they gave up a lot of picks. That might be a disaster for them later on, but they get 3 of the top 4 players in this entire deal.
I think this just lets the Raptors fully complete the tank. You get to run point Scottie, and then you've got a pretty nice starting lineup in Scottie at point, Gary, who you can now re-sign. You've got O.G at small forward, Precious running the 4, and then now Bam at the 5. That's a pretty nice young core moving forward, I think.
Yeah, sorry. Someone in the chat corrected the Jakob spelling. I apologize. It is a K. My bad. It's a Jakob. I see the value of this. I really love Bam Adebayo a lot. I think like I value him close to on par with Siakam. Just the age difference,
that was the biggest
defense.
part for me.
Pardon?
That was the biggest part for me as well.
Yeah, so Bam's awesome. I like Duncan, but I think his contract's pretty atrocious. So you are taking back a negative asset there.
Yeah, that's taking the negative asset in order to
and you're giving up Siakam, who's arguably, I mean, a lot of people out there would tell you that for Siakam, you should be able to demand like 3 firsts, like unprotected firsts, and a young player back. So you taking on a bad contract, a defensive, big dude.
But I also think this is like a star young player. This isn't just, you're not taking on like a whole bunch of star players who could turn out. Like this is a pretty proven young player who's only going to get better, and is a defensive beast who pairs really well, I think, with Scottie.
Gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. Let us know in the chat who wins this trade. Yeah, I like Bam Adebayo a lot. I think the spacing issue with Bam plus Scottie, it's complicated unless the other 3 guys are just lights out shooters. I like 2-man action with those guys. Like that would be awesome. Pick and roll with those 2 guys. Scottie throwing lobs to Bam, like setting up plays in the post. I like it, but some people have actually
defense, like Precious and Bam. Oh, like that's a nightmare in the paint, I think.
Ironically, the Heat had that too, that duo.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks a lot for calling in. Appreciate it.
Yep, no worries.
Cheers.
Have a good one.
Alrighty. Tamberlyn, hang tight. We have Jim. We're gonna be 2 minutes, and we're gonna close the show with you. Okay, just hang tight. Jim, what's up?
Real quick. I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Appreciate it, man.
Gary Trent Jr. for Patrick Beverley and Austin Reeves. I think the Lakers could make better use of Gary Trent Jr. And I love Austin Reeves. I'd love to see him in Toronto. What would make that work? You mentioned earlier you don't think Gary Trent Jr.'s value is very high.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I don't. Okay, so I'll tell you what would make this work. I'll give you a 2027 first for your 2027 first. If we can make that deal, we're good. I'll give you Gary Trent Jr. plus Raptors 2027 first. So basically a swap, a right to swap picks in 2027. You have a 2027 pick. I have a 2027 pick. Yeah.
I would absolutely do that. I think that's an easy trade.
Great. Okay.
Fred's harder to move. Good night.
Okay. Thank you. Cheers. Yeah. So here's the rationale on that one, guys. Basically, and also the super chat, I appreciate it. What would you need to trade for Trey Young? Let's deal with that with Tamberlyn, sort of like co-host this to exit. Tamberlyn, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? I hope I wasn't coming across the wrong way. I was just laughing.
No. I value your opinion.
I just thought you were fleecing everybody.
I am fleecing everybody. That's what I do. Do we have Jonas Badar saying, can I come on? Well, I don't know. Can you click a link? Then yes, you can come on. There's been a lot of people who can come on. So just click StreamYard and you can come on and talk to maybe both of us if you want. What'd you think of the trades tonight? Is there anything that sort of stuck out to you? And yes, I think I have been fleecing a lot of people, but I think there's a couple of trades that were kind of balanced.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple good ones. There's the ones that stood out for me is you stealing Jabari Smith Jr. Like, come on. I was just like, you have to be kidding me here. And callers, when you're calling in with a deal, make sure you've got all your background, know who's playing, who's not playing, be able to pull up this guy could maybe do well under a new team system. There's lots of ways to skin a cat, so to speak. I didn't really have a deal. We've talked in the past, Rob, you and I, about different things that the Raptors could do. I mean, so many of the deals that went down in the off season used up all the main teams that wanted to make moves. So there's not a lot of players per se. Like if you're looking at teams that want to make a move because they want to be relevant this season, we're talking the Suns, we're talking the Lakers. There's not a lot of teams that want to buy to be relevant now that have much the Raptors would want other than picks. So then you have to look at teams like we did with the Pelicans because they have a lot of picks. And then you look at teams that are tanking currently that aren't going to want to give up their picks this year, but you've got the Hornets and you've got the Thunder who have, and the Pelicans who have copious picks of other teams. So it's crafting a deal that brings back young assets and picks for the future.
Yeah,
so
I mean, look, there's a lot of
everybody
people.
tonight.
There's a lot of people who want the Raptors to go all in. I don't agree with that, and let me tell you why.
Either.
There's a lot of teams that have gone all in, and I want you to just take a look at how those teams feel right now. The Lakers went all in for Anthony Davis. You can argue, yes, they won the championship in the bubble, and therefore they look like geniuses. But man, let me tell you, like what they gave up. It's incredible.
The
Heat that
Pelicans could actually all they are is one hamstring injury, LeBron injury away from the Lakers ending up tanking and winning the top draft pick and New Orleans owning it. That's how close that is.
Exactly.
So DeJounte Murray, the Hawks gave up too much for him. Rudy Gobert was a terrible fit in Minnesota, doesn't fit beside Anthony Edwards or Karl Anthony Towns, and they gave up their future to get into the playoffs. And maybe
they were already in. They were already in.
Yeah, but they did it so that they could stick around because it had been what? I don't think it was 16 seasons like the Kings, but it was a fairly long time. They'd only been there once during Karl Anthony Towns' tenure, and they lost in the first round. So
SGE is saying, I got beef with Tamberlyn. Make a trade then. That's funny.
Make a trade? Who, me?
Yeah, he's saying like you make a trade then. No, you don't have to. You don't have to do that. Look, at the end of the day, I just want to say that
I would even consider going after like something like Nikhil Alexander Walker and Kelly Olynyk for Gary Trent Jr. because we're not going to get much for Gary. If we know for sure he's going to leave and not come back, then why not go get me guys that can shoot three and can address our issues? And they're both Canadian. They've worked with Nurse. They know what they're dealing with. I mean, there you go, SGE. There's one off the top of my head.
I mean, yeah, that deal makes sense. I also worry that how much better Kelly Olynyk would make you right away completely ruins your tank. He's such an upgrade over whoever the hell you're playing at 5.
It depends on what the objective is. Right. It depends on what the objective is.
Like,
do you want to tank the season? Or do you want to...
Oh, I can't tell you how much I do. I really do. I know that Brian said in his
wasn't that the goal when they traded Rudy Gay and we ended up being relevant because of that trade?
Yes, that's fair, and that's why you have to aggressively prevent that shit from happening again.
Yeah.
Because the problem is, here's the thing. If right now the Raptors were 27 and I don't know, 20, whatever, 19, 18, whatever the hell the count is. Like if they were the inverse of what they are right now, instead of being 5 games or 6 games under 500, they were 5, 6 games over 500. Mm-hmm. You could not sell any sort of downgrade on anyone to the fan base. You couldn't sell Gary Trent Jr. for a first round pick and, a guy you're going to waive. You couldn't sell it. The only reason you can even sell it right now to this fan base is because you're obviously horrible and this draft is loaded. If this draft wasn't loaded and you weren't horrible, you can't sell this fan base on anything. And that's where I think, sometimes, look, I wondered.
We all get invested in our players, right? I mean, as much as I knew that trade was right for DeMar, it still hurt to lose him.
I swear to God, I read a post the other day about Quentin Grimes versus Scottie Barnes, and there was like a Knicks fan saying Quentin Grimes is worth more than Scottie Barnes or some shit like that.
Oh, I saw that. That was ridiculous.
Oh, so stupid. So here's the thing. I get it. Every fan base is going to overvalue their own players. We've discussed it ad nauseum on this show. However, I think that at some point, smart fan bases like Utah is a pretty smart fan base. Weirdly enough, I don't know why they are, but they just are.
And they got Trader Danny now, too.
And they got Danny Ainge. So they had faith that trading away a defensive player of the year candidate and a top 2 shooting guard in the league for basically gutting their own team, future assets, etc. They were behind that trade. I mean, some people complained, but they knew it wasn't working with those 2 guys. They've gone about as far as they have. I rarely see Utah fans like massively complaining about, oh my God, Donovan Mitchell's so great, we should have kept him. They understand that guys are going to thrive in different situations. I hope
because they have the look at Walker Kessler. He's playing better than Rudy Gobert is.
In a lot of ways, he is. And you know the crazy thing is that I just hope that at some point in my lifetime that the Toronto Raptors fan base can be as intelligent, open-minded and analytical and critical and of their own players, but also of other players, understand the league, understand trends, be well read about it. That I think there's a minority in intelligentsia among this fan base, and I think a lot of them are congregating in this chat, and I love it. But I would like for the collective, which is the average consumer, to get 5% smarter. I know that sounds a little bit condescending. I'm not trying to be condescending.
No, I think it's a great point.
Because
I think you did the other thing the other day with the zone defense, right?
Yeah.
I think in the off season or whenever you have time, I don't want to add to your workload, but I think it would be a really worthwhile exercise to create a couple of films that break down the game film, showing this is what we're talking about when we say this. This is this type of offensive scheme. This is this type of defensive scheme. When we say that the person is taking away from the offensive flow, here's examples of it. Because
you've seen my Fred VanVleet low IQ plays, like the low light films.
I
hope that has
you
contributed.
have a bigger following, we can spread it to the masses and say, take a look at this.
No, absolutely. No, I agree with that. Look, I don't mean to sound like I'm 150 years old. You can probably tell from my face that I'm not a day over 35. And some people think that I'm like in my 20s, and they often chastise me. They're like, wait a second, how did you know this player back then? Were you like 4? And I'm like, I was 18, but yeah, I was pretty young. But so I get it. But I am very old school when it comes to basketball. Movement, principles, look, the old school and the new school, they both work. What doesn't work is that there was a fractured period of time in NBA history around 1998 till about 2008, 2007, where everything just sucked about this league. Not everything. Okay, there were flashes. There was a Lakers dynasty, there was Allen Iverson's greatness, there was Vince Carter winning dunk. There's good stuff, but it's not a great period of time to have grown up learning the game. There was just a lot of inefficient ideas. If you grew up watching 80s basketball, Magic Johnson, if you grew up in the 60s, if you grew up in the 60s and you watched Bill Russell, if you grew up today and you saw the Golden State Warriors and their motion principles, if you grew up in the late 2000s or like the early 2010s and you saw LeBron and LeBron's Heat, these are great examples of great basketball. Okay.
Yeah.
The Dallas Mavericks,
it went from Dr. J and Wilt to Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Then it went to MJ. After MJ, there was Kobe, and then there was kind of like what happens until LeBron comes on board.
And really a sense, right?
The Spurs were a great franchise.
The Spurs were a great team, but everyone just called them boring, and no one really watched them. But they were doing great things.
Oh my God, they were symphonic. I used to love watching them. It's like watching Joker now. It's just at a different level of basketball. It's beautiful basketball.
Yeah. Alex says Jerry Stackhouse is the greatest 30-point scorer ever. Jerry Stackhouse, I mean, no offense. Whatever he became as a coach, kudos to him. But him as a player drove me insane. I hated watching him. so much. One of my favorite teams going back, Austin Crozier, Jalen Rose,
Pacers.
Reggie Miller, Pacers. I like that team a lot. I liked the Sacramento Kings, Vlade Divac, Chris Webber, Mike Bibby, that
Peja.
team. Peja Stojakovic. How could I
Bibby,
forget?
White Chocolate.
White Chocolate was gone. He got traded
Showing
for
my
Bibby.
age. Showing my age there, Rob.
Yeah, Doug Christie, right? These are awesome players.
Yeah.
There were examples of good basketball back then, but because
When
largely
cowbells were actually real and they weren't being piped in.
yeah, and I mean, look, it's so much of the isolation scoring of Kobe and Michael, right? Like you saw a guy just go out and score 45 at will whenever the hell he wanted. And people tried to emulate on that on the court, or they may have tried to emulate that with, with players on their own team that maybe weren't ready for that type of usage and role and didn't have the system around them. You don't get
the
Michael.
ability.
Yeah, or the ability. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant are exceptions, very big exceptions to the norm of how a swingman should play in the NBA. The problem that I have today is that the remnants of that play style are still present among really bad teams in the NBA. How Jalen Green plays, how Pascal Siakam sometimes plays, how Cade Cunningham plays.
It's a copycat league, though. We know that.
How Fred
right?
VanVleet plays. Yeah, exactly. But there's so much losing basketball, and it's like you guys need to wake up, like to the evolution of this game. Whatever the Spurs were doing in the early 2000s with Duncan, Manu, and Tony, in the mid 2000s, whatever the Suns, the 7 seconds or less Suns were doing with D'Antoni, and whatever Phil Jackson was doing with the Lakers offense and the Bulls offense, all those motion principles and the triangle, all of that stuff has percolated. It has been studied, it has been dissected, it has been perfected, it has been tested in Europe, across Africa, it's been tested in Asia. You're seeing all of these incredible, really like to the real ones, I guess, who are staying up with us in 220. Basically, there's a lot of principles that have been made around basketball, like the Spain pick and roll, right? These offensive principles were designed for less talented players, typically, who couldn't do the crazy superstar stuff that guys like Tracy McGrady, James Harden, etc. could do. And
like zone was designed for less talented defenses.
Exactly. And so what we've realized over a period of time is that actually when you use Spain pick and roll with a super talented player like Nikola Jokic or a James Harden or
Kawhi.
Joel Embiid or whatever, or Kawhi, you can actually you can actually do 10 times more than what those untalented players are doing because you have the best of both worlds. And so, sometimes an offense is eventually just going to devolve into 4 guys sort of spreading out and 1 guy going at his matchup and, or spread pick and roll like what LeBron did with the Cleveland Cavaliers. But that offense can only win insofar as it comes up against an offense that is not far more efficient than it and a defense that cannot predictably stop it. And generally to do that, you need a top 5 player. And then you go down the list of NBA history and you find all the teams in the league that ever won without a top 5 player. It's a very small list. And there's a reason for that. So Kevin Durant has often been critical of motion offense. He said that, hey, it works until a certain point and then it doesn't. I agree with him. There has to be a bit of both, but it has to carry you. Your bread and butter cannot be mid-range ISOs or you just lose. No matter how talented you are, it's very seductive. It limits turnovers. It does all that stuff. But Raptors Nation saying the Warriors split action is unstoppable. The Warriors starters, despite the Warriors record this year, when Steph is healthy, Clay is healthy, Draymond's healthy, that starting lineup, I believe, is still the top rated starting lineup in the league right now. So,
and just a warning to the Raptors Nation fans. The OKC Thunder are up and coming, and they are actually playing positionless basketball with a 6'8" point guard in Josh Giddey and a 6'6" shooting guard in Shai that nobody can stop. And they've got Chet Holmgren sitting on their bench. And don't look now, but they're in 9th, a game and a half out of 5th.
Sean Stevenson asks a really good question. He says, could the triangle ever work again?
Ooh,
Good question.
I don't know. I mean,
I think a version of it could work.
It depends on the personnel. I don't think it could work widespread, but I think if it was the
It
right
never has
fit,
worked widespread. You
Yeah.
require very specific players, very smart players. The triangle,
maybe with
everyone,
Kawhi.
everyone like I think you know what? I think you could have possibly won with the triangle offense with the 29 Raptors. I think you had the right pieces.
Yeah.
Siakam,
Yeah.
Gasol, Kawhi. Yeah, you had
All the people that
pieces.
passed. Yeah.
You had all
Yeah.
the pieces to make it work. It's a
Definitely.
very specific type of offense. I think
Maybe work with Memphis too, with Ja. Maybe I don't know,
I think what really unlocks
because they
the
don't have a lot of
triangle.
3-point shooters.
Yeah, see, like Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Jokic. I'm not just naming European white guys. I promise.
No, you're naming like
I'm-
centers that can move the ball and have
Yeah.
IQ. But I'm
Bam
giving
Adebayo. You know
I'm
what?
giving
Oh,
Jaren Jackson a bit more.
what about Miami?
Sengun.
What about Miami?
Oh, with Bam,
Bam,
I
and
don't
Jimmy.
trust Bam's. I don't trust Bam as a playmaker as much as most. I find he's very good, and yes, he can defend all 5 positions.
What
and
about the Houston Rockets?
Yeah,
Alperen
Houston. That's who I was
Şengün,
going to say with Alpern. Yeah, I
Alperen
love saying.
Şengün, and
I was all over the Thunder to draft him,
All
and
right.
nobody wanted to listen to me. So when they picked him, and then he ended up getting traded, he was part of the deal. I was so angry.
Yeah, that's true. I think I had Şengün like 12th or 13th. I definitely slept on him a little
I
bit.
had him in
thought
my
he was-
lottery for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if I could go back, I'd have him 7th. Okay, so yeah, so I hope that answers your question, Sean. It's a great question. Alex says the Nuggets could run triangle for sure. I think what they're running is actually a little bit more efficient than the triangle, personally.
I think the Nuggets are just fine. They're going to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy this year. You heard
think
it here
so?
first. Yeah,
Okay.
I called it preseason. I'm sticking with my preseason picks. I think that they're just starting to find out exactly what they can do. They're better defensively than people realize when they actually buckle down. I don't know about the games this week, but heading into this week, they actually had the best defense the last 5 weeks. And they're capable when they want to of shutting things down. People forget they've got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, they've got Aaron Gordon, they've got serviceable defensive guys, and Jokic is a much better defender than people give him credit for. Just because he doesn't jump doesn't mean he can't block shots.
They have a secret defense. You also heard that here first.
Yeah.
They tried it out a couple of games. They tried it out against the Memphis Grizzlies. And
they kicked their ass.
It worked, and you have to wonder why they don't play that way all the time. And I'm like, you know what? They're saving for the playoffs.
Yeah.
You want to be my assistant GM or my co-GM? We're gonna bring on one more
Sure.
person. Okay, cool.
Sure.
Way Dam, instead of making you wait, what's your trade, man?
Okay, so you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So here's my trade. I took a screenshot of it because I had multiple of them, but just one of them, you said?
Just one. Yep, only
Yeah.
have one.
Just one of them. Okay, so one good trade I got was so Raptors Raptors and the Washington Wizards.
Oh no. Oh no. Don't do it.
Don't tell me it's Kuzma.
Don't say Kuzma. I have PTSD. I have Kuzma PTSD now, man.
We already missed Thomas Bryant. That's who we needed to get from them.
Yeah, but it's Rui Hachimura.
Okay.
And Kyle Kuzma.
Yo.
I'm
Oh
sorry.
my god.
I had to.
Or
For Fred. Well, I didn't add the picks, by the way, but Fred and
Where'd he go?
Where'd you go? Can't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fred plus what?
Yeah, so Fred and Delano Banton. I didn't add any picks.
You
What picks are you giving us?
That's the thing. Wait, are you acting as a Washington Wizard?
Yeah, we're the Washington Wizards. You're the Raptors.
Okay. So to get Kuzma and Rui Hachimura, I would say the 20. Wait, you can't keep 20.
I'm glad I'm not the only person who got confused on which side I was representing. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Well, it's.
I was actually thinking we were Toronto. That's why I asked what picks.
Yeah, I know. I got confused too, but well, the picks are 20. It's just one pick, 2024 lottery protected.
Who's giving up the pick?
The Raptors are giving up the pick.
No. I say no.
You
What do you?
want Fred VanVleet and the 2024 lottery protected pick plus Banton for Kuzma, who can leave in free agency this summer, and Rui Hachimura.
I don't like
who was
Hachimura that
inconsistent.
much. 2024 first.
How many games has Rui Hachimura delivered double figured scoring consecutively?
Isn't he averaging like 10 this season?
No, I said how many games has he done it consecutively?
Let's see here. I can pull up his game log. I have his game log here. So
I was being facetious, Rob.
You are, because he scored 0, 16, 9, 10, 9, 5, 12, 26, 16, 30, 14, 21, 7. Yikes. Okay, he's wildly inconsistent, but he's also very young, so I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, I want you surprised because the minutes are pretty like similar. And
What's he shooting from 3?
I'm pretty sure he was a good 3-point shooter. He's shooting. I don't have the. Where is it?
Okay, so I'm just gonna pull up his crafted profile quickly.
Yeah, he's only shooting 32% for this season.
Oh, good, he'll fit right
Yikes.
in.
On how many attempts per game?
3 attempts per game. He makes one of them.
Yes.
And what's his defensive box plus minus? Go down to advanced if you're in Basketball Reference, and go to the far right.
Yeah, it's his defensive box plus minus is at a minus 1.3.
Okay, so I don't know where you're at on this, Tamberlyn. I am gonna say no. One,
big
because
no.
I think Hachimura is a big, like, empty calories type of player. I like Denny Avdia more because of his defense. His defensive upside is enormous.
Yeah, I like Avdia too. Avdia. How do you say his name? Avdia?
Avdia.
I like him. He hasn't really ever turned in anything offensively, but I do love his defense, and he's a smart, a high IQ.
Exactly. It's just like a low usage, a high IQ player that I could just see doing a lot of stuff that's connective in your offense and defense, and I like that.
And accepts his role.
And accepts his role. And
He
again,
kind of reminds me of Josh Hart.
Okay, yeah, very, very tall version of that, yeah.
Maybe eventually he'll turn into Josh Hart, because Josh Hart is a much better offensive player at this point in his career.
And he's still not rebounding right now.
I mean,
So-
look, guys like Avdia and Dyson Daniels, etc., right? Like, I know the league is trying to transition away from like one-way players, like all offense, all defense, whatever. You don't want that. And if there is a one-way player that you want that gets paid, it's usually the all offense guy gets paid, like Trey Young, Duncan Robinson, etc. There was a question earlier about what it would take for the Raptors. I apologize, it was a super chat, and it was what would it take for the Raptors to get Trey Young, and we'll probably answer that as the final question. But to answer your question here, I say no to this. The addition of a first round pick to me is just insulting.
Mm-hmm.
Just being straight up. Yeah.
Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot, Wager. And let's talk Trey. Okay. So first of
You
all,
did this to me on purpose because you know I don't like Trey.
No, I'm not doing it on purpose. Because it is rumored that he's available, and the Raptors have.
Wow, is that like legitimate rumors, or is that just scuttlebutt?
Yeah, it's
because if it's true, that means that McMillan has won the battle.
Yeah. Hold on, we're gonna bring Jace on. Jace, have you already been on?
Yeah, I was on once. I just wanted to refresh my trade.
Were you the person who couldn't figure out if Kemba Walker was on the OKC Thunder?
No, that wasn't me.
Which? Okay, my bad. Because you know what, that person presented that trade with so much conviction that I was like, did they trade back for him?
I died.
Okay.
I originally did a Pelicans trade, but I think
Is it a Pelicans trade that we've already explored? Because we've done like a lot of Pelican trades so far.
No, this is the one I think that actually would work out, like realistically.
Okay, just present it to me and we'll just write it and let the chat decide.
Okay.
What's the trade?
So Fred for Garrett Temple, Devontae Graham, and Dyson Daniels.
No. I'm not even presenting that to the chat. No.
And we add a pick. We add a top 5 protected 2023.
Okay, wow, now you're talking. Top 5
That
2023.
switched everything. Because Dyson Daniels is the only thing good coming out of that other side, but the pick is interesting.
Yeah, we
Dyson Daniels. Say it again one more time. Dyson Daniels.
Dyson Daniels, Devontae Graham, Garrett Temple, and a top 5 protected 2023 pick. And you get Fred VanVleet and 2023 top 5 pick.
So Raps got Dyson Daniels, Graham, Temple, and Pel's got Fred plus top 5 2023 protected.
Oh, hang on. We're giving up the pick? Toronto's giving up the pick? Getting the pick.
Tamberlyn, you and I, we're New Orleans right now. He's Toronto.
Oh, okay. I'll keep my okay.
Mateo, thank you so much. I love this.
I'm just
Please
really high on Dyson. I feel like Dyson and Scottie is going to be insane for like together.
Let me ask you a question. Where did you hear about Dyson Daniels being so great first? I just want my credit. Where did you hear about it?
Yeah, I got it from you, and then I started looking into it a lot.
Okay, cool.
Oh, this guy is
Bro,
he's so
Dyson
high
Daniels,
IQ.
if you ever watch this, I want a cut of your next contract because no one has ever hyped anyone more than I've hyped you.
His potential is like I can see the potential oozing. Like it's almost like Scottie Barnes level, like low key. I ain't gonna lie.
I'd love to see where he gets picked in the redraft.
Offensively, not so much. Defensively, he's already way better than Scottie.
Yeah,
defensively.
But he's only 18 or 19 years old.
Like,
He's 19. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's only 19. Like imagine him with Scottie.
Yeah. All right, Jace. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for calling in, man. I appreciate it. As for your trade, I reject it. Sorry.
Top 5 protected? Really?
Sorry. Wait. No, I don't reject it. Hold on.
We're top 5 protecting 2023, and we're giving you Fred VanVleet, an NBA champion. You can run that in your starting lineup, right? And you could that'd be really good. Fred, CJ, Brandon, Ingram, Zion, and you have Jonas as well. Right?
If I'm the Pels, I think I might take that.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes some sense, right? It's because of the pick plus Fred coming in. Yeah, I like Dyson a lot. Fred, he helps.
You gotta have a conversation with Fred's agent to make sure that he'll resign, or you have someone to trade him to.
You know what? Make this top 3 protected. You have a deal.
Oh come on! Okay, not in the lottery. Top 4 protected. Top 4 protected.
You realize there's 8 great players,
okay,
so
top 4 done.
Okay, deal. I take this trade. Tamberlyn, you with me as New Orleans? We take this trade.
I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
with you. I was thinking the Raptors were gonna get the pick.
All right, Jace. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Have a good
Didn't you think it was the Raptors who were gonna get the pick?
one. No. I think Dyson Daniels has a lot of value. I think thankfully, I think the league values top 7, top 8 picks who do this well, right? Like they do have a ton of value. He has way more value right now than he did as an 8th overall pick. I think he's shown a lot, right?
Yeah, I'm a little bit hesitant to think that Fred VanVleet would have to be attached with a pick already at this point in his career. As much as we get on his case, I honestly think if Fred wasn't playing for the bag right now, we might be seeing a different guy. Yes, he's progressed defensively. Yes, he falls into bad habits, but he still has great hands. He can still defend. If he goes, for example, I was waiting for someone to call in with a Dallas deal tonight because Christian Wood just fractured his thumb. So he's going to be out. Luka's life just got even worse. Right. So they could use the Brunson-esque older version, which is Fred VanVleet, to work with Spencer Dinwiddie and
what are they giving up
Luka
though?
Right now?
What do they have?
I mean, I'd be after Josh Green. I'd be after picks. They don't have a lot of picks to give up. I'd maybe try to get Dwight Powell to satisfy our center needs, or I don't know.
This
I'm just saying. I was waiting for someone to come.
But this strikes me as a Rudy Gay thing because, like, if Dwight Powell is healthy, he's by far the best center you've had in 3 years.
I know.
Far. Like, it's
I
not
know.
even close. And he's a rim roller, like, to the elite
Well, I tried
level.
to steal Maxi Kleba, obviously, because he's a good defender and he can't play because he tore his hamstring. What a terrible injury.
Alex brings up a really good point. He says, surprised no one has brought up Najee Marshall, underrated guy on the Pels. I agree.
Yeah.
Najee Marshall is amazing. I am very pro Najee as well. I just love the Pelicans, man. Honestly, I tell you right now, if the Raptors ever even sniff trading Scottie Barnes, I'm covering the Pelicans straight. I'm just letting you guys know.
Oh yeah.
Like, I'm just going over, or I'm gonna follow it because it's like, yeah, like what they're doing is so exciting around Zion, Dyson, BI, like everything. When that team gels,
And they've
it's
got
so fun to
7 picks
watch.
besides their own.
Yeah. Someone says, did anyone bring up Terry Murphy the third? Yes, many times.
Really.
Many times he was brought up.
Over and over and over. And
Yeah.
I kept, when anyone was talking about OKC, I kept talking about Isaiah Joe. I was
Yeah.
a big whiff by the 76ers to let him go.
Yeah. All right. We're at 4 hours and 3 minutes. I appreciate everybody for hanging out with us. This is so cool. Oh my gosh, we got Waydam coming back. Sorry, man. I've never not let someone on, so I'm just gonna let you on to tell you that we can't accept any more trades. Waydam, thanks for coming on. We can't accept any more trades. Cheers, man. Okay. Sorry. I just have a policy where I don't want to let anyone, like, I feel bad. Like, people
it's
call
good.
in, it's nice, it's like super cool. So I want to thank everybody for joining us. Super abstract, but hopefully very cool. We had over 300 people in here at once. That's super cool. I've heard these lives are a little bit therapeutic. We didn't bash Fred today. Not one. Well, I think maybe a 1 or 2. You got to give me that. But I don't think we said anything really negative about Fred. Didn't overhype Scottie to hell. Didn't do any of the repetitive stuff.
Scottie had a great game, though.
I know.
Jesus, I was so mad we lost that game because he played so well. Pascal was between the 640-ish mark. As soon as Fred checked back in, I don't know what the hell Pascal was doing, but he lost us that game. I felt. And I'm not one of the Pascal bashers. I like Pascal. I just thought he was terrible today. From that 6:46-ish mark of the fourth quarter. We had no business losing that game. They got in at 4 a.m. They played in altitude. They don't have Cat. They don't have Rudy. We were up 18 points. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I mean, it's sad, but at the end of the day, we talked trades for 4 hours. Hopefully, we got an idea of stuff.
Cathartic.
It's a little bit cathartic to see like what might be possible. I look, there are a lot of people who are down on Nick Nurse right now. Some people are down on management. I know people are making videos about, the Raptors have lost their touch. I can't believe
Can I make one point about Nick Nurse?
Sure.
The only thing I didn't understand, and maybe it's just because they don't trust him because he's only on a 10-day contract, Joe Wieskamp went 3 for 3 from deep. Why the heck is he not on the court for that last play? Because there was a timeout called. They could have put him in the corner. At least he's going to space the floor and draw somebody. If they run some action, then maybe OG doesn't have 2 guys on him with forcing up a shot. Like, I don't understand why they didn't have Wieskamp on. That was the one thing that he did that I really questioned. And there's lots that could be questioned, but that was the one that really stuck with me.
I think there's a sureness, trust issue, right? With a guy who's kind of new to your system. If he just drops the ball, you're going to be sitting there saying, why the fuck did you have a 10-day contract? And you're going to have to justify it that way. It's always interesting to play the hypothetical game. Yeah, the guy's been hot. I liked what I saw from him a lot tonight.
Yeah, just don't let him run the fast break or try to finish dunk. Everything else was great.
You know what, though? I have a feeling that he can actually do a lot of that. I really do. He's got a solid vert. I've seen him in San Antonio. I wasn't sure how I felt about the Raptors signing him, but I was like, you know what? Really low risk, really high reward guy. If you do initiate a tank, this will be really fun to watch. He's a fun dude to watch. And
yeah, he'll be the Utah of the Raptors next year with someone else. You wait.
Man, honestly, hold on to this guy. If he keeps playing like this, like he's got something here. And I think just here's the thing. I look at players, I'm like, I know Scottie likes playing with this dude. I know Scottie doesn't like playing with this dude. I just see like how they move on the court, how they pass the ball. I'm like, I know. I tell you, Scottie's going to become a very big Joe fan. I said it about Jeff Doughton in Summer League. I was like, Scottie's going to become a really big fan. And it's funny. There was this one moment where Jeff Doughton was on the court against the Detroit Pistons, and he was guarding, and he hits a shot or something, and they frame over to the bench, and you literally read Scottie's lips saying, "Damn, he's good." And yeah, so it's interesting, you know, like in scrimmages it's only 5-on-5. Very often Jeff Doughton's on the outside of that, right? The 5-on-5 stuff in the Raptors practices. So I think it's really interesting when you get guys outside of that group coming in and contributing something, and it's really interesting. Thad got minutes tonight. I liked what
That's
I saw.
the first time in a long time.
Yep. And there's some like very weird stuff going on with him that was on Twitter with his wife.
Really?
Yeah. Like she was going back and forth with fans about Scottie Barnes. She was like, "Do you know Scottie? Like, Thad's a great veteran. He was just doing this, he was doing that." It's very weird to me because those two squashed it, and then everyone, like not everyone around them, but people around Thad are going nuts. And then I guess, you know, I kind of feel bad for her too, because you know, she's just a wife of an NBA player, right? She's a mom.
Defending her husband, yeah.
She's defending her husband, but all these people are kind of going at her. You know, like maybe Scottie Barnes fans are going at her, like, "Who the fuck's your husband? He's a scrub."
People
you know,
have to
whatever.
stop doing that.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
like, you
God.
know what? Judging people by their worst moments is so trash. Like Thaddeus Young, yeah, she's defending her husband's reputation because he's been a standout like vet for consistently for like, you know, 10 years in the league, 8 years in the league. He's just been the solid dude. And she's like going at fans. She's like, "When have you ever seen, you know, Thad ever lose his cool with anybody?" You know what I mean? Fair enough. I would also argue to anyone going at Brook Lopez online, when have you ever seen Brook Lopez lose his cool with anybody? It's never happened. He's been in the league like 14 years. And, you know, I've known Robin Lopez. I've met Brook Lopez. I think they're the nicest people on earth. Like, I honestly could not even express to you, like, how awesomely nice they are to people.
I think they should develop a show for when they retire to be the halftime show to do with the mascots.
They should do everything in the world like together. They're so funny. They're so
Yeah.
smart. And they're just such great teammates. So yeah,
That was
like,
weird that he got that upset, eh?
it is, right? And I mean, like, I just feel bad that people are like, "Okay, well, you know, Brook Lopez is a piece of trash and he's a terrible person." It's like, bro,
In the game.
let's not
People
judge people
need
by
to
their
learn
worst.
how to have debates without being cruel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And let's just stop judging people by their worst moment. Like, how about that? You know, like, I was
Yeah,
listening
like
to
I might not agree with you, you might not agree with me, but we can still be respectful to each other and be kind and wish the best for each other.
James
We need
Welsh
to get out of
says,
this era of negativity.
James Welsh says, "I will take on Brook Lopez myself." I gotta tell you,
Lopez.
Lopez. And honestly, James, I gotta tell you, man, Brook's a wrestler and he would kill you. I'm just putting it out there. He's really strong. So yeah. So like I just think that, you know, we need to exercise some patience. We need to exercise some critical thinking as a fan base. Of course, you know, things are rocky, things are tough, and things are probably going to get tougher. I mean, we're on the road a lot. You know, it's 7 of the next 9 are on the road. We've got a really tough schedule coming up this weekend. Boston, New York, back to back. It's going to be tough.
Oh, it's
especially
over.
because Boston is the first team in that bunch, and you know, Nick
It's
Nurse is
over. It's already over.
It's been over for a while. I mean, these
Yeah.
extra wins that we're eking out every you know, every now and again are just, you know, it's like, it's gonna hurt us later. Because I mean, imagine, you know, if the season does go south and we end up with the 5th worst record, right? And the gap between 5th and 4th is like 1 win. Imagine if. And just imagine if the 4th team does end up getting Wembanyama or Scoot. Like, you're gonna.
Well, that's like 10% too to get the top one, right? So it's 14% for the top 3, bottom 3. Then it's 12.5. I think it's 10 something, 10.5 or 10 if you're 5th.
I think this is a good thing to close on. Let me just check up the lottery odds for NBA draft. Hold on.
I know the bottom 3 are 14. I'm pretty sure it's 12.5 for number 4, and I think it's 10.5
You're right.
if you're number 5.
You're right.
You can tell I've written it for a lot of tanking teams recently.
Yep. Okay. So
yeah,
let's
getting
just,
and 7th is what, 9 or 8?
I'm just gonna pull up the tankathon thing so that everyone can see what we're talking about here. Let me just pull this up. 1 second. Bear with me, guys. Wow, it's almost 3 a.m.
The bottom line is, if you look at, since they changed the way that the draft lottery odds work, is that the last several seasons, teams that were sitting, like New Orleans was sitting in 8th when they got Zion. So they moved all the way from 8 all the way to 1.
Yeah.
Toronto was sitting in 7th when they got the 4th pick. Last year, somebody jumped 2. Who was it last year? Wasn't maybe Portland got
Sacramento?
Shaden went 7th. He stayed.
Sacramento jumped.
Yeah, Sacramento maybe.
Yep, it was Sacramento that jumped. Sacramento jumped. From,
Keegan Murray, low under the radar. Keegan Murray starting to come around, kids.
Yeah, and Sacramento is top 3 in the West, which is amazing. But I mean, if everyone can just look.
I called that before their homestand, by the way.
Did you?
Yep.
That's amazing.
In my odds previews, but now they're going to go on the road for a ton, so we'll see. I also think that OKC is really getting interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know what Sam's going to want to do with all that horde of draft picks, but man, they're good right now. They beat Boston by 50 points without Shea playing. They beat Philadelphia on their home court.
And that's without
this team. Yeah. And this team is not scared of anybody. Shea's got like this low-key killer assassin vibe going, and the whole team, instead of like, if Memphis, for example, is the team that has the most bravado, like we don't care who the F you are, we're going to take you down, then OKC is the one smiling at you saying, yeah, we're just learning and growing, and meanwhile going in the locker room going, let's kill these guys.
Yeah, I'm just inviting Leo to come on because Basketball Zone's watching, because you just mentioned Sacramento Kings.
Oh, he's all about it.
And you got Leo excited. Leo, come on, man. Like, let's just wrap this up. We're at 4 hours and 13 minutes. Let's go for 4 hours and 20 minutes, whatever. Just come on and say hello to us. Yeah, so like I think you're right. I think they have a lot of I like Jalen Williams, man.
Jalen Williams J-Dub is amazing. Amazing. Isaiah Joe is sitting over 44% from 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They've got a couple guys on this team. Like, no one's afraid of anything. You know?
Yeah.
No one. Darius Baisley is barely playing. That's how much better everybody else is. And you got Mark Daigneault, he'll just throw in a different lineup any day. Unlike Toronto, where if you don't get minutes, the guys shrink when they come on the court. OKC, you get minutes and you're out there killing somebody to prove that you want more. Kenrich Williams is like so underrated. He's like the glue guy, you know? He's the one that does, he offers everything. Does a little bit of everything. Look at, you know how Ty Jerome's doing really well this season? On who is he playing for? The Dubs or the Suns? One of them. The Suns. No, the Dubs. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing for OKC last year. That's where he was developing.
We got a trade request here. Keegan Murray for Precious and 2 second-round picks. Who says no?
Oh. I'm such a Precious fan, but I think that would be the Toronto Raptor fan in me. I think you kind of have to take. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to dive into the numbers. 2 second-round picks from Sacramento.
Can I guarantee you one thing about this trade that definitely is happening right now? Leo is definitely having an aneurysm right now. He does not, I'm pretty sure that he does not like Precious Achiuwa, and his team just picked a guy over Jaden Ivey. I like Precious
really
a
like
lot.
Keegan Murray.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh no!
What do you think of that deal, Leo?
No!
What's up, y'all?
His name is Raptors cost me. Is it money?
Yep.
Oh boy! You know how much I bet on the Raptors to win tonight?
How much?
$2. $2.
Oh, okay.
I
Bro,
you know
I bet minus 6.5. What the hell was I thinking?
I think you were thinking that Fred VanVleet would stay on the bench.
If you'd read my odds preview, you wouldn't have done that. I didn't take them.
You got to start following Tamberlyn, man. What'd you wager?
First of all, I love this woman right here. I mean, she is full of energy, knowledge. Oh my God. Like, I love you, first and foremost.
Thank you.
He's married.
Thank you, Leo. No, I'm not actually, but that's okay.
No, I said he's married.
Oh, no, I know. You just had a baby, didn't you?
I did.
It's a basketball love, though. It's a different type of love, right?
It is a basketball love.
Yeah.
It's a basketball
Yeah.
family, and I'm loving it. It's funny because I'm eating and I tuned in right when you said Sacramento. I'm like, bro, it was meant to be.
It was meant to be, and I thought about it. I was like, I wonder how, because I was about to clown you a little bit. I was about to be like, hey man, your team's like third in the West, and you were ready to trade away half your roster last week.
I'm ready to trade him today. Let's go, OG.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kings are playing Thunder this weekend. Who's winning that?
Man, I keep telling Kings fans, it's like, well, the Kings are supposed to beat them. I'm like, do y'all watch basketball? The Thunder are a dog of a team. Like, it's going to be a dog fight tomorrow night. And it's not going to be easy by any means. Like, I'm a big Thunder guy. So, SGA, I love. Lou Dort going to make De'Aaron Fox work for every single bucket. And it's going to be a dog fight. Then the following night, they got Philly, which they match up terribly against. It's going to be a tough next 2 games, man.
Jonas Batter is saying OG for Keegan and 2 picks.
Let's do it.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't do it.
I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Oh.
I just think OG is way better than Keegan, man. Just throwing
I
it
like
out there.
Keegan Murray a lot, Leo, but
And
not,
you guys are good
not-
now. Your picks don't have as much value.
Yeah.
No offense. Sean Stevenson says, "Don't we play the Kings on this road trip?" I think we do, don't we?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we do.
Okay, let
We're
me just.
going live with dual collab from the Golden One Center. So,
Oh, that'd be
it's gonna
cool.
fun.
That would be cool. So I mean, we've had like a million trades tonight.
So why did the Raptors lose tonight? Because I just made the bet for $50. I left. I went to a party. I came back and I said, "Oh shit, they lost the game." Not only did they not cover, but they lost the game.
Pascal was worried about his points, I guess.
Okay, if I had to give you 3 guesses on why you think the Raptors lost the game, take a wild guess on why the Raptors lost the game.
Pascal ran into Scottie or OG 3 times today. Fred VanVleet took about 3 really bad 3-point shots, or even like a ill-advised.
Oh, so you actually
mid-range
watched
shot.
the game?
And then Gary Trent.
Did we lose you?
Looks like he froze. Sacramento's the first game on the road trip, the 7-game road trip, by the way.
Yeah, so we have just pull this comment off for a second so we can see the whole thing. We have Boston, New York, so we have Sacramento. Yes. So
Yeah, the
we're
first one's
Boston
up.
and New York. And Sacramento, Golden State, Portland, Phoenix, Utah. Honestly, those are all losable games. Every one of those teams is losable. I think Sacramento.
Suns got back Cameron Johnson and
Golden State has Steph Curry back.
Yeah.
So this is
Houston's maybe the one that they could lose. Portland, we never win there. Even when we deserve to win, we never win there. So
will Phoenix have Devin Booker back?
I don't know, but they got Cam Johnson back tonight, I'm pretty sure, because he was in my odds preview. They had him back for sure as probable, and they had Chris Paul as questionable, and they beat the Nets tonight badly.
Yeah.
Badly. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like this is a tough, like this is season over right now, right? I mean, like I think everyone knows that, right?
This is like raise the value of the trade assets trip.
For sure. Like I
Sure.
mean, let Fred hunt his shot. Let Siakam go nuts. Let Here's the crazy thing. I've been a big OG fan for a very long time.
Something's wrong with him right now too. I don't know what's going
He's
on.
not playing like he was earlier in the year. When
better tonight.
Siakam was out, like he just feels like he is struggling. It seems like we just can't get everybody going at the same time. Everybody talks
like usage rate.
Hmm?
He's 5th on this team in usage rate, which is fucking ridiculous.
OG?
Yeah.
He was third at one point, so that's a good point, Leo. So that's probably what it is. It's like throwing off his rhythm and his timing because he's not getting touches. I mean, all you have to do, sorry, people that don't like to hear this, but all you have to do is watch Scottie when he handles the ball, watch how quickly the decisions are made, watch how much the ball moves, especially when certain players aren't on the floor with them, and then watch when the other two players who do the primary ball handling have the ball and how often the ball gets put into ISO mode or one person is only helping the other one to score. And tonight again, I watched Precious stand on the outside of the arc and OG while Pascal would run into three players instead of passing it out to them. Even if they don't shoot it and throw it back inside, just do it.
So
Drives
your
me
top
crazy.
usage guy is Pascal at about 28%, Delano 24%, he barely plays. Fred VanVleet 22.4, Gary Trent Jr. 22.3.
Scotty's not
Ron
even
Harper
top
Jr. doesn't play.
three?
No. Precious
Holy
Achua
shit.
21.2. Then you have Scottie at 20.9 and OG at 20.8. Then you have Chris Boucher 18.2, Malachi Flynn
So I wasn't
17.
counting the guys that like don't play much. Like that's why I said.
Yeah. I know. I should have qualified them out, but I'm gonna put it on the screen just so everyone can sort of see the usage rate highlighted, and that way we
You
can
pulling that from
understand.
D-ball rep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous that Scotty's not top three.
Yeah. So to anyone just kind of watching, just filter out, the super low minute guys. I mean, also, Banton's played 222 minutes. That's not a completely nonsense, sample size. It's not great, but it's not nothing.
We'll take Harper out for sure.
But Harper out for sure. But Precious Achua, right, in 390 minutes, he's been really huge. And also you have to factor in like guys who almost exclusively man the second unit are going to have higher usage rates, like Malachi Flynn, often playing second unit. Without key starters, he's going to have a higher usage. Same thing with Banton, often playing second unit, Precious Achua, Chris Boucher. But in that starting lineup, what is sticking out to me is that Scottie and OG are, per this, your fourth and fifth options. And for OG, the guy who literally was like, I want a bigger role in this offense, and if you consider true shooting percentage, right, as a barometer, OG's at 59%, 56%, right? True shooting.
While we're talking about wanting a bigger role, who do you think CJ McCollum was talking about? And was it appropriate for the president of the Basketball Players Association to be saying that? Number two.
I think, I've gone back and forth on this. I've heard what people in the league have said about it. I called a friend of mine who's kind of higher up in the league and I asked him about it. I said, could he face tampering charges if the Raptors do end up trading one of the players to the New Orleans Pelicans? Because this causes controversy. It's everywhere. Him saying that is, it's so weird. And honestly, he's also really smart dude. Leo, you've met him, right? Like he's a really smart dude. He's really calculated. He's like, he wouldn't just say this. Everyone's speculating.
Podcast though.
He said it on the ESPN podcast.
Yeah. He said that I can't talk about it because of the tampering charges, but the fact that he talked about it opened up the can of worms that someone is talking to him saying they're unhappy. And he didn't say one person, he said players.
He said players, number one, and he said they're going to do something. I can't talk about it because of tampering. Pardon?
OG's for sure unhappy. So he's definitely one of those two guys. I guarantee that.
So it could be Fred, it could be Gary, it could be OG,
together.
It could be Pascal. It's one of those guys.
It could be Fred because Fred's talking to everybody.
Yeah. Someone says it's Rico, man. Rico's unhappy? Or is that what you're saying? Or are you saying Rico's leaking?
Oh no.
No. But I think it's I understand why people think it's Gary, because he's the one who was benched, he was the one who's called out, he's the one in a contract year. I also understand people who think it's Fred. But to stay specifically on point, will he face tampering charges? I don't think so. No, he didn't say anything that can be. It is a weird look for someone in his position. It's not just being one of the veterans on a rival team, but also
It was
his position within
inappropriate.
the Players Association is enormously problematic. You can consider it problematic, but it's not. I don't think it'll be grounds for tampering. No, because he didn't. In that moment, you have to say he was speaking as himself, not as a Pelican.
Right.
There has to
So,
be.
Leo, is De'Aaron Fox making all NBA this year?
No, but he's making the All-Star team.
I agree with that. That's
What
a fair
about
take.
Domo?
So hard to make All NBA when you got like so many guards that are better than him. Like, let's be honest, like he's really good, but you got Luka, Steph.
He's having a great year.
Like Luka, Steph, and Ja right there, just by like team success and just overall popularity around the league. Like those three guys got it.
Team success, they're number 3 right now, Leo.
Yeah, but Sabonis will get third team for sure. So he's a lock to get it in. So they're not
Is he
going to
getting
have
frozen? Are they freezing his son before games?
Who?
Domo. Are they freezing his son?
I think they are, but last game he didn't play because it was a non-COVID illness. He's going around the team. Rashawn stepped in for the first time, 16-11.
You're so proud. You're like a proud
Bro, I was
father.
so proud of him, man. Like that's my guy. So
I felt bad for Rashawn, man. He's been in Mike's doghouse or something.
Yeah, he's been through a lot the last 18 months. So lots of personal stuff that really, affected his psyche and just his life overall. But yeah, he played well. They played against a bad team, but still, like you still got to give him credit. I would say Domas makes an All NBA team for sure. I mean,
For sure.
He's number 3 in win shares right now.
I just lost my light.
It's
funny.
It's Luka, Jokic, and Sabonis.
Domo, yeah.
I mean, and they're number 3. So if they stay anywhere from like 3 to 5, and he's up there like top 5 in win shares, and he's still putting up a triple double, he's for sure gonna get it in.
Sean J is asking, would you trade Siakam and Gary Trent for Zach LaVine and Vucevic? If I was the Raptors, not a chance in hell. Not a chance in hell. Vucevic negative contract. LaVine is probably a negative contract at this point.
Listen, just because Nikola got 43 points and 20 rebounds and a bunch of beef, go ask Andre Drummond how many championships he has. It's the same shit.
It's like
empty calories, man.
These numbers. I'm not going to go on another rant about like how big numbers can like really, really trick people, but like trust me, they can. Like there's real impact, and then there's box score impact, and then there's like winning impact. A lot of guys put up 26 points in losses, man. It's just everyone's going to have a leading scorer, or leading rebounder, or whatever. And you know what? Like Nikola, Vucevic is a really cool dude. He's like a good dude. Like he tries. But the problem
Empty
there
calories.
is, pardon? It's not just empty calories. It's like there's two sides of the game. There's offense and there's defense, right? And it's like having him in your offense restricts certain elements of your offense. Having him on your defense makes you very vulnerable to teams scheming him out and hunting him. So it's like at the end of the day, if you have to give up 3 points because he can't rotate to corners or he can't come up to the screen, and you're just giving up 3 after 3 to stretch bigs or teams kind of going a little bit smaller, and you're basically exchanging 2s for 3s, you're going to lose. You're going to lose a lot. I think he's a really big part of why the Bulls are bad this year.
Struggle. And isn't he in a contract year too? So he's going to want the bag.
He's not going to get the bag.
I know that, but he's going to want it. So any team trading for him,
I think he's got to be realistic at this point. He's basically a mid-level exception player at this point.
Exactly.
Max.
I agree. But some team will be willing to pay him a bit. So you don't want to trade for him because all you need is a team to say, well, we'll give you $3 million more a year than that.
Which team with cap space would pay
3
him
years
more?
instead of 4.
Which team do you think could possibly pay him more than a mid-level exception? For real. I understand that he'll go to the highest bidder, but who?
I mean, Do you want me to shade GMs here?
New York,
There's
they don't
always a
have
GM
New York
that will
doesn't
make it.
New York
I
doesn't
mean,
have the cap space.
yeah,
Orlando's not going
that
to bring him
was
back. They don't need
the
him.
Kings don't do dumb moves anymore, right, Leo?
They
No.
not getting it for sure. I
They
mean,
stop listening to the owner and make their own decisions now.
yeah, Monty's doing a good job.
So Sean Stevenson says Dallas.
LeBron can say to Rob, "Get him," because he'll give us rebounds,
I mean,
and then
that's not
AD
a
can play
bad
the
thing.
four.
I think Dallas is a good fit for him, and if they get him like at 10 mil per year, I mean they signed Clax to 10. They gave DJ about 10 about 3 years ago. Like it's not 10 mil for Vucevic is not bad at all. That's actually a value contract to
Well,
me.
that's more
Because you have
realistic
to
than
consider
20
the op
or
the
30.
op. Well, the 20 and 30 are out of the question. Like for me at this point, I think the
I agree.
max is on 14, minimum 10. That's his range.
I wouldn't go
So
above 12.
and I think that his ideal role
That's
is a second unit big at this point.
He'd be
Second
great
unit.
as second big.
He would be because he can
Yeah.
still set picks. He can still score, and against second units, it won't be exploited as much. Like his weaknesses won't be exploited as much. But when he's your starting center, there are limits to this. I feel the same way about DeMarcus Cousins. To some extent, right? DeMarcus Cousins could easily contribute 10 minutes a night to a team right now, and I think he probably wouldn't hurt you. But if you start moving him up to 20, 25 minutes, you're gonna die. Like.
But with DMT, it comes with like the character flaws and like the outside of.
But you covered him. You covered him. I don't buy the character flaws stuff with him. I think he's a really good dude. You disagree
First
with
of all,
me?
DMT hates me.
Right, that's true.
Till this day, which is sad because he's a millionaire and he's worried about me. And he saw me. He's like, "I'm gonna let Leo live another day today." Like he really said that. So I don't get it. At the end of the day. The man is extremely talented. He did a lot for the city of Sacramento, but he's extremely childish still. He has character stuff. And I posed this question to Kings fans. I said, who is his favorite coach and the best coach he ever had?
Michael Malone.
Michael Malone. Okay, so
how smart I am?
Why the hell did Mike Malone choose DeAndre Jordan to back up his MVP over DeMarcus Cousins? Why? Because he's a
character.
That's why. That's why, Rob.
Mike Malone got a raw deal there too. They waited for Boogie to come back from being injured, or whoever it was that was injured.
Bro, like he'll play for pennies. They don't want him.
Boogie must be dying though to see the Kings doing so well.
I mean, but look, at the end of the day,
if there's a coach that's gonna give him a shot, it's Mike Malone.
Yeah.
And he chose DeAndre Jordan. He's trash.
He can't even play anymore, man. I can't even believe he's still playing.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with DeMarcus Cousins. He's so freaking talented.
He is
so talented.
Yeah.
If you look at even his fringe minutes on the Warriors, his usage rate is so freaking high.
Yeah, but
the minute he's on the court,
to control there.
Well, right, but let's what we talk about with Fred VanVleet is the same thing I talk about with big centers who have like an Achilles tear or some big ACL injury or something like that. They lose that half step advantage because Cousins was never like the most bursty or mobile guy to begin with. He was just gifted with enough athleticism to make him dominant. He was playing at the right time. The league has obviously gotten a little bit smaller, a little bit more switchable, a lot more spread pick and roll, a lot more Spain pick and roll, a lot more stuff that would put a big like him at a disadvantage. So it's a combination of, it's not just the Hibbert effect of one day we turned on the NBA and he was outdated. It's also the combination of the injuries, but it's also the combination of the play style. He doesn't really play any other way. So DeAndre Jordan, like someone might look at a guy like DeAndre Jordan and be like, oh, this guy's trash. He has brick hands. He can't score. He can't shoot, blah, blah, blah. Why wouldn't you pick a guy like, and he's not that great a defender anymore. So why wouldn't you pick a DeMarcus Cousins? And it's just the usage thing because you have guys on your second unit who get the ball more if you're playing DeAndre Jordan. That's just simple. And unless you're scoring at a league average, or at least, slightly close to league average rate as a scorer, which, if you're not a spaced out 3-point shooter, this is like the debate we were having earlier, Leo, that they were talking about Memphis trading Jaren Jackson Jr. for Pascal Siakam, right? And I'm Memphis in that trade, and I'm like, fuck no, I'm not doing it, because even though you think that Siakam's an upgrade on Jaren Jackson Jr., the defense that I'm
It's a
giving
blend of
up,
the year.
the defense that I'm giving up, plus the fact that I have two players that I would rather run my offense through in Bane and Ja Morant, would make me absolutely insane to add a third guy to a team that already has Dylan fucking Brooks, who takes every single shot. He's never seen a shot he didn't take.
Who said that? That it was like Raptor fans?
Yeah. We've been doing a Raptor call-in show, like we've been doing trades like since the game ended till we're at 3 a.m. right now.
He was killing people. He was fleecing everybody. Leo, he was fleecing everybody.
Leo knows about getting fleeced.
So
he got
bad I
fleeced
had
for
to
Keegan
say
Murray.
stuff.
He knows about fleecing. He got fleeced for Keegan Murray. I think he gave up like 2 or 3 first-round picks plus Keegan Murray plus something for OG.
First-round picks, Harrison and Keegan.
For OG and Kem or something like that. Yeah.
Oh my
he got
God.
fleeced. Yeah, I fleeced him too. But the next time he came on, he came real prepared.
Trade, so
Okay.
He looks at you in the face, Rob, and he's smiling and he's pretending like he doesn't know what's going on, and he's fleecing them all. I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm sitting here watching this. And then he started like catching on that I was catching on to him. It was like, oh my God.
Yeah, because I basically got more for Zach LaVine as the Chicago Bulls GM than some guys were getting for Siakam. And she's like, how the fuck is Pascal Siakam not getting first round picks and Zach LaVine's getting first? I think it was funny. Look, I think this is it's first of all, like, I think you have to understand the league a lot to do this, like you do, and honestly, this is why I have chosen to be the other 29 GMs and not the Raptors. If I'm the Raptors, y'all really gonna get fucked. But if I'm the other GMs, now I'm having to dig a little bit into my own thought process. Like, I haven't checked, like, for instance, I didn't check Ja Morant's stats last night, so I'm 3 days behind. With the Raptors, I'm always caught up. So it is kind of leveling the playing field, but I still understand how other teams think. Like, I still understand what the Pistons want for Bogdanovich. I still understand what the Blazers would want for Jeremy Grant. I have an idea of every team, like, where they're trying to go. So I think it makes it easier for me to understand, like, how they would operate in a trade. And hopefully I was fair. Now, obviously, like, on the other end of it, I didn't have Masai Ujiri, right? And if Masai Ujiri called me, maybe I lose that trade. Maybe, though. I'm a tough cookie.
But the only reason why you did, like, you got 2 firsts out of me because you didn't want to do it for 1, and I was desperate to get OG. So
You know, the whole purpose of these trade shows is
I remember that. I was sitting here going, Leo, what are you doing?
I've been made aware of the fact that there are certain people in higher places that watch these shows, right? Through the grapevine, I've heard, like, oh, this guy watched your show, that guy watched your show, and I was like, really? He had time to watch the show? So basically, what I'm doing right now is masquerading it as a trade show. What really it is an exhibition of what I would do as a general manager if I was ever given that job. So,
It's a job interview?
This is a job interview.
So would you make the trade then? Harrison Keegan first?
I'm not getting Masai and Bobby's job. I'll probably be like GM for like Atlanta. No, I'm not getting Landry Field's job. What GM spot is open? Like, I feel like I need to file my resume or something. Which team?
Depends.
Which team is?
Well, it could be the Suns, it could be James, because it depends with the new ownership coming in, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to see whether or not the Wolves are happy with Tim after that nightmare.
Wow, can you imagine paying so much for a dude? People don't even talk about how much they paid him to come over, and then he made the Rudy trade. Do you know how much insult to injury that is?
That was all like a domino effect, eh? He felt like he had to, like, do something immediately upon arrival and pull that and did that Rudy trade, and it was just the worst. At the time that it happened, I was like, what is he doing?
He's a coffee maker.
C4C says you could work for Charlotte. Oh my God. Where my entire team,
Kupchak, right?
my entire team is going to go to jail. That's right away.
That's Mitch Kupchak, yeah.
Well,
Mitch obviously doesn't put much due process into the interview process because
I'd be working for Michael Jordan. I'd be working for Michael Jordan. I would do that.
James Bouknight got charged several times for drunk driving and got arrested for sitting in his car with a gun in his lap. And then we got Miles Bridges beating up his girl. Like,
and then Montrezl Harrell.
do they not do the interview process in Charlotte? What the hell?
You know what?
First of
Honestly, first thing I'm doing as a Charlotte GM is I'm trading LaMelo Ball.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm probably not going to get the job.
Yeah,
But I'll tell you, I would trade him so fast.
Clutch Tatum says Siakam isn't better than Brown. We agree with you, bro. Who's saying Siakam is better than Brown?
A lot of people
Which
would.
Brown?
Jalen Brown.
Oh my
Oh.
god, y'all are smoking.
I
bro.
love Jalen Brown.
I think it's close.
He needs to work on his handle a bit more, but I love that kid.
I think it's really close.
I don't think he gets enough shine because of how much shine Tatum gets, but Tatum's deserving it this year.
If you're asking me if I'm starting a team from scratch, am I building it around Siakam or Jalen Brown? Yeah, I'll probably pick Jalen Brown, but it's really close. Like it's not as far as people think, and Siakam's taken a really huge step. I understand, like for whatever reason,
If
he doesn't.
Siakam is the number one option, he also plays better because he has more saves on defense.
But he's also playing on a team with a lack of spacing, and he needs spacing. So you imagine Siakam in the role of Jalen Brown. I think you know with Jason Tatum, Al Horford, Malcolm, like he'd be flourishing too. Like I think he might even do better.
Like 2019 all over again with Kawhi.
Like Jalen, though.
Pardon?
He don't shoot the ball like Jalen. He don't play defense like Jalen.
Yeah, but Jalen doesn't.
He doesn't
have
play
the ball
defense
handling
like
skills
Jalen?
that Pascal has.
You have access to B-ball index.
they
Check
have-
their defensive analytics.
they
I
have
guarantee
pluses
it. It's
and
close.
minuses.
It's very close. If not, Siakam's ahead of him defensively.
It's just Siakam is so like he's so robotic with his.
What's the turnover
He's
rate
pretty
between
fluid,
Brown
man.
and Pascal?
With his game though, like he's so predictable. Like we know what he gonna
He is
do.
hella predictable. I'll give you that. But it wasn't like I remember 2 summers ago, Jalen Brown was working on his handle like aggressively, and it obviously
He's also
helped.
than Siakam, right? Like 2-3 years.
Clutch Tatum says, "Why do people think Brown got bad handles? Because we watch basketball games. I mean, he used to have really bad handles. I promise you that.
He's
3 years
better.
ago, his handles were trash, like straight trash.
He's much better, but he's still not great. And the thing about Jalen Brown is if he makes a decision in the first 2 dribbles, he's fine. If he dribbles it more than twice, you're fucked. Sorry.
So
Pardon my
Raptors
language.
Nation makes a really good point. He says Jalen's defense is overrated.
So is, like,
Jalen's
a lot of
off-ball
dudes
defense is
off-ball
ass.
So was a lot of dudes off ball defense. Siakam is ass too on off ball.
He has been worse, and his
3.1 turnovers per game this year.
Someone just said Brown's handles are the same as Anunoby. No, they are at least 3 times better than O.G Anunoby's handles.
He's actually having more turnovers this year than the last ever. It's the
Jalen?
highest turnover rate ever. Yeah, 3.1.
That's
2.7 the last 2
It's
years.
not just handles.
Let me see
it's
his usage.
It's usage. It's
Here's his usage rate. There it is.
um
Usage rate is 31.7. It's also the highest usage rate. 31.7. Wow.
Big Lucci says Tatum is a franchise player. No debate here, man. One of my favorite players in the NBA. There will be no Tatum shade. There's so many players on this team in this league that I just love watching so much. Jason Tatum, DeJounte Murray,
Nikola Jokic.
Did you watch the
Jokic.
Murray All Smoke podcast?
No, what did he say?
He said a lot of juicy things. He said that Tony Parker should have mentored him the right way, but he was selfish.
I don't doubt that.
As soon as Tony Parker found out that DeJounte was going to start over him in his second year, he chose to go to Charlotte. And he was really mad about it because DeJounte said that he should have mentored him like the vet that he was, but he didn't. And then he said something along the lines of like Pop trying to like disrespect him as a man, and like that he wasn't going to allow that. Like he was super open. It was a
Wow.
He's a real dude. Like that's the thing.
He's
DeJounte Murray is
real as
a
hell.
real dude.
Did
Like
he-
his
Did he
dad.
say anything about Trey?
No, and he loves Kawhi Leonard. He just said Kawhi Leonard just loves basketball. He like hates the media and he just wants to hoop and just live his life.
Absolutely. And that's exactly the truth about Kawhi. And, there's a lot of stuff about Kawhi that hasn't come out yet from the championship year, how he felt about certain guys on this team, how he felt about certain coaches on this team. And that will come out, I want to say, in about a year. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. When this whole thing blows up here, you'll see. I'm just teasing it. I'm just letting you know it's gonna come.
Well, that leaves the carrot dangling that it must be Nurse.
I didn't say it was Nurse. I'm not trying to get sued here. I'm just
Oh,
telling
you're being
you.
so coy.
I am being a little bit coy. I mean, you gotta give me that freedom. We're 4 hours and 46 minutes into a live stream, but I will tell you that shit like this, Tony Parker's not in the league anymore. This is DeJounte Murray talking about right now. San Antonio, Kawhi Leonard, that shit's been going for 4 years. Sometimes you hear the stuff afterwards. Podcasts are making this more relevant. DeMar, he never really talked about how he demanded a trade when Kyle was going to be traded to New York. He called his agent and said, "Get me the fuck out of here." We never heard about that. All we heard was Mr. Loyalty never ever wanted to be traded. So, you hear about the stuff after the fact, and you will hear after the fact with Kawhi. But I will tell you, the Kawhi was a real dude, real one. They catered to him. They did everything for him, for sure. The Raptors treated him right, but he also did right by the Raptors too, right? He played his heart out. He played hurt in the playoffs. He didn't have to do anything. He could have just fucking sat out. He really could have, and he still would have gotten a max contract the next year. He didn't need to do any of that.
Exactly. When you consider his injuries and how long he's out with his injuries, the fact that he played through the rest of the Milwaukee series and then in the finals when we know he was hurt.
Yeah.
That was
and I
huge.
want to take this moment, I kind of promised myself I wouldn't talk about other YouTubers, but there's one that really, really has touched a nerve with me. He's called me out 4 fucking times. Literally gone on 10-minute rants about how much he hates my guts. I'm the worst person ever. I'm evil. I'm terrible. I'm terrible for Raptors media. I'm terrible this. Everything. I just care about Scottie. I hate everybody else. Let me tell you what this motherfucker said. He said, "Fuck Kawhi Leonard. He wanted to leave. Fuck him. Good for him. That look at him now. Fuck him." And this guy's whole shtick, his whole bullshit, this army of absolute idiots. No, it's not him. It's not chat. Shut up. It's not the guy that you're talking about. It's not him. It's not NBA, whatever. It's not that guy. It's a completely different dude. He's a total fucking clown. And he just goes fuck Kawhi. And his whole thing is about, are you with the Raptors? You against the Raptors? Because if you're with the Raptors, you're with us. I'm trying to mimic this guy now. He's a fucking idiot. So if you're just trying to spread drama about the Raptors, man, I don't want to hear it. I just want to talk positive
this guy
about
is. That's how much relevance he has.
You don't know who he is.
I have no idea. Mind you, I would have turned off right away if I heard that. So
Jonas, does it say Raptors in his name? Yes, it fucking does. And this motherfucker had the right to talk shit about Kawhi Leonard because he left. Kawhi had every fucking reason to leave. He wanted to be in LA. He wanted to be close to his family. Who the fuck are you to say that a guy can't leave and go home? I will never. He delivered a championship, the first championship in franchise history, and all this franchise and all this, some idiots in this fan base, all they want to talk about is, well, Fred VanVleet had 1 Finals MVP. He should have had 0.
Steve Ballmer gave up 6 draft picks together and Paul George. So hello, and Shy.
Raptors Nation, is it me? No, of course not. Is it you? Have you talked shit about me for 4 fucking minutes? No. What I'm trying to say is, don't trash people because they're gone. It's not cool, right?
Or don't be that fan that says you have to be positive all the fucking time.
That too. That's so toxic, man.
That's so
being honest.
stupid.
Yeah, let me put it this way. If I'm gonna trash Fred VanVleet on a night that he objectively played well, I'm being toxic because now I'm just hating on a guy for fuck's sake. I'll also tell you this: the media here, they definitely do wait for Scottie to have a bad game when they trash him. But if they have something bad to say, if they have a negative article to press, they will definitely wait for the bad game. They won't publish it on 23 points. They won't publish it on 29 points. They'll publish it on 7 points. They'll wait for the bad game. Me, I will criticize for the most critical I've been of Fred VanVleet is not when he had the 0 for 11, 0 for 12 game against Philly. It was when he had 39 points last game. It was when he had 39 points the first time. Because in both cases, I believe we lost the game and he hijacked the fucking offense. So my point is, if you're being fair, being consistent. Pardon?
And it was against the Kings.
Yeah. I believe it was, yeah. So it's just like to me, it's like Kawhi had every reason to leave. I think he was a really good dude about it. He was direct from day one. I'm not talking about free agency. I'll make my mind up at the end. He maybe didn't want to play with certain guys here. Maybe he didn't want to play for certain people here. Maybe he didn't like the city. I'm not saying he didn't like the city. I think he actually really grew to like the city, by the way. Just an FYI to everyone out there who worries
He's
about
not a fan of the cold, though.
He's not crazy about the cold, but I think the city like really grew on him a lot more than he was expecting it to.
Oh, why wouldn't it? They were giving him condos and eat for free for life.
No, I think it was just the vibe. because
Wine and dine.
it's like the best of all worlds, right? Because Toronto's a big city that is still far away from all the noise, you know? Like it's not like the massive media, thing that LA and New York are. Someone said he got a free jet. So here's the thing. Like, I think like, to me, Kawhi is GOATed forever. In Raptor history, he will always go top 3, top 4 for me, always, no matter who ascends in the next 20 years. It's very difficult for me to put anyone above him. Kyle Lowry,
So many franchises have won the title.
Absolutely. And I mean,
And
like,
he did that for us.
And it's like what Brian said in that live really struck me, right? Just remember who people are. When you talk about people, remember who the fuck they are. When you talk about Thaddeus Young and Scottie Barnes having like beef or stuff, like just remember, you're talking about a fucking top 5 pick who was a top 4 player, top 5 player in his country, been an All-American, been recruited top 5 his whole fucking life. He's so not a normal fucking person. You can't treat him like Fred VanVleet. He's not that type of player. He's not, and he's the most humble one ever. So if there's ever someone who deserves your respect in that stature, in that status that Scottie's been in, like for the last 7 years, it is him. Because like, I mean, I made a community post about one of his assistant coaches in Florida State and what they said about him. And they said, I've never seen a McDonald's All-American with this type of humility, who just wants to do all the little work and will be willing to come off the bench and all this shit. So at the end of the day, just remember who people are. Kawhi Leonard has different options in life and in the NBA than Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet. It's just a fact. None of these guys have ever touched what he's at. There was a legitimate moment in NBA history where Kawhi Leonard was deemed the best player in the league. Think about that. How many players can you actually say that about in NBA history? Go fucking count him. He's a top 75 all-time player. Book it. Former Defensive Player of the Year, 2 times Finals MVP. Those guys deserve a certain amount of respect and humility. So a channel talking about trash about him because he went to LA, fuck you. That's kind of what I feel about that.
He didn't know Toronto anything. He got traded here. He didn't pick to come here. Ask Leo. They've gone 16 years without going to the playoffs. Kawhi came in here and won a championship for, no matter what anyone says, yes, it took the team, but he taught them what it would take to get over the top. And for that alone, he's goated in Toronto.
Jonas has
Period.
the funniest comment ever. He says, am I toxic for not wanting Kawhi to win another chip? Just so I can use the argument that Kawhi needed us the same way we needed him on Twitter Spaces.
No, that's okay. You can say that's a little bit of shade, but you're not wishing him harm.
It's funny. I don't like people rooting for people to get injured because they leave your team. Like, shut up about this. It's cool.
I think the Raptors would have won a second chip if he would have stayed.
I think you could have. And
we had a better record that year until COVID hit.
That's true. And you know what? You don't know if Kawhi's on this team if you do, because then you don't have to be high usage with Siakam in the bubble. He just, if he's not playing well, which he clearly wasn't, he's not hitting shots, then he's not taking shots. Because that's the thing, right? You feature a guy as your first option, he's just going to be first option. If Ja Morant decides not to touch the basketball for 4 months and he comes back and he's super rusty and shit, you're not just going to start not running the offense through Ja Morant, right? I mean, he's still your franchise player. I mean, he's smart, so he'll move off of it. He won't take like 35 shots a game. But when a guy's your second or third option, I feel like you have more liberty to sort of like move him down the pecking order. Final topic that I just want to quickly cover. I was listening to Thinking Basketball's pod on heliocentric hubs. They did a recent pod. I don't know if either one of you listened to it. I got halfway through it. And they were talking about Drew Holiday, right?
He's really fucking good.
He is.
Oh, so good.
And they were talking about what happens to the Bucks when Chris Middleton comes back, because Drew has often sacrificed his offense for the betterment of the
Strengths.
team
Yeah.
to sort of like allow Giannis and Chris to eat. But there's a very legitimate argument to be made right now that he is a better
Number
offensive
2.
player than Chris
Yeah.
Middleton.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that Chris would be as open to being number 3?
I
Because
think
he
he's a
has
really
not
selfless
looked.
dude.
Chris has not looked good in his minutes back, and that could be the injury and just the rest and the timing and everything else.
They
But
need him.
at
They
this
need him
point,
for sure.
I think Drew has to be the legitimate number 2. I like him better when he's more aggressive on both ends, and I think it opens up both ends when he's playing on both ends, if that makes sense to
I
you.
think Chris is special when he's healthy, though. Like, Chris can get a shot at any point. He's the best self-creator on that team. And when he's healthy, and we saw it in the finals, like, that guy he's legit, man. He's extremely underappreciated league-wide. But Drew Holiday on both sides, I mean, that guy is special.
Drew's all NBA, period.
Yeah.
I think it's
he's
just
amazing.
that he's sacrificed his offense so often, but watching him
Mhm.
without Giannis, without Chris, carry his team over the Raptors that were almost fully healthy, by the way, right,
Yeah.
in the last game.
So
and
smart.
just seeing like how smart he is, how selfless he is, how good he is defensively.
But the
He's
Bucks
just,
compensated him, though. I mean, the Bucks gave him a lot of money, so
I mean, look at this. Brook Lopez gets knocked out of the game. He's literally carrying a team.
oh yeah.
You saw that, the headband fiasco, headband
Yeah.
gate. So really at this point, you're talking about like him carrying a team like with what, Grayson Allen? Like who else was on that team? I think like you could barely name the other guys on the team right now. The Bucks are so top heavy with their top 4 guys, right? Like Bobby Portis, yeah, he was on the court. I mean,
Overrated.
he's, you know, a little overrated, I think.
He's perfect for Milwaukee, but he's overrated on a whole.
Sure.
So I'm
And
just
Milwaukee
saying, like,
loves him.
I mean, basically, there's not another player on that team other than Drew Holiday that was on the court with him that would start on most teams. Not one.
No.
Marjan would not start on most teams.
No.
Like none of the guys who were playing would. So the
Jordan
Raptors
Warren
basically
had a good
lost.
game, but he
so,
wouldn't be
So
either.
to put this into
George Hill,
context,
over the hill.
yeah, the Raptors starters lost to a team on a back-to-back, by the way, to a Milwaukee team that was being anchored by their third option and a bunch of guys who were on the bench. And really, when I say that, I'm excusing the fact that Brook Lopez was ejected from the game, because I believe at the time he was ejected, it was a very close game. So really, in the
And
final,
Brook had a great game.
and Brook had a great game. He was killing them. He would have continued to kill them. I
He was
guarantee
hitting from
it.
everywhere. He was hitting threes and inside, blocking shots.
Yeah, so I just think like, I mean, that game should be the litmus test if you're and I mean, look, what the fuck tonight? It's the same shit. It's the same game. It's playing over and over again. I'm really glad we had this chat. We're at 5 hours right now. This is crazy. This is the longest chat in Pensari basketball history, and this is cool. It's a little bit of history. I'm really glad we got to close it out tonight. I know that one time it was Leo, myself, and Kenyon who closed out a really long chat or something. So this is really cool that we replaced Kenyon with Tamberlyn. I loved it.
Be a little female in your love there.
I love it, man. Like honestly, our you know, I'm getting like a whole bunch of DMs on Instagram from like women who are watching this stuff. And when we first started, I got to share this as a final point. Our demographic was 4% women. That's depressing. I was like, what am I doing? Am I talking like red pill masculinity shit? Like, am I Jason Whitlock? Like, why do I have a 4% female following? Like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Or am I just like, do I need to get my teeth fixed? Like, am I just ugly? Like, what am I doing? You know? And then it started to grow, and now it's like comfortably close to like 11 to 12%. So it's getting there. I mean, sports is almost always when you're talking like, you know, NBA basketball, it's almost always going to be men, but I'm liking it. And contrary to popular belief, it is a wide-ranging demographic. It's not just young people. It's not just older people. It's literally everybody. It's global. It's really cool. I love the demographic we're talking to. I love the fact that we have 142 people at 3:38 a.m. in Toronto. We peaked at nearly over 300. Pardon?
That's so wild, bro. Like that's incredible.
Because he was carving people up on here tonight. You missed it. You got to go back and watch.
thank you so much. I appreciate to all of you who watched with love, with criticism, with hate. If you hate watching right now, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Someone says 1:38 in Alberta. Hey, I'm in NYC. Jonas says it's 8 a.m. for him, so he got up early for
Oh,
this.
wow.
That's crazy. I love it. Thank you guys so
Followed
much.
by
And
Rob.
Tamberlyn and Leo, thanks for coming on, man. I really appreciate it. It was so cool to get on. Christopher Chu saying it's 4:38 in Asia.
PM.
Brad
Afternoon.
saying, okay, you've convinced me it's time for bed. Jason saying it's 4:38 p.m. for him. Hey man, this is the perk of having a global audience is you actually have people to check out your lives even at 3 a.m. I gotta take my
Wicked.
dog for a walk. Okay. All right.
I gotta go write odds previews.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Well, I
Thank you
wake
so
up
much.
at 5 a.m. to play basketball. So
Oh my
And
God.
Leo, if we find out that Rob's working in the front office, don't be surprised. He fleeced people tonight.
hire me as your assistant.
We'll make it happen.
I'll do
All right.
research for you.
Everyone, make sure to hit like on this stream. It gets it to more people tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. I really humbly appreciate it. I can't believe it. 5 hours in, 130 people. Some of you have stayed from beginning to end. Wow. Hope this was therapeutic. Hope this was fun. And drop a like and sub up. And also, go to Basketball Zone and hit a sub there. And definitely check out Tamberlyn's work whenever you come across it. She's a really smart woman, as Leo has already articulated, and obviously I agree. That's why I wanted to save her for last. So cheers, guys, and have a great one.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
See you,
guys.
Tamberlyn.
Good night.
See you,
Or
Leo.
good morning.
Good night. Good
Bye.
morning, all you guys. See ya.